Wednesday afternoon. "Apparently," she replied. And that was the end of that discussion. He cleared his throat. "Okay, just whatever you choose. Maybe don't go flashing that magic around." "But that's half the fun." Then she seemed to realize what he meant, the dismissal, and cleared her throat. "Never mind. You have places to be, I'm sure. You just remind me of someone." Henry relaxed. That, at least, made sense. She held his gaze, then added, "I'm Claire." The name filled the alley with a heavy weight. It was one of those rare moments most people found only once or twice in their entire lifetime, a moment where there was a right response and a very, very wrong one, and Henry's reaction might change both of their lives. Unfortunately for Henry Ballard, previously Maxwell Henry Flanderson, every memory relating to this moment had been carefully erased by Claire Bishop herself. Although he wanted to pass her test, he had no exposure to the material. As a result, he offered a friendly smile and a firm handshake and a few empty words. "Nice to meet you, Claire. Stay safe, okay?" She forced a smile. "Right. You too." They parted. For Henry, it was a mildly intriguing, albeit odd, night, possibly more exciting than his best record of Find the Cat, 1 minute, 17 seconds, a new casino record at the time, definitely better than dueling salamanders. For Claire, the world shattered, and no one else noticed. Chapter 23. Roughly 14 years and 118 days before death stopped. In the end, Zuzana Krajevichova's downfall was her own vanity. She was a woman of pride. From the street, her home appeared pristine, with perfectly manicured rosebushes, expertly stamped concrete, and a freshly painted picket fence. She drove the most desirable car, a BMW 8 Series coupe, in the head-turning Brockatrot Metallic, highly ineffective for family life, and yet the most whispered-about vehicle on her block. She maintained relationships with every socialite outside of Bratislava, and although her early 20s career as a model was finished when she had Ozarik, Zuzana could still dominate conversation with regales of her worldwide travels. But nothing propelled her into the highest echelons of social standing faster than birthing the next Zaro. In her immediate family, only Zuzana's great-uncle was a witch, and he'd accidentally driven off a cliff when she was young. Her parents used it as a tale of caution. Don't associate with witches. They spent their days worrying about whether thyme should be mixed with cat hair, and then they drove off cliffs. But what her parents failed to mention was just how witches flocked around their ruler. When word spread that Reiki, the Zaro Reiki, had made a house call to Zuzana's cottage, witches from all over Europe were scrambling to glimpse their home. It didn't take long for word to get out, even amongst the humans. Ozarik Krajovich was the future Zaro. Well, it took longer than Zuzana would have liked, but a few tasteful mentions to the right people finally got the rumor legs. Zuzana used to think her previous life was grand, but it was nothing compared to this fame. It outgrew Europe. Soon people from all over the world were visiting Poprad, hoping to glimpse her child. They cornered her at the outdoor market and the flower-lined parks, eager to know, well, everything. Each of Ozarik's giggles had the crowd swooning, and every cry elicited empathetic concern. Zuzana stole their devotion with pleasure, playing the perfect role of doting mother to her precious, precious boy. Years later, Reiki would count her blessings that Ozarik hadn't been born 2 decades later. She could only imagine what Zuzana Krajovichova might have done with a future Zaro on social media. At dinner one night, her husband, Mark, grumbled over their meatloaf. "Another gift for Ozarik today." "Petunias?" Susanna asked. She'd put out the word that petunias would look just lovely in Ozzy's bedroom. "Some toy from America." "Well, we hardly need more of those." Susanna waved a hand. "I'll have Jana take it to the children's hospital tomorrow. They do so love our donations." She took a delicate bite of her food, casting a glance at their 2-year-old perched in his high chair. "Eat your carrots, honey." Ozarik's lower lip protruded, and he shoved the plate off the table instead. It clattered to the floor, making Susanna yelp. Marek grunted, unmoving in his own seat. "Kid's gonna get a big head from all this. Unimaginable power, my ass. Whatever happened to a good, honest living?" He cast his son a derisive glance. Susanna scooped up the plastic plate, then retrieved a broom and dustpan. A cheery smile flitted across her face at the mention of unimaginable power. "Luckily, one of us still has that." Marek wrongly assumed she meant his honest living, since he was still trundling through his day job as a banker, and grunted affirmation. He didn't realize that, to Susanna, fostering their family's reputation was the most important job in the world. She swept the uneaten pieces of carrot into the pan and disposed of it, continuing, "Ozzy will find his way." "Sure, with that woman on Javatinea," Marek muttered, aggressively stabbing his food. The words settled over the house like a heavy blanket, because that was the razor's edge of this arrangement. Susanna was able to raise her son, display him for the world, but there was a time limit. Everyone, adoring witches and humans alike, expected Ozarik to join Zaro Reiki on a foreign island at some indeterminate time. Every one of Ozarik's birthdays seemed like another log on the fire. Eventually, her flame would burn out, and she'd be left trying to stoke the smoldering ashes. "Well," Susanna set a clean plate of carrots in front of Ozarik, kissed his chubby cheeks, and settled back into her chair. "We'll just have to see how that pans out, won't we?" Susanna and Marek's final night on Earth occurred the exact way Susanna would have hoped, at a lavish party. It was technically the Prime Minister of Slovakia's niece's daughter's birthday party, but considering the man's autocratic hold within the state, many viewed it as an opportunity to schmooze all the right people for all the right favors, which meant it was the place to be that fine summer afternoon. The Prime Minister's niece resided on a historic street of Košice, in a 2-story home with a parlor decorated specifically for these kinds of soirees. 3 waiters in tuxes flitted from guest to guest, offering the finest in cheeses from Switzerland and chocolates from Belgium. All heads turned when Susanna, Marek, and Ozarik arrived. "Welcome!" their hostess exclaimed. Susanna surveyed the room with a practiced eye and quickly discerned that they were the most famous guests in attendance. Instantly she realized the whispers of this party had been greatly exaggerated. She'd hoped to rub elbows with the Prime Minister's wife at the very least, but alas, she'd have to settle for the other guests rubbing elbows with her. How very droll. "Oh, it's our pleasure," Susanna replied with a gracious smile. Marek muttered agreement, somewhat annoyed that he was missing a day's work for this, and strolled off to find the other man. Ozarik, now 5 years old and eager for experiences outside Susanna's reign, bounced on his heels. "Mother, may I go play?" A few women nearby tittered at how polite the future Zaro was. What a beacon of light he'd be for the world, and how warmly that light would shine on the Slovak Republic. Susanna basked in the praise, then pressed a pointed kiss on her son's forehead. Of course, sweetheart. Remember to be courteous and kind to our hosts. I will, Mother, Ozarik replied, and trailed another child into the garden. Susanna counted the seconds of peace before the other parents swarmed her. She recognized a couple. There was the president's best friend's wife, Monica, who'd once invited Ozarik to a diplomat's dinner party. Standing beside Katerina, wife of the owner of the fourth richest clothing company in Slovakia. Her eyes glossed over the rest, tagging them with their points of influence. Here, a Middle Eastern oilman's wife. There, the girlfriend of a famous actor. And yet all of them merely orbited their points of power. Susanna, meanwhile, might as well have been the Virgin Mary. "He's such a little gentleman," Monica said, handing Susanna a crystal glass of champagne. She took a delicate sip of her own. "He'll be a charmer. He certainly has your good looks." Susanna flipped glossy hair over her shoulder, offering a humble wave. "Well, I can't take all the credit. Marek certainly gave Ozzy a few features. His nose, for one. Susanna had always prayed Ozarik wouldn't get Marek's nose, but it would seem God couldn't gift her with everything. Katerina plucked a chocolate-covered strawberry from a passing silver tray, pinching it between manicured fingers. "My neighbor is a witch. She told me Ozarik isn't long for pop rod. Is that true?" A hand to her forehead, a devastated swoon. "I would never let some foreign woman steal my little girl." Susanna pressed her lips together, forcing a tight smile. "It's a point of pride, actually," she lied. "Ozarik will be representing our family all over the world. That kind of recognition can't be bought." Another subtle jab that even though these women had money, they'd never have what Susanna had. Of course, the other women weren't impressed by it. Monica's sister was a witch, and she'd heard all about the Zaro before this party began. As a personal friend of their hostess and godmother to the birthday girl, she also didn't appreciate Susanna waltzing into their group and pretending she was better somehow. They all knew Ozarik would be famous and important. But Susanna Krajovichova? She was merely orbiting power. "I heard it's highly unusual that a Zaro stays with his birth family this long," Monica said. It was unusual. Reiki had been collected by her mentor at the young age of 3, but her power had begun to manifest by that time. Ozarik and Claire's perpetual transfer of magic meant neither currently had enough to cause any real harm. Meanwhile, Reiki was a bit preoccupied, researching the history of their power, scouring for a solution about why 2 future Zaros had been born instead of 1. She wouldn't find any explanations, and her time spent buried in history books and ancient witchy journals was coming to a close. But at the lavish party in Košice, Susanna had no idea what her short future held. She simply flashed a suspicious smile. "You're correct. It's unprecedented. In fact, that's what makes Ozzy so unique. The Zaro herself told me that late-blooming witches gain substantially more power than their younger counterparts." Reiki had told her something of the like, but only to pacify her vanity. A Zaro's power was something like sand on the beach, with a limited number of granules shifting between the tides of lucky participants. Ozarik could only possess whatever magic Claire wasn't using, and only after it seeped from Reiki over the years. Monica hummed, sipping her champagne again. Katerina chewed her strawberry, swallowing thoughtfully. "Isn't it true that a Zaro doesn't retain ties to their family of origin?" She framed it like a question, although, and she'd never admit it to this crowd, as the only witch in the room, Katerina knew that was true. "Oh!" Monica was delighted. "Then, once his powers develop, he'll shed the Krajovich name." A pause. "However will he represent you?" "Everyone knows he's my son," Susanna replied curtly. "Will they?" The words were innocent. Katerina waved a hand. Now, birthing a Zaro is a high honor within witch culture," she added, just the right amount of derision to hide amongst this particular populou of humans. "After all, Zaro Reiki's family has, She paused, tilting her head. "Well, we haven't seen much of them, but I suppose that's what you can expect from the Japanese." Ozarik jogged back inside, his olive cheeks reddened with playful exertion. He waved at the ladies standing around Susanna and tugged on her sleeve. "Mother, I'm thirsty." "Of course, my little king." Susanna flashed the other women a smug smile, then fetched him a glass. He drank deeply, handed the cup back, but before he could run off again, she pushed him into the center of the room. "Ozzy has perfected certain displays of magic. Even though his power isn't immense yet, he's still able to perform." She glanced around the room, then chuckled. "Parlor tricks." After all, what was a better reminder of Zaro's power than physical acts of magic? In the minds of most humans, Zaros were known for moving mountains, quelling storms, teleporting around. Big physical displays with big physical ramifications. It was often why they were underestimated. Only Katerina was appropriately concerned. She took an imperceptible step backwards, feigning indifference as Susanna urged a 5-year-old into magic far beyond his comprehension. "Oh, I don't think that's necessary, Susanna." "Nonsense. Ozzy, will you do magic for your mother? Perhaps the fire magic?" Susanna smiled broadly, telling the mothers, "He lights my candles all the time." And Ozarik, ever the obedient child, nodded. His magic failed to ignite, because Ozarik was young, and it was rare a child could perform under such pressure. Susanna collected her son and fled the party to the polite smiles and secret chortles of the attendees. This failure would light a fire, so to speak, later that night. Faced with his mother's humiliation, Ozarik vowed to do better, and in the privacy of his own bedroom, deep within their house in Paprad, Ozarik played with sparks well into the morning, and as the sun rose, Ozarik's world burned. Zaro Reiki stared in disbelief at the charred remains of the Krajovich's pretty house in Paprad, a sick feeling of regret clutching her chest. At her left stood Jana, kneeling beside Ozarik's trembling form. The local witch whispered soothing words to the child, smoothing his ash-covered hair as he squinted against tears and the morning sun. On Reiki's right, a Ceradan Clementine made a note on a white pad of paper, then glanced over her shoulder at the approaching sound of sirens. "The humans will be here soon, Reiki. We should probably leave." "I'm so sorry, Zaro," Jana whispered, deathly quiet. Even she knew what a disaster Susanna's party had been. Gossip of Ozarik's failed magic spread far and wide. She should have known he'd try again. "It's my fault. You asked me to watch over him, and I wasn't paying attention." Reiki inhaled slowly. "No." Both witches fell silent as their rulers spoke. "No. This is my fault. He had so little magic. I never thought. But it's irrelevant now. His parents are dead, and his training will begin." The broken carcass of the home seemed to loom before them. The white paint around the door had blistered and faded as the wood frame splintered. The pretty rose bushes were charred and wilted. Only the grassy meadow beyond the cottage remained untouched. At Reiki's abrasive words, Ozarik began to cry again in earnest. "I started the fire. It was me. Mother." He squirmed from Janna's grasp, sprinting for the home, as if he'd find his parents alive and well inside its broken walls. Reiki intercepted him swiftly, radiating so much power that he stopped short, eyes widening. At his fear, her gaze softened. For a moment she just stared down at him, at this little boy who'd lost everything. It was one thing to tell his parents, mature adults, that he'd disconnect from his country and his family. It was another problem entirely to explain that to a 5-year-old. Reiki drew a breath, knelt beside Ozarik and said, "Your parents are gone, young one. They've become one with the universe. But they'll be watching over you always. For now, you're going to live with me, and we're going to make sure this never happens again. All right?" He stared at her, dark eyes dazed and confused. As the words sank in one by one, his heart thumped harder and his anger grew. "No! They're not gone!" Janna covered her mouth with one hand and Clementine lowered her eyes. Reiki smoothed a wrinkle from his charred shirt. "They are, my child. I'm sorry." "Bring them back!" Ozarik slammed a little fist into Reiki's arm. "You're a witch! Mother said so! Bring them back!" His anger would be a problem. Reiki had little experience with children, but she made a silent note of this tantrum. Meditation would certainly be a focus of their training schedule. Her calm tone never wavered. "We do not meddle with those forces, Ozarik. What's done is done. The only thing we can do now is look to the future." That meant little to a child, and Ozarik's devastated wails echoed off the stone walls of every house on this street. The magic Reiki placed on their neighbors, keeping them placidly rooted in their homes instead of investigating this curiosity, began to fade as the sirens grew louder. She pushed to her feet and shook hands with Janna. "I appreciate your service to our future Zaro. You are hereby relinquished from any responsibility." Janna nodded silently. Reiki felt her dissatisfaction, the fear that she'd failed somehow. Here was a woman who hadn't moved from this country lane in Paprad for 5 years, a woman who operated on the peripherals of fame out of unrelenting duty to her people and her ruler. A simple thank you wasn't enough, although Janna would never ask for more. In silent response, Reiki reached out to the woman's family, a husband and 2 young children, and bestowed them the greatest gift of all, long, healthy lives. She squeezed Janna's hand and added, "Thank you. You did an excellent job." Janna, oblivious to the Zaro's gift, tried to take the words at face value. It was hard, considering they were standing near the previously burning remains of her charge's house. Kyo?" Clementine said, glancing over her shoulder as a fire truck careened around the corner. "Unless you want to explain this in more detail, it's time we leave." She was right. An explanation would take more time than necessary, and unless the firemen were witches too, it was unlikely they'd understand Reiki's claim over the child. That would be a legal debate for her popes, not something to be conducted here. The Zaro took Ozarik's hand. Her words were strong, almost optimistic. "All right, future Zaro Ozarik. Let us begin the next phase of your journey." And with a puff of purple smoke, the 3 of them vanished. After one last forlorn glance at the burnt house, Janna trudged home. Chapter 24. 3 years and 291 days before death stopped. Before Claire was the star act at the Strip, the darling of the Paris Las Vegas, she performed on a decaying stage in the back streets of Nevada. This was impressive to Mr. Hiddles, her manager, who had truly believed Carson City was the greatest either of them would get. But Claire Bishop had a way of making magic. This was a pun Mr. Hiddles would often cite. Claire would always laugh good-naturedly. The universe itself would chuckle too at just how right Mr. Hiddles was. The first day she strolled into his office, although office might be a bit grand for the tiny cubby at the back of his husband's art studio, Mr. Hiddles nearly spilled his coffee. She walked like a star, carried herself with the confidence of someone twice her age, which was simply too young to be represented. Where were her parents? But even he saw the bags under her eyes. I think you're in the wrong place. Evan Hiddles, right? Of Hiddles and Horses Talent Agency? That's right, he said, his ears tingling at the mention of his business name. Once again he cursed that ridiculously expensive bottle of Merlot they'd devoured the night before he filed for the LLC. Her ice-blue eyes scanned the studio, where several of his husband's equine paintings were on display. A slight smile quirked her lips. Yes, this will do nicely. I'm Claire, and I humbly request representation. I don't, you're a bit young? I'm old enough, she replied. Contrary to popular belief, there was no magic attached to this statement. Claire was simply that charismatic, that confident, that Mr. Hiddles took the words at face value. From that moment on, Claire was 18, maybe even older in his mind, and once they saw what she could do, no one bothered to question it. Mr. Hiddles nodded emphatically. Of course. Representation for what, exactly? Claire plucked out a deck of cards, and his heart sunk. Magic. Of course it was magic. She fanned them in his direction. The second he reached for one, she snapped the deck closed and laughed. I'm joking! Card tricks are so very bland. Mr. Hiddles, have you ever seen the Milky Way? It was, after all, one of her favorites. He shook his head, and she gestured at the window. Under her command, the sunlight hastened to hide itself, offering a private glimpse of the silvery, star-speckled streak just for them. This, to be clear, was actual magic. With Claire, it was sometimes hard to tell. Mr. Hiddles yelped, nearly spilling his coffee a second time. He hastened to set down the cup, pushing out of his desk chair and rubbing his suddenly sweaty palms on his jeans. It was 2 p.m. The sky had been clear and deep blue. Just to be sure, he checked the clock, peeked at the forecast on his phone. Claire snapped her fingers and the glimpse disappeared. A magic show like nothing Vegas has ever seen, Mr. Hiddles, she said. He blinked hard, rubbing his eyes, squinting at the bright glass. Then he looked at her, back outside, back to her. His desperate voice went small, almost scared. Are you a witch? Is that your power? Illusions over the mind? Am I going crazy, was what he really wanted to ask. Claire stiffened. To Mr. Hiddles, she looked offended, but in reality she was disturbed at how fast her magic was seen as mind-manipulating. After all, Claire didn't do that kind of magic. None of them did. Silently, she altered her plans for the new show, removing half the tricks for being too extravagant. Give the public what they want, plus a few delightful surprises. Not stars. Not yet, anyway. Maybe she would do a card trick or two. No, sir, she lied through her teeth, flashing a dazzling smile. The look of someone who'd been dealt a shitty hand and was forced to make it into a winning pile. "I'm not a witch. I've just always wanted to perform on the strip." "The strip?" He fumbled with his tie, tightening it as a nervous tick. I don't really work in that field. Have you thought about Laughlin? They have very nice shows." Claire put a hand on his arm, stopping his movements. She looked deep into his eyes and replied kindly, "With all due respect, sir, I'm not Laughlin material." And she wasn't. So he pulled strings, found her that theater, booked a month of shows, and promised to make it worth the owner's while. And when the owner asked her name for the brochures, Claire stopped short. The Magnificent Claire?" Mr. Hiddle suggested. He'd heard stage names like that before. "It's too common. Give me a last name and we can make it work," the owner replied. Claire went silent. Then, slowly, a smirk tugged her lips. Her thought process was, "The Zaro is kind of like the Pope, right?" But what she said was, "I guess that would make me a bishop." The men, who weren't privy to that line of thinking and wouldn't have understood it if they were, nodded along. The magnificent Claire Bishop performed in a very impressive manner on that very unimpressive stage for exactly 36 days. It took 30 of them to be noticed by a certain vivacious celebrity, and another 6 for a flabbergasted Mr. Hiddles to declare a winner of the sudden, cutthroat casino bidding war. The Paris Las Vegas, spearheaded by the feared Miss Finch, walked away with the prize of the decade. To celebrate, the casino threw a gala. Claire Bishop, previously Claire the Orphan, and before that Claire Flanderson, accepted the gold inlay invitation with a cool smile, closed the door to her crappy motel room, and shoved a thought into Ozarik's head from thousands of miles away. Within seconds, he poofed into the room as promised. His tone was slightly panicked. "Claire, is everything okay?" He looked disheveled, clearly in the middle of something important. She quirked an eyebrow, and he smoothed his embroidered jacket, a simpler version of Reiki's preferred kimonos. Civil unrest in the Amazon. A witch set fire to... Well, it doesn't matter. What's wrong?" Guilt pricked Claire's chest, but something more, too, something nastier. Jealousy. She smashed it down, deep down, covered the hole with forced reminders of what she had now. She was the most desired show on the strip, or would be soon. She had just succeeded in earning an advance that would have made her father's head spin. And what's more, she had done it all on her own. The magnificent Claire Bishop was her stage name, and it was a title no one could take away. "Claire?" Ozarik asked, stepping closer. His hand brushed against hers, a gentle movement as familiar as breathing at this point. "Do you want to be my date?" Claire blurted. Ozarik squinted at her. "A date? You hate romance." "I don't hate romance, I just don't have much use for it." Claire shifted, feeling awkward now. "I'm going to be performing on the strip. Paris Las Vegas won the auction, and they're throwing a party." "Auction?" Ozarik's eyebrows pinched together for a brief flash. Claire almost missed it, and it made her stomach twist even more. He ran his fingers along the embroidery at the base of his black jacket and frowned, opened his mouth. Claire braced herself. He sighed, closed it again. "I'm sure you know what you're doing." "I'm sure you know how desperately we need you to hide your magic, how the world could be thrown into chaos if you don't," was left unsaid. Still, Claire's mind drawled. "We all know who really wants my magic hid. Hint, it isn't me, and it isn't you." She didn't voice that either. "I'm happy to be your date," he replied. and his eyes sparkled now. "I'll always be here for you, Claire. You know that. Even when you're forcing romance." "I don't force anything with you." Claire pulled him into a hug, and his strong embrace calmed her thumping heart. The night came, and Claire dressed to the nines. First, she needed an apartment worthy of the Strip's best act. Her father had excelled in faking it, hoping to make it one day. Claire, meanwhile, had no intention of faking anything. She'd have the grandest condo in Nevada, the best outfit for a debut performer, a confident smile, and a true friend on her arm. Ozarik quirked an eyebrow when he poofed into her new home. Soon enough after she'd purchased it, that Mandalay Bay's walls were still locked in their post-renovation haze. Ozarik tilted his head. "I didn't know this casino had condos." "I don't think it does." Claire smirked deviously. His eyes settled on her hair, which now had a rich chocolate hue. Claire fidgeted under his gaze, but a warm smile broke out. "It's a nice color on you. I still prefer the blonde, but this is a great stage appearance." She'd changed. Ever so slightly she'd changed. The magnificent Claire Bishop's eyes were closer together, still ice blue, but framed by bangs, a square jaw, rosy cheeks. It was enough of an illusion that if anyone pulled tapes of Claire the orphan standing beside the benevolent Zaro Reiki and their beloved witchy prince Ozarik, no one would recognize the similarities. Mr. Hiddles recognized it, but she'd changed so soon after signing with him that he'd convinced himself, over years, that first meeting had been a trick of the light. Now Ozarik glanced at her outfit. His cheeks darkened at the flashy red dress, one that hugged every curve. "That seems a bit much, though." The words were squeaked, and he seemed seconds from averting his gaze. Claire rolled her eyes. "It's a Las Vegas stage, Oz. I'm giving the people what they want." "Claire Bishop, magician." "Well, it certainly isn't Claire Bishop Zaro," she replied, somewhat bitterly. He didn't have anything to say to that, so off to the gala they went. The party was as lavish as one would expect from a major hotel casino in Nevada. They'd cleared out an entire wing for the event, invited only the best celebrities and stars, and plastered promotional banners over every square inch of overhead space. Claire and Ozarik arrived in a limousine, were escorted down a red carpet into the VIP section, and handed $1,000 in specialty chips, which had the logo for her upcoming show already etched onto them. "Only the best for you, Miss Bishop," Miss Finch trilled. Claire could read her thoughts, not literally, as that would be a horrible intrusion, but rather through the too wide smile on her lips and how it wrinkled her nose just a bit when she gestured them inside. She didn't like Claire, which was fine. Claire didn't like her either. Ozarik was holding the thin black box of golden chips like it contained a poison meant to kill an entire population. He forced a painful smile when Miss Finch's eyes landed on him. Thank you. I don't need—" "Then I'll help myself." Claire plucked the box out of his hands, much to his exasperation. But Claire grinned at him, and he found himself grinning back, and Miss Finch glanced between them with another barely evident look of disgust. "And whom do we have the pleasure of hosting tonight?" Miss Finch asked, because it seemed like the thing to do. Keep the performers happy, and she kept the customers happy. And spending money. Ozarik had slipped into an illusion himself. His hair was nearly orange now, his jaw wider, his nose a little crooked. Claire wasn't a fan of gingers, but when Ozarik smiled dazzlingly at Miss Finch, her heart flipped just a bit. I'm Claire's friend." "Boyfriend," Claire interjected, hooking her arm through his. He glanced at her, sharply, eyes widening. One of their infamous telepathic conversations occurred in that moment, which might have actually formed mental words, or could have just happened between slight twitches of their lips and eyebrows. "Boyfriend," he said wryly. Claire squeezed his arm. "You're my best friend, my other half, the only family I have now. Up to you." Ozarik didn't hesitate. He turned back to Miss Finch and laughed good-naturedly. "Secret's out, I guess. Nice to meet you." "A pleasure," Miss Finch drawled, inwardly rolling her eyes at this young so-in-love couple. She gestured broadly to the bustling room. "Enjoy your evening, you two." It was one of those nights where Claire remembered only flashes the next day, and not because they'd been drinking. For one brief, pristine evening, one fabulous party, Claire earned a glimpse into the life her father had always imagined, one she'd never truly expected to achieve. All that glittered was, in fact, gold, and Claire walked away with a bag of metallic chips, sunset memories, and the molten knowledge that Ozarik was hers. All hers. Nothing and no one could intervene. The magnificent Claire Bishop's life in Las Vegas had officially begun. Chapter 25. 12 days before death stopped. Instead of returning to Rome from Japan, Claire tracked Ozarik to his castle in the Tatras Mountains of Slovakia, and arrived there in a poof of huckleberry smoke and a churning stomach. Her eyes cast over the imposing structure, its huge stone walls reflecting the bright moonlight in an almost eerie fashion. Although Zaros, or those lucky enough to possess their magic, didn't fear much, a shiver crept up Claire's spine. She'd never liked this place, and now in the echoes of Reiki's post-mortem confession, it seemed even more ominous. She couldn't know it at the time, but the chill surrounding the castle was an echo inside itself, a hint of the future reverberating 2 weeks earlier, a whisper through time to prepare herself. Claire had never been very in tune with these whispers. Instead, she shoved open the wooden doors with a flick of magic, muttering, "And Oz thinks I'm flamboyant." The unnamed castle, which had never really liked Claire, shifted in vexation, its stones groaning in the mild wind. After all, Claire wasn't its Zaro. Claire didn't understand. The old structure took a perverse pleasure in how Claire tensed, glancing over her shoulder like a ghost were on her heels. Of course, to Claire, there was a ghost on her heels. She snatched a grape soda from the beverage cooler by the door, a courteous afterthought when Ozarik, then 13, first revealed his secret retreat, and noticed her blanching from the teleportation spell, which they'd only just perfected over long distances. He kept it stocked, always hoping she'd come by for another visit. Exhaustion hung under her burning eyes, but Claire blinked heavily and took a deep swig of the soda to force herself awake. Tediously, muscles aching from her surprise hike, she climbed the heavy wooden staircase to the second floor. "Ozarik! Oz, we need to talk!" Silence answered, which only made her more irate. There was no mistaking his magic. He was here. She slammed open the door to his bedroom, but found it empty. Her jaw set, and she cast a glance over the banister towards the massive library, arguably his favorite space on Earth. But there wasn't any sign of light down there. The silvery shadows of not-yet morning stretched through the arching stained glass windows, reaching like fingers along the scuffed floor. Claire rooted herself to this spot and snapped, "Ozarik!" Her word took the candor of magic, slamming through the vicinity with the force of a gleeful great-aunt kissing their now-adult niece on Christmas. A second passed, and a door further down the hall wrenched open. It was Claire's bedroom, back when she and Ozarik dared to spend a night away from Javarini, back when having a secret hideout was considered exciting and dangerous. It hadn't been used in years, but Ozarik had clearly chosen to sleep there. Claire couldn't decide how she felt about that. He stepped into the hallway, scrubbing his face. "Claire, aren't you supposed to be at the Vatican?" "What's wrong with your bedroom?" She quirked an eyebrow. His cheeks colored and he lied. Bedbugs." Silence, while Claire recalled Reiki's ominous message. "He loves deeply, beset with emotion." And Ozarik tried to put distance between his chosen sleeping quarters and her derision. He strode past her, stepping down the stairs until she had no choice but to follow, if just to keep the conversation going. "You found the soda, I see," he remarked, stepping into his study. A wave of his hand illuminated light bulbs dangling from the ceiling with twine and absolutely nothing electrical. "Did something happen with the Pope?" Maybe on another night, Claire would have the patience for this pretense. Tonight she did not. Her fingers dented the can of soda and her eyes flashed. "How did Reiki die?" Ozarik froze. One might remember his overstep in Kyoto, the moment he forced Claire's curiosity from her mind. Fiddling with a person's thoughts was a grave offense, something Reiki refused to utilize on the grounds of its ethically dubious nature. Claire, meanwhile, had used that ability twice. First, the moment she'd compelled her mother to walk out of their house and their lives, and second, with Maxwell, on the night he was taken away. Ozarik, the beloved prince of the world's witches, had never needed to try it. Not until he had something to hide. What's more, when Ozarik had perched on the tatami mats in Kyoto's unofficial embassy, staring at the furious crowds outside and recalling Claire's blank, placid expression after his magic took hold, he'd sworn he would never try it again. That vow would last for precisely 67 more seconds. "She was killed." Ozarik paused between two heavy wooden chairs, the kinds with the absurdly tall backs meant for royalty in the Middle Ages. He leaned over the long table, which was spread with yellowing pages of parchment and glowing e-readers alike. His voice was thick with misery and grief. "It was an accident." That was true, in the same way that choosing to bungee jump tied to a spool of thread would be an accident. Unfortunately for Ozarik, Claire was raised on long cons and poker games. His left eyebrow twitched, his lip downturned for just a second, and it was enough to know that for the second time tonight he was lying. Her words were curt, unforgiving. "That's not good enough. I want specifics. Who killed her? Where did it happen? You must have been there." "I wasn't," he tried hastily, desperately. Claire wasn't a fan of this new, dishonest friend. She narrowed her eyes. "Oz, enough. Isn't the Pope expecting you? Ozarik!" All of this boiled to a culmination of panic in Ozarik's very soul. Magic pierced the air around him, a dark aura of fear. He slammed his hands on the tabletop, sending a pot of ink spilling onto a bright red tablet. Its dimly lit screen soured with heavy black stains. "Don't speak to me like I'm a child, Claire. Did you ever think that maybe I don't want to tell you? Maybe it's none of your business?" "That," Claire said, calmly, irately, "is not your decision to make." Which left Ozarik no choice. Claire's eyes were gleaming, the same gleam when she said, "I won't return to Javarini," or "I will be the best show in Vegas." It was determination, tried and true, and it became the thump of a trunk's heavy lid, locking the vestiges of his happiness in a dark, devastating prison. If she pressed here, it would break him. Out of anger, fear, desperation, Ozarik abandoned his earlier vow. His words were careful now, measured, drenched in the most powerful magic known to mankind.
You will forget this, Claire. Forever!
2 things happened in rapid succession. First, the magic slammed into Claire's mind, a shark smelling blood, intent on devouring her intentions whole and leaving nothing but pleasant thoughts in its wake. And a breath later, that same magic exploded outward in a blast powerful enough to send ancient leather-bound tomes flying off the floor-to-ceiling shelves, powerful enough to crack the stained glass windows, powerful enough to knock the future Zaro off his feet. He slammed into that heavy chair, and both he and it went crashing to the floor. When the burst of light faded, Claire was left standing over Ozarik. He'd never seen anything so beautiful, or so terrifying. Her blue eyes shone in the dim light, her hair whipping in a golden halo around her head. But it was her magic that made him freeze. Magic so powerful that it could devour him, just as he'd tried with her. Magic that, if directed appropriately, could wipe his very mind from this planet. Except where his spell failed, he knew with confidence that hers wouldn't. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then the magic ebbed. It drained from her, slowly, meticulously, slipping through the castle's parquet floor into the sturdy mountain that protected this sanctuary, then into the earth far, far beneath. "You will never attack me like that again!" Each of her words echoed not with magic, but with promise. Ozarik had nothing left to say. Claire offered a hand, which he took. His fingers were trembling. She ignored it, feeling particularly uncharitable at the moment. Instead, she held his gaze and ordered, "Tell me the truth about Reiki, Oz. It's time." He hung his head, shame filling every crevice of his soul.
It was my fault. My suggestion. I thought you'd be excited. I thought it'd fix things, but..." A hollow laugh. "I was blind. I didn't understand what he was like. What you went through."
Claire stiffened. All this time, and she'd never considered that Reiki's death might directly relate to her. "What did you do?"
"I found him,"
Ozarik said, eyes brimming with tears.
"I tracked down your father, and I arranged a meeting."
And suddenly Claire knew exactly what happened. Chapter 26. 3 years and 320 days before death stopped. The most vulnerable day of Claire's life didn't happen during an altercation with her father or that final fight with Reiki. No, despite everything, her breaking point wasn't nearly as loud. It happened the same way the wind shifts before a thunderstorm, just a vague scent of petrichor before the gales begin. The scent of petrichor in this metaphor occurred 7 days after she left Javarini, and 4 days after she met Maxwell Flanderson, now Henry Ballard, in that witchy casino. In front of the Bellagio's fountains, a teenage boy hugged his sister. Claire saw, and tears welled in her eyes. To us, this might seem like an obvious connection. But someone like Claire was not in tune with her emotions. She'd spent a lifetime stuffing her anguish deep, deep down, assuming a confident facade, until that facade was all she could be. Claire Bishop didn't cry, and she certainly never broke. The tears on her cheeks caused a responding surge of spite, her go-to emotion when threatened with loneliness. She scrubbed her eyes with the sleeve of her low-cut shirt, spinning away from the family. "What kind of parents bring their kids to Las Vegas?" Claire snapped to no one in particular. The crowd swarming around her didn't answer. She had enjoyed the sheer volume of people after 3 years on Javarini, a remote island populated by maybe 100 witches at any given point. The bustle of the strip was everything she imagined. Boisterous, adventurous, exciting. She loved that everyone emerged when the sun began to set, loved that the party didn't start until past Reiki's bedtime. But now, her chest clenched in dark hatred, and she suddenly felt like she couldn't breathe. Her blue eyes kept cutting to the siblings, watching the sisters shove her brother away, watching the parents laughing at their antics. The mother brandished tickets to one of the shows, and the 4 of them headed for the Bellagio. It wasn't fair. Claire glared after them, her magic electrifying the air around her. It caused a bubble of unease, and people began avoiding her. She began to tremble, clenching her fists tighter. The family slowed to a stop. No one else seemed to notice, but the family's auras shifted from excitement and joy to something darker, fear. They couldn't move. For no discernible reason, they'd simply been frozen solid, paralyzed in a sea of drunken fools. The father was a witch, and his magic pushed against Claire's. But his power was training fantastic dogs, which essentially meant that pushing was less of a shove, more of a poke. Petrichor. Claire found herself striding forward, her mind a buzzing, trembling mess. Tears streaked down her cheeks, and she stopped right in front of the family, stared right into the daughter's eyes. They were about the same age of 16. The girl was wearing a backpack with flare on the strap, a pride pin, a roaring lion in letters that said LHS, and an open book with a swirly bookmark. She was normal, and that made Claire hurt even more. "Why do you get this?" Claire whispered to her frozen face. The girl's eyes twitched imperceptibly, until magic firmed even that movement. Claire, meanwhile, didn't even notice, too blinded to care. "What the hell did you do to deserve a family vacation, or a brother who knows your goddamn name?" Normally, this sort of thing would draw attention, but nothing about this situation was normal. Claire's magic settled over the crowds like a fog, blinding them to what was happening several feet away. It was a surge Reiki would absolutely feel, but in that moment Claire didn't care. She didn't care about anything. She just wanted someone to hurt the way she was hurting. "You know what I'll be doing tonight?" The girl, of course, couldn't answer, so Claire did for her. "I'll poof across town to an abandoned motel on the north side. I'll sit on a bed, usually reserved for people high out of their mind. I'll stare at those moldy walls and know that there's nowhere better for me." Her voice had risen in pitch, cracked a bit at the end. The daughter stared back, tears beginning to pool in her eyes, too. For a moment, Claire could almost imagine she was sharing sympathy. But it fell as flat as every other hope Claire had. She scoffed, turning away from the family, although her magic held them tight. For a long moment she stared hollowly at the gleaming golden doors of the Bellagio, listening to the persistent cacophony of bells and shouts just past the doors. "It's not fair," she said. Then, when no one replied, she screamed, "It's not fair!" The scent of huckleberry filled the air, and Claire was certain it was Reiki appearing to rain hell on her and her terrible decisions. And in that split second, Claire decided she was not having it. She flinched, spinning, her magic swelling in a violent wave to attack Reiki, only to meet Ozarik's gaze. He swiftly countered the push, sucking her magic into his own for a mere second before easing it back to her like a gentle caress. Seconds ticked by. Tears dampened her face. His gaze was raw. Then, without a word, he pulled her into a tight hug.
Claire choked on a sob, falling against him. Ozarik clutched her, stroking her hair with one hand while his magic swiftly undid the spell over the family, distracted their minds so the experience would feel less like a memory, more like a dream. The fog shifted over the two of them, hiding them from view, and Ozarik watched over Claire's shoulder as the parents paused, shook their heads, and once again began leading their kids towards the Bellagio. The daughter alone paused at the doors, brows knitted as she scanned the crowds. But Claire Bishop was forgotten by the time the curtain rose for their show. "Come on, Claire," Ozarik whispered. The winds died down as he took her hand and led her down the street. To be honest, Ozarik wasn't even sure where he was going, had spent so little time in Las Vegas that he couldn't find it on a map when Claire mentioned it last year. But he knew Claire needed comfort. And what better comfort than food? He paused at a 50s-themed diner just off the strip, letting the protective magic around them vanish as they stepped inside. Few people were here, so early in the evening, but the waitress waved them to a booth, and Ozarik slid in, letting Claire choose where she wanted to sit. The fury had faded, morphing into absolute, abject misery and crippling embarrassment. Claire scrubbed her face again, glanced at the floor. You didn't have to come." She hated how her voice tripped. "You were hurting, Claire. I'd never ignore that." Ozarik tilted his head. "We don't have to eat here, if you don't want to." She was still standing at the table, her body shaking with leftover emotion. "It's fine," Claire mumbled, and slid into his side of the booth, shoulder to shoulder with him, just like she'd done hundreds of times on Javarini. Ozarik pressed his shoulder against hers, then casually pushed a menu in front of her. He smelled like sea salt and linen, a scent that reassured Claire just via proximity. She wondered if he'd use their magic to ease her emotions, calm her down. They'd done it a few times for each other during high-stakes situations, worldly negotiations and the like. But Claire had to work through this without magic, and they both knew it. After a long moment of scanning the menu, where Ozarik remarked on their late-night breakfast food and Claire quietly composed herself, the subject was broached. Claire hung her head. "I didn't mean to freeze them." "I know." Ozarik smiled slightly. "I sent them on their way. It's okay." He had deep bags under his eyes. It was early morning in Javarini, she knew. Her magic must have woken him up. She couldn't even muster the energy to feel guilty about that. All that remained was shame, and a deep, agonizing loneliness. Claire thought again to Henry Ballard, recalled his easygoing smile, how he'd leapt in to protect her, which was so very reminiscent. They'd laughed, he'd joked. She'd revealed her magic, watched his face for any sign of recognition. But even at 5 years old, Claire Bishop had been incredibly adept, and when she made someone forget, it was permanent. Deep sorrow settled into her bones, and only now, perched in this booth beside Ozarik, did Claire realize she was mourning her brother all over again. She traced the dessert portion of the menu, blinking back fresh tears. The waitress, who'd been strolling over to take their orders, subtly decided now wasn't the time. Ozarik carefully placed his hand over hers. "Want to talk about it?" He'd lost people, so he would understand. His parents were a consistent, devastating memory for Ozarik. But memories rarely showed the whole picture. And in that moment, Reiki's final accusation, the one that truly convinced Claire she couldn't stay on Javarini, with or without Reiki's permission, slammed back into focus. She hunched over the table, shaking again. "I keep messing up. I thought being on Javarini would fix things, but it didn't. It just made me worse." Worse, because she'd gotten to meet Ozarik, her supposed nemesis, her competitor for the coveted position of Zaro. Worse, because he was everything she'd hoped he might be. Everything she was too afraid to voice to her father when they plotted her infiltration. Worse, because now, even Ozarik had been ripped from her life. Just like Maxwell. Ozarik didn't know any of that, so earnest optimism filled his voice. Are you kidding? Having you on Javarini after so many years of feeling your magic, it was like a dream. Claire, I bet if we ask Reiki, she'd let you— No! Claire pulled her hand away, averting her gaze. Then, softer, I can't go back there, Oz. Javarini was never the place for me. Ozarik inhaled, slowly, softly. Okay, I understand. He didn't, actually, because both Reiki and Claire were notoriously tight-lipped about that argument. But at this point in time, Ozarik prided himself on being a calm, understanding individual. That would not be the case in 3 years and 320 days. For now, though, he simply let Claire be. Silence filled the air for a moment, where the waitress stopped by and took their orders. Eggs for Ozarik, a milkshake for Claire. Once she was gone, Ozarik dared to say, It seems like you're lonely. Claire's defenses had been slowly rebuilding themselves over the last hour, and now she scoffed. I'm fine. Everything is fine. Her words hitched. Ozarik turned back to the table, fishing a quarter out of his pocket. It was actually a Japanese 100 yen, but when he pressed it into the table's karaoke machine, the machine decided not to squabble over apples and oranges, its screen illuminated, offering a choice of music. What do you think? For a 50s diner, they had a very wide selection. Claire numbly reached over Ozarik to press the button for an Ali and AJ song, her cheeks coloring when it filtered over the loudspeakers. Ozarik grinned and she stared him down. It's a good choice. I agree, he answered easily. More silence. I'll be here for you, no matter what. Ozarik drummed his fingers in time with the beat. Distance doesn't mean much for us, you know. Reiki said I can't come visit you, Claire said sullenly. He shrugged. Luckily, that's not a two-way street. Happiness flared in her chest, bright and dangerous, and Claire was too miserable to quell the hope. She glanced at him with guarded desperation. Promise? Ozarik held her gaze, and their magic seemed to tremble with the weight of his words. It wasn't a spell, but it felt just as binding. Claire, as long as you need me, I'll be here, okay? You're not alone. Quietly, tentatively, Claire reached out to intertwine their fingers. Okay. Chapter 27. 9 years and 12 days before death stopped. Claire Flanderson met the Zaro when she was 10 years old. Obviously, the Zaro met Claire when she was days old, but much like an elephant remembers, baby Claire forgot. Therefore, we'll operate on the idea that in Claire's reality, her first true meeting with Zaro Reiki occurred a decade into her life. This wasn't to say Reiki hadn't stopped by their home in Spokane many other times. She had, and each time she tweaked her spell to accommodate the child within. After all, that never-leave-her-alone order wasn't practical long-term, especially for a growing girl with a temper and demands for privacy. For extra protection, Reiki asked the witch down the street, a kindly old woman with very few hobbies, to keep an eye on Claire, much like she'd asked of Jano when Ozarik was young. Margaret, the old woman, had reported multiple times that everything was fine and Claire was aging beautifully.
and Reiki took those statements at face value, which was grimly amusing as Margaret was both scatterbrained and suffering from early-stage dementia. From the outside, Kyle kept his nose clean and never attempted anything that would get him in the papers or flag the Zaro's attention. His heists occurred far from the prying awareness of his now magical house and were only barely enough to keep their family afloat. As a result, Claire spent her childhood as the source of their financial woes. They could afford an instrument at school if Claire would actually perform street magic, instead of just flicking cards with sloppy gestures. They could have 3 meals a day if Claire would actually persuade the grocery store clerk that they'd already paid. They could move somewhere bigger, with better opportunities, if Claire could actually figure out how to teleport. That boy Ozarik had perfected it already if the media outlets were to be believed. They were. Claire could feel her magic shifting like paint on a canvas whenever Ozarik attempted bigger and bigger spells. Sometimes she'd trace them to him, probe for details on the spell or the caster. Once she'd managed to get a flash of his face, almost like she'd placed herself at his feet, and their souls connected for a single solid moment. He'd smiled, expression a bit confused but mostly intrigued, and her heart soared. She'd never manage that again. For those reasons, Claire blamed Zaro Reiki for a lot, long before she ever grasped the gravity of what the woman had done, or, in Claire's unique case, didn't do. So when she felt the Zaro's immensely heavy magic drape over Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, just a hop, skip, and jump from their house in Spokane, Claire towed her father to the car. "I'm not taking you to the library again," he grumbled, reaching for one last swig of his cheap, flat beer. "You got books. Read 'em a second time." Claire glared in the way only a young girl could. "Dad, this is important!" He scowled at her, drawled. "Really?" "Really!" And the heft of her reply, the odd gravity of her eyes, made him pluck his car keys off the counter. Zaro Reiki had overtaken the Well-Read Otter, a quaint local bookstore Claire had the pleasure of visiting on her 7th birthday, when she learned to persuade card faces to shift before Kyle's eyes, and he rewarded her with 3 books and a scoop of mint ice cream. Now it looked entirely different, walled off by police barricades with a curious crowd peering through the decaled glass doors. The interior was dark, the bookshelves towering like statues as a shadowed figure stepped between them. Kyle was intrigued, wondering if his daughter had finally started planning her own heists, right up until a bystander whispered, "The Zaro in there!" At that, he went rigid, his grip tightening on Claire's shoulder. For the most part, he'd outgrown petty violence, but there were still moments where he slipped. She winced, pulling out of his painful hold. "We have to get in there!" "No way!" Kyle hissed, grabbing her arm instead. "Dad!" she said desperately. "Enough!" Claire stiffened, went still. He towed her from the crowd, around the side of the building and into an alley that faced the parking lot. His gaunt face was fierce. "Look, that Zaro has done nothing but ignore you. We're not giving her the time of day." He spat on the ground, glared at the bookstore's brick structure, and stomped back to his truck. For the first time in her life, Claire didn't follow, despite the feeling of intense unease at disobeying her father. But curiosity burned. At the Zaro's insanely strong magic, at their unrecognized connection, and at the thought that maybe, just maybe, this was all a big misunderstanding. Maybe Claire would have a chance to realize her destiny, a chance to get out of Spokane if the Zaro just got to know her better. Plus, she bet Zaro Reiki would never grab her like that. In a swift moment of bravery, Claire slid towards the innocuous metal door braced in the brick wall. She'd learned to tease locks open when she was 6 years old, and now she played this one's pins with the encouraging magical tone of a trainer coaxing a puppy to dinner. A little exasperated at her effort, she could have just asked, the lock clicked open, and Claire was inside the bookstore before her father realized she'd left. Kyle should have been proud. He wasn't. A sick feeling spread through the pit of her stomach, but she locked the door behind her, magically, because her father could pick locks in seconds, and plowed forward, too late to regret now. She'd entered a tiny storeroom, far from the windows and the lights and the crowds. Cheap metal shelving lined the walls, covered in books of every genre. Claire paused for only a second, eyeing a particular novel with a unicorn on the cover. Her eyes darted upwards to look for cameras, and upon seeing none, she shoved it into her backpack. Something to occupy her the next time her father was passed out, if he wasn't too furious at her after this. Swift as a fish swimming downstream, Claire slipped out of the storeroom, using her magic to pad her footsteps as she stepped down a hallway with 2 empty bathrooms. She turned the corner into the bookstore proper, and came face to face with a ghost. Literally. Claire screamed, her backpack slipping from her fingers. The ghost vanished in a puff of golden sparkles, but the chatter outside the bookstore grew in urgency. Sharp flashlights shone through the glass, police looking for the disturbance. Claire instinctively ducked away from them, shaking hard. And then a hand clamped down on her shoulder. Her father. Claire braced herself for a painful squeeze, maybe a vicious tweak of her ear or a cuff on the head. She'd disobeyed. And while she wasn't afraid of him, she wasn't, and she'd chant that every night he tucked her into bed with that possessive smile. Claire had decided long ago to treat her father with a dose of healthy caution. But then a woman's voice filled the space. "Claire, what are you doing here?" The Zaro. Reiki. Claire took this trip to see her, had even tried praying to the witchy universe for no interruptions during a meeting like this. But now that the woman, the queen, the goddess, was standing beside her, all Claire could manage was shocked silence. "Never mind," Reiki said, lifting her hand off Claire's shoulder. She gently pushed the girl back towards the hallway. "You shouldn't be here. Go home, child." "You know my name." That wasn't what Claire meant to say. Reiki paused, glancing at her. "I know everything about you." This was a lie, one Reiki told herself until the day she died. "And because of that, I know that this bookstore, especially at this moment, is no place for your magic." And sure enough, an eerie wail began echoing through the bookshelves. The ghost. Claire had convinced herself she'd imagined it, but now she yelped, almost hiding behind the Zaro. Except her father hated Zaro Reiki, and had spent years telling Claire all of the woman's shortcomings, so Claire instead forced herself to stand strong, an independent, immovable wall. If she trembled a bit, neither commented on it. Reiki turned towards the ceiling, a deep frown crevicing her old face, before a blinding police light flashed over her eyes. She turned away, blinking hard, then muttered, "By the universe, I told them not to help." And with a swift spell, a wall of inky blackness spread over the front windows. The entire bookstore went dark. Fear crept up Claire's spine, causing her to go absolutely rigid. She almost wished her father had followed her inside, but the lock had only opened with her magic and wouldn't entertain her father's attempt at forced entry. For now she was alone, in total blackness, with the world's most powerful witch. And a ghost. Suddenly, the unicorn adventure novel Claire stuffed in her backpack seemed trite in comparison. At the vague reminder, Claire bent to retrieve her dropped backpack, clutching it to her chest with the desperation of someone holding a life raft in an ocean. And then Reiki snapped her fingers, and warm light illuminated the space. The spell was so advanced that Claire couldn't even tell where the light was coming from. She expected a floating ball, or maybe flames in the woman's hand. But instead, she was merely facing the opposite of darkness. It hurt Claire's eyes, and she scrubbed them with a palm. "Now we have a little privacy at least," Reiki said. "Claire, sweetie, don't cry." The very idea offended Claire to her core. "I'm not crying, and I'm not scared." "You shouldn't be," the Zaro said in a soothing tone. And then the light she'd established flickered. A flash of surprise crossed her features, and the two witches barely had time to exchange a glance before the ghost slammed into existence right between them. Claire yelped, skittering backwards until her back pressed against a bookshelf. Hard shelves dug into her spine as the golden ghost took a human's form, as the wailing increased in volume and tempo until she had to cover her ears, as the Zaro raised her open palms towards the figure in a display that surely was meant to accomplish something. It didn't, which was the opposite of comforting to Claire. "Your magic!" Zaro Reiki shouted over the wailing, which had become more of a scream now. "You have to shield your magic, Claire. Imagine a wall of ice protecting you, containing your aura. Tell your magic to stay within it." This was advanced, even for Ozarik, so Reiki was flat-out shocked when Claire closed her eyes and did it. Within a breath, the scream petered into words. "I can't believe it isn't out yet. I've waited 12 years, 12, and Kay Almond couldn't seem to figure out an ending for these characters. It's like she didn't even read my fan fiction. Well, if I die before it comes out, I swear I am going to haunt her bookstore." Reiki waved a hand, and in a burst of sparkles the golden form vanished. Ringing silence stood in its wake. "Well, that's new," Reiki hummed. "What was that?" The Zaro clapped her hands together, massaging the air, which looked very odd to Claire. Except now that the girl was concentrating, it was easy to feel the magic she was diffusing, like easing a tangle out of hair. Claire could almost see the strands of magic beginning to smooth around them again. She hadn't even realized it had been matted before now. "An echo," Reiki replied. "Oh, okay." Claire's voice dripped sarcasm. The Zaro glanced at her, lips downturned in disapproval at her tone. "The world does not owe you explanations, young one." Claire bristled. "I know that." Of course. Claire was one of the brightest students in her class, when she could be bothered to sit down and focus on a problem. Now, just to spite Reiki, Claire turned that dedication to this conundrum. She noted the magic flowing between Reiki's fingers, noted how it wrapped around the bookstore and beyond, recalled the ghost's words in the short explanation of an echo. "That witch died, and her magic took physical form here on her final wish, right?" Zaro Reiki stopped short, then swiveled to face her fully. For a long, long moment, wherein Reiki grew more perplexed and Claire basked in arrogance, neither spoke. Finally, Reiki said slowly, "That's right, although it's doubtful that was her final wish. More likely, it was a powerful emotion she experienced very close to death, something she recited with passion in the moments or days leading up to it, something that imprinted in her soul. Echoes like this are found all over the world, and if they aren't dealt with, they become problematic." An actual explanation. Claire didn't know what to feel more smug about, the fact that she'd guessed correctly, or the fact that she'd manipulated clarification out of a woman who'd just told her she wasn't owed any. Reiki tilted her head, and now Claire felt the woman prodding her own magic, poking holes in the ice bubble she'd just managed to form.
That was an impeccable shield, Reiki mused. Your magic was bleeding into this place, heightening that echo's imprint, and you merely boxed it up. A pause. I would recommend you practice keeping that spell in place. Your magic will become dangerous if Ozarik doesn't succeed in siphoning it away as you both age.
She said it casually, oh, so casually. But to Claire it was like she'd backed into a sarcophagus of spikes, and Reiki was poised overhead ready to slam down the lid. Her entire body ran cold, then hot with rage. Claire knew of Ozarik. Everyone knew of Ozarik at this point. He was the Prince of Witches, the future Zaro, always smiling at Reiki's side during public appearances. Even at their age, he was allowed small displays of magic, things like gathering storm clouds for crops or calming a rampaging animal. Claire could do those things too. She just didn't have a camera capturing it, and she was somewhat bitter about that fact. After all, if Reiki had chosen her as the future Zaro, her father wouldn't constantly complain that they were dead-ass broke. She was starting to see why her father disliked this woman. Ozarik can't have my magic. It's mine. The Zaro arched one perfect eyebrow.
An unfortunate error in the cosmic scheme.
Reiki meant this to be comforting, but she might as well have slapped Claire in the face. Oblivious to that fact, she continued.
My hope is that Ozarik will eventually manage to pull your magic into his soul, and you will be able to live a long, healthy, human life.
And he'll be the Zaro, Claire said coldly.
Reiki frowned. My dear, you want this title for the wrong reasons.
Then show me the right reasons! On a whim, thinking briefly of her fuming father waiting outside, Claire tried something desperate. Take me with you! You can teach me like you're teaching Ozarik. I promise I can learn! For a long moment the Zaro merely stared down at her. In Claire's mind she was considering the request, giving it due diligence. In the absence of an outright refusal, hope blossomed. In Reiki's mind, however, she was standing petrified in fear, imagining all the terrible things that would happen, all the immensely difficult conversations she'd have to conduct if she allowed this girl to set foot on Javarini. Her words were meant to be tactful.
Your place is here, Claire. If you truly want to be considered a future Zaro, you must learn how to be selfless. Denial.
Claire's hope squashed flat, like a new butterfly having its wings crushed by a careless child. In its place, anger surged, so hot and intense it made her shield spell flicker out of existence. Her magic filled the room like boiling water. I am selfless! Claire clenched her fists. Reiki was unconcerned. She tamped the magic down, then waved a hand, lifting the dark veil over the front windows. Instantly the police lights and curious crowd chatter resumed, even as Reiki turned on the bookstore's lights with a snap of her fingers. They were near the back of the store, hidden by bookshelves, but the front doors opened at the cue, and a woman's voice called, Zaro Reiki? Have you expelled the echo?
Yes, Clementine,
Reiki called. Her expression firmed, and she said to Claire,
Child, if you were truly selfless, you wouldn't have a stolen book in your backpack, nor ulterior motives for tracking me down.
Claire stiffened.
Seen.
Reiki offered a kind smile, wholly unaware of how much it made Claire hate her.
benevolence is a difficult attitude, one with which people far older than you struggle. Remember that you are not your family, and it is never too late to become someone people will admire. Claire watched numbly as Zaro Reiki strolled towards the front of the well-read Otter, out the double doors into the adoring crowd. Quietly, she slid the unicorn book out of her backpack and set it on a nearby shelf. Then the girl padded outside to her furious, awaiting father. Chapter 28. 9 days before death stopped. Back in the present, Ozarik's devastated confession rang through Claire's mind hours after their discussion ended. It left her with a glaring question: how to proceed from here. Claire thought about confronting her father. He was trapped in a prison northwest of Oklahoma City. Now that she was paying attention, she knew it, could feel his puny magic pulsing across the globe. There once was a time when Claire would never let herself forget where Kyle Flanderson physically was, and why she cared. That time had faded proportionally with her success on the strip, and she wasn't pleased it had roared back to life. It'd be easy visiting him. Teleport in, possibly on the opposite side of those bars, to remind him that he was incarcerated and she absolutely wasn't. After all, Kyle Flanderson belonged in a cell. Claire didn't care that Reiki had to die to put him there. This was a lie. But when Claire thought about poofing to America, actually confronting the demons of her past, a cold sweat pricked the back of her neck, and her heart began to pound. She wouldn't admit it to anyone, not even under the persuasion of magic. But Claire Bishop was afraid of her father. She couldn't face him. Not yet, anyway. Maybe never. And so, after Ozarik's confession, after her quiet "oh" in the face of his miserable expression, after the world shifted and realigned and Claire was forced to accept that her father wasn't just a monster, but also a murderer. After all that, Claire simply returned to the Vatican, caught a few hours of restless sleep, then spent 2 more days smiling and waving alongside the Pope to adoring crowds who thought she was Ozarik. After all, there wasn't much else to do. At the end of it all, the Pope took her hands and offered his knowing smile. "Thank you for visiting, future Zaro. You will do incredible things, just like our dear Reiki." Claire smiled, tried to ignore the very real pain in her chest. Then she boarded another horrid plane with the Popes and pretended to sleep through the jarring bumps of turbulence. Ozarik hadn't returned to Javarini. His magic was absent when she staggered off the airplane. Instead, it pulsed from his castle in Slovakia, thousands of miles away. A dark part of Claire was relieved. After all these years, she honestly wasn't sure what else to say to him. Her next step was to hide Ozarik in his study and take a few hours to herself. The whirlwind of the last few days was plenty, thank you, and Claire was dying for a hot bath and a good book. But as she paced across the tarmac, Clementine swiftly intercepted. Her dark eyes were narrowed, piercing. "I haven't received reports on Claire Bishop's whereabouts. I'm concerned she's meddling somewhere on the island." Claire had actually forgotten that her alter ego was supposedly killing time on Javarini. Nauseated from the airplane and thoroughly done wearing Osric's body, Claire's voice was sharper than normal. "Go find her, then." Clementine stiffened but gradually nodded. "Yes, future Zaro Osric, of course." Now we could follow Claire as she slipped into Osric's rooms and shed his facade as she strolled to her own, drew a bath and sunk into the waters with a raunchy romance novel.
but frankly, it wouldn't be very interesting. After all, Claire had convinced herself that she didn't care about Reiki's death and was studiously ignoring signs to the contrary. Clementine, however, was not. As Claire as Ozarik strolled towards the first castle's massive doors, Clementine accepted her new role as Claire Bishop's keeper and began her hunt. Yorhe happened to be alongside her at that moment, gathering bags off the plane. Clementine caught his eye. "I want a log of everywhere Bishop went this weekend. Tell Otso and Sade to pull security footage, down to the minute, understand?" He nodded, even though he secretly thought Clementine's obsession with this random ex-orphan girl was a little absurd, to be honest. Yorhe had been looking forward to a calm evening playing poker, and Claire used to be his best opponent. Frankly, he'd been hoping to steal her for a game at some point. Clementine didn't know that, and had already flagged down Beo. "Search the second castle for her. I'll canvass the first castle and grounds." "Straight to the second castle," Beo whined, his eyes cutting to the massive structure. He swore he could hear the meowing from here. "She told me she's allergic to cats." "That was a lie, just like everything else out of her mouth." Beo hung his head and trudged off. Clementine briskly entered the first castle, sweeping through the rooms with an almost militaristic efficiency. 30 years on this island meant there was nowhere for Claire to hide. Of course, Claire had a way of opening doors that didn't exist for anyone else. Thus, if Claire were truly hiding, Clementine would never, ever find her. She'd fallen into such determined movement that it was almost a disappointment to hear Claire drawing a bath in her old room. Clementine checked the time, made a silent note of the girl's location for her report, and left the wing. The next hour was filled with housekeeping duties, checking with the Popes responsible for cleaning while they'd been gone, any maintenance items she'd ordered repaired, and finally, a visit to the mailroom. The current attendant, Francesca, was a middle-aged woman who baked excellent cookies and loved a shot of whiskey in the evenings. She was also one of the longest-standing popes, besides Clementine herself. She straightened when Clementine entered the room, one step short of a salute. "Essere done, Clementine, a pleasure!" "What do you have for us, Francesca? Anything of note?" Clementine's words were standard, but her eyes traced the room, looking for a specific stack of letters. It was a losing task. The room was absolute chaos. Long tables were blanketed in letters of all kinds. A few junior popes sliced the letters open, reading them briefly before folding them back up and filing them either into a pile or one of the massive trash cans. Sometimes Zaro insisted on reading and responding to fan mail themselves. Reiki had rarely been one of those Zaros, and if Clementine had her way, Ozarik wouldn't be either. There were more valuable uses of his precious time. Francesca offered a knowing look. "Gifts to future Zaro Ozarik were sent to his rooms. Requests for the Zaro's intervention were left on your desk this morning. Fan mail has been discarded." A pause, a soft sigh. "We're getting so many letters mourning her Clementine." Clementine's shoulders slumped, like a balloon losing air. Against her better judgment, against her absolute will, she began to tremble. Of course we are. She was outstanding. The best Zaro in centuries, maybe millennia." Her words were rich with love, thick with loss. Francesca crossed the space, wrapped Clementine in a hug. "She was," the woman agreed, pulling back once Clementine seemed more stable. "Would you like me to send the condolence letters to your room? It might help to know you're not alone." "None of them knew her like I did," Clementine murmured, wiping her eyes with a rough palm. "None of them cared like I did." Francesca didn't argue. She simply said, "The gravestone arrived while you were gone." It was a dagger to the heart. "I see," Clementine whispered. "Thank you." Francesca patted her hand and bowed her head, and no one protested when Clementine swept out of the mailroom, her duties as the Asiridon forgotten in her haste. She strode with purpose across the carefully paved paths that sliced the jungle landscape, climbing to the western shore, to the clearing, marked with a towering arch rimmed with flowers, to the cemetery of Zaros, with grave sites arranged in order from the first Zaro to the most recent, markers ranging from careful stacks of rocks to elaborate mausoleums, each depending on the culture and choice of the Zaro buried beneath. Some were buried with familiars. Zaro Victoria was near the front of the line, and her headstone had a tiny cross beside it for a dog named Grimoire. Their lives were an enigma, but Clementine could guess some details. Beyond, the ocean glimmered in the early afternoon sun, casting orange light over the luscious green landscape. There was a lovely vantage point to watch the sunset on the nearby mountain, a short hike from here. Clementine's eyes landed on the cliff's face, on the outcropping above it, tears stinging as she remembered Reiki patting the spot beside her, pouring a cup of tea for her Asiridon. "Long way to go for tea," Clementine had gasped, winded from the climb. Reiki merely smiled. "If we do not pay respect to the dead, who will?" Clementine had realized that the Zaro wasn't watching the sunset, but rather the cemetery far below them. Now Clementine entered the solemn space, approaching the most recent gravesite. Her breath vanished as the stone column's lettering caught her eye. Like most of their tombs, the inscription was simple, merely her name, her country of origin, and the dates she lived. Zaros were humble even in death. Grief overwhelmed Clementine. It was as raw as a physical wound, slicing through her heart, shredding any pretenses, once again reducing her to little more than heaving sobs. Clementine sank to her knees in front of Reiki's grave, and revealed to the cemetery what could never have been revealed to the world. Asiridon Clementine's heart shattered, just like it had the instant that bullet pierced Reiki's chest, sent the Zaro slamming to that cheaply carpeted floor. She'd heard the shot from the motel's empty hallway, where Reiki had asked her to stand watch. When Clementine burst into the room, it was already too late. Kyle Flanderson was incapacitated, trapped by Ozarik's magic, and Reiki died before she could say goodbye. Clementine's agony mirrored Reiki's blood, gushing from her body despite all attempts to stem the flow. Back then, Ozarik had poofed halfway across the world, riddled with grief himself. Clementine alone was left to pick up the pieces, left to guide the police to Kyle Flanderson's incapacitated form, left to watch as they loaded him into a police vehicle, left to sob as they carried Reiki's body into a hearse. She ensured Kyle was trapped in a cell without bail. She ensured Reiki's corpse would be cremated, her ashes returned for a burial so private it was merely her, Ozarik, and Javarini's popes in attendance. Clementine coordinated all of that, alone. It was something she'd feared on the dark nights, listening to Reiki sleeping in the adjoining bedroom. Everyone knew the Zaro lived a dangerous lifestyle. Clementine specifically knew exactly how dangerous, had made a point to examine each and every unnatural Zaro death. By the universe, there were so many of them. "It's always a possibility," Reiki had said with a serene smile. "But that is simply the will of the universe, Clementine. We cannot fight it." Now Clementine wailed, gripping the obelisk gravestone,
her fingers curling against its sharp edges as she rocked back and forth. Reiki's ashes were buried beneath this monument, a woman of peace and salvation reduced to a simple mound of dirt and stone. Reiki, her light, her love, her other half, fallen prey to one man's avarice. Clementine's eyes traced the letters. She knew Japanese, of course, was as fluent in kanji as a woman from the English countryside could be. She always thought Reiki's written name looked beautiful. Reiki always looked beautiful. Remember the night in Oslo? She surprised herself with the words, and yet the mere mention of Oslo brought memories with it. Clementine's first year as a pope, perched across the table from a woman not much older than she. Reiki had seemed larger than life, barely in her mid-20s, a bit defiant in her youth. It had faded with time, matured into something stalwart and calm. But Clementine still remembered her devious smirk as the waitress strolled up and made a snide remark in Norwegian. "You never told me what she said," Clementine told the grave, choking on a laugh. But I fathomed a guess. After all, homosexuality had recently been decriminalized, and they were two women having an intimate dinner. Never mind that Zaros didn't form attachments. Their personal love was directed at every witch in the world. But that was easy to forget when Reiki trailed her fingers over Clementine's palm and spoke in flawless Norwegian, challenging the waitress to say more. "She was so angry. I'm sure she spit in my soup," Clementine murmured now, lost in the past. "I never told you, but I could feel your hand in mine for days." Silence was her answer. A gentle breeze blew off the ocean, tinged with sea salt, and Clementine could almost imagine it was Reiki carding her hair. She leaned against the gravestone, shoulders trembling. "I miss you so much. Ozarik does too. I was worried he wouldn't be able to take control, but you should have seen him in Rome. By the universe, you'd have been so proud. I was so proud." A pause, like she was gathering her courage. "We raised a good one, Kio." If Zuzana Krajovichova had been alive to hear that sentence, she would have bristled in contempt. If Zaro Reiki had been alive to hear it, she'd have patted Clementine's shoulder and said gently, "He was never ours to raise." But neither of those women heard Clementine's statement, and thus the Asiridon continued believing that she'd been instrumental in shaping Ozarik as he was today. This was a shame because, as the afternoon wore on and Clementine spoke to the grave as if Reiki were still alive, her erroneous motherly instincts cemented. She recalled how he used to call her teeny as a child, how his youthful behaviors morphed into a calm, collected young man. She recalled every moment he looked to her for guidance and believed she was essential to his growth. She hadn't been able to protect Reiki, and now Ozarik was all she had left. He was going through a rough patch, but she'd seen him step up. In Kyoto, in Rome. He would be a wonderful Zaro. And Clementine would make damn certain no one, especially a certain young woman, got in his way. Chapter 29. 7 years and 43 days before death stopped. There was a dark secret in the Flanderson residence, one buried deeper than Claire's sharing a Zaro's magic, deeper than a spelled house that poorly countered abuse, deeper than a con artist pretending to be an upstanding citizen. The secret was that as Claire aged, Kyle Flanderson saw himself losing control. After all, Zaro's magic was limitless.
Once Claire reached her full potential, she could teleport to the other side of the globe and he'd never have a chance of finding her. Controlling her when she was young had been easy, but slowly she was showing signs of rebellion. Slowly her hatred was festering, and he couldn't patch the wound. His nightmare was realized one afternoon when Claire, then 12 years old, stayed late at school, despite his plans to drive to Boise for a counterfeit job. He waited outside the brick building in his rickety truck as preteens streamed around him, laughing and joking. A half-hour later, he continued to wait, staring hard at the double doors, even though they stayed firmly shut. Claire was disobeying him, and she didn't even have the guts to do it to his face. In reality, none of that was true. Claire was getting extra help on her math homework. But Kyle Flanderson hadn't been in school in decades, and certainly never stayed late for tutoring, so he didn't understand this. When she finally emerged, it was too late to make his appointment. Claire took one look at his stormy expression and swallowed her apologies. They drove in tense silence until her father pulled off the freeway. Claire tensed, holding her breath as he parked in an empty lot near the river. The silence felt like he'd driven into the river, like dark, cold, suffocating water was gushing into the cab. Claire's heart pounded. She couldn't breathe. One desperate attempt to pacify him. "Dad, Kyle smacked the back of her head, taking sick satisfaction in how her skull jerked forward. As stated earlier, he'd mostly outgrown violence, but he could still utilize it when they weren't inside his house. "I told you we had a job. When I give you an order, you listen, you hear me? You don't dick around in some fucking school!" Tears sprang to Claire's eyes, but she stared dispassionately ahead. The only sign that she'd heard was how her fingers crept to the spot he'd hit, massaging it gently. He clenched his fists around the steering wheel. "Answer me, Claire!" "Okay," she replied after a long beat. Too long. A test. "Okay, what?" He counted seconds. She swallowed, blue eyes finally darting to his white knuckles. But although he thought he'd seen fear, felt relief that she was obeying as always, Claire's tone was now mildly sarcastic. "Okay. I won't learn anything after hours at school. Sorry for assuming that was fine." Kyle Flanderson had a trigger, and it revolved around respect. And when Claire disrespected him, well, not much could interrupt him after that. He lunged, fist clenched, cursing that goddamn spell on his house that he couldn't handle private matters in true privacy. But suddenly, his entire body froze. It was like he'd been pinned by the cops or shoved in a block of ice. Or bound in magic. In the passenger seat, Claire trembled. Her face drained of color, and she pressed flush against the opposite door, as far from him as possible. Through the magic, his eyes blazed. He had to admire her, truthfully. Claire was becoming a master at using her magic, which was exactly what he'd been pushing her to learn. The issue was when she used magic against him. After a long second, Claire flicked a finger. This was a flawless spell, one he'd definitely remember for later. And the control she had, fucking fantastic. And his mouth relaxed, just enough for him to speak. Kyle broke out his trump card. In a guttural tone, one he'd been using strategically since she was old enough to understand words, old enough to be scared by a sharp noise, Kyle snarled, "Enough!" And as always, Claire stiffened, and her magic vanished in an instant. For a long moment there was silence as Kyle twitched his muscles, checked his reflexes, and recentered his attention on his daughter. Claire, meanwhile, hadn't budged from her spot against the window. Her fingers rested on the door's handle, and she didn't open it. Good girl.
"You will never use that against me again," Kyle said, and his calm tone was only the result of a decade of practice reining in his instincts. "Do you understand me?" Claire nodded, slowly. "Apologize." I'm sorry." Fearful, more than truly apologetic. But Kyle could work with that. He smiled, warmly, pointedly. "That, honeybee, is a very useful spell. You did good work. Maybe we can salvage the day after all." Claire settled uneasily back into the passenger seat, and Kyle began to whistle as he eased the truck back onto the road. But although he'd dismissed his anger and moved on, irritation still sat heavy in his stomach. An asset out of his control was no asset at all. In Claire's defense, she thought it would work. It seemed so blindingly simple to her, even at 12 years old. Her father even told her to do it. "If the music's too loud for you, honeybee," he shouted over the din, even as Claire, going on 52 hours without sleep, sobbed heavy tears, "just teleport away, nice and quiet in the woods."
"What if I just freeze you again?"
she'd screamed, barely noticing how she slurred her words. Exhaustion was making her magic jittery, shifting the normal, soothing waves into something shaky and impulsive. It vibrated around her, amping her anxiety to 11 even as the pounding bass against her bedroom wall threatened to shatter her completely. Her father's expression went dark and dangerous in the span of a second. His tone went low, guttural, as he snapped, "Enough!" As always, the words seemed to cut through her soul. She stiffened, suddenly wide awake as adrenaline slammed into her already chaotic system. The result was a heavy shudder, one that made Kyle smirk slightly, gone before she could really register it. He smiled sweetly, even as his stupid music shook the walls of their house. "Ozarik has been teleporting for years now. Do it right, Claire. Show me you're the better witch." He slammed her bedroom door shut. And so Claire yanked magic so hard from Ozarik that he felt it half a world away, wrenching upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Claire felt his probing concern through time and space, but her only concern was escape. Now. She'd practiced in the same room before, and had basically boiled the spell down to her magic parting the space between souls, offering a single thread to her destination of choice. All she had to do was follow that thread through a location that didn't exist, and she could teleport. This was a somewhat simplified explanation. The reality was that the nowhere space between souls was filled with souls, which was kind of like following a temperamental cat through a sewer dripping with acid, but Reiki hadn't bothered to explain these functions to Claire like she had to Ozarik. As a result, Claire's rudimentary attempt at this spell, fueled by desperation and hysteria, had her stomping souls like a rumbling bear stomping dandelions. What that meant was that a large population of the western United States awoke with very bad hangovers. Humans blamed the witches. Witches blamed the moon. Claire, meanwhile, slammed into existence in blessed silence, and that was where it went downhill. Because for once, her life wasn't carefully guarded. Her whereabouts weren't controlled by her father's oppressive words. His truck wasn't following her down the street. She landed in the next neighborhood over, silenced their German shepherd with a scowl, and realized 3 things. First, she'd done it. She'd teleported. Second, her stomach really didn't feel good. Third, her father couldn't possibly know where she was. And right then, Claire, 12 years old, immensely sleep-deprived, insanely nauseated, and resoundingly vindictive, realized she could run.
and without a second to question if she should, she'd already yanked open the space between souls again and stepped inside. She crashed to the ground in a thick forest this time, gasping for breath as sweat poured down her face. After a long moment staring at the glimmering Milky Way, basking in the absolute blessed sound of nature's silence, Claire laughed, and then she flipped off the direction she thought was Spokane for good measure. It was actually the direction of Bend, Oregon, and the town was flummoxed at what it had done to deserve a future Zaro's wrath. After all that, she slept, long enough that night turned into day, and almost turned into night once again. When she awoke, Claire expected regret, but all that filled her soul was crippling relief and an odd burst of happiness. With a swing in her step and magic flooding her aura, Claire Flanderson set off through the wilderness. And 2 blissful days later, her freedom came crashing to a halt. It started when she broached a cliff, grinning down the valley at a small town far below. Definitely not Spokane, but certainly a town with things to eat that weren't berries. Twice, Claire had accidentally picked poisonous berries, but her magic swiftly and automatically stepped in to revive the age-old Zaro protection of neutralizing bad food. Lucky for her, this spell had been encoded into a Zaro's existence in the Middle Ages, back when Europeans favored alcohol in pewter cups and blamed the resulting coma on a vindictive universe. Her pocket started to burn. It was somewhat alarming. Claire yelped, reaching into her jacket for the red-hot object. Instead of a lighter or something that made sense, she tugged out 3 slim leaves, which glowed orange as they fell from her hand, burning to ash before they hit the ground. A sense of foreboding prickled along her spine. But the leaves were gone, and there was nothing else to do, so she stumbled down the mountain and into the town. Turned out she'd landed in McCall, Idaho, which was honestly very pretty, with a glacier lake that rivaled Coeur d'Alene and a small town feel Claire could tolerate for a few days. Better than sleeping in another tree, anyway. She snuck into the local motel, coaxed its paper-thin walls into revealing which room was vacant, and set up shop. A few minor thefts later, and she had food, television access, and all the solitude she could want. Claire propped up her feet and fell asleep on the springy, stained mattress. And when someone pounded on her door 4 hours later, Claire blearily opened it without thinking, because never in her wildest dreams would Kyle Flanderson be standing on the other side. But he was, and all he had to do was say sharply, "Enough!" and Claire was rooted to the flattened carpet, even though her magic, her desperate mind, begged her to teleport one more time. Instead, she simply watched as her father stepped into the room like he owned it, like the last few days hadn't even happened. Kyle whistled. "You learn fast, honeybee. I'm impressed. Missed you lately, though. House is awful quiet without you."
How did you find me?"
"Met a witch traveling through Spokane. Had a special ability to spell objects, use them to track people. More reliable than GPS, she said." He smirked, gesturing at her pocket. "Worked like a charm, but magic always does." At the word, another burning scent filled the air, and Claire flinched, snatching a 4th leaf out of her shoe before it burned her heel. It, too, vanished in a puff of smoke. Claire never had a chance. The realization was devastating, slipping through her veins like a snake's poison. In that moment she thought of Maxwell, of his glazed, compliant expression as he stepped after that woman from CPS. Not for the first time, she wished she could have gone too. She wished for a lot of things, truth be told. Claire set her jaw, quelling her trembling. "I'm not going back!"
Despite her best efforts, she still stumbled over the words. Kyle glanced at her, offered a smile that was somehow almost worse than a physical hit. "Oh, never. Course not. You're striking out alone, learning to live your own way. I respect it."
It didn't sound like that was true.
"Thing is, though, magic like yours is dangerous unsupervised."
"I can handle it."
"Maybe. Or maybe not. I can stop it with a word, or you could take your chances alone and wind up setting a town on fire."
Claire stiffened, offended. "I'm not going to hurt anyone." A pause, a defiant lift of her chin. "And you can't stop me from teleporting away again. How many leaves did you get anyway?" For a brief moment, fury flashed in Kyle's eyes. But instead of shouting or raising a fist or doing any number of things Claire expected, he simply fished out a short stack of Polaroids. The top one denoted a skinny kid with dark hair reading by a brick school. At first, Claire squinted at it in bemusement. Then slowly it clicked into place. Dread slipped through her entire body. "No." Kyle tilted his head. "Found your brother. Looks like he's doing well. Last name is Ballard now. Straight A student, but a bit socially distant. I have a friend in Arizona who's keeping an eye on him." He flicked her the Polaroids, and she desperately flipped through them. Here, Maxwell lounging on a bench at school, surrounded by laughing teenagers. There, him marching with the band on a football field. He played clarinet now, apparently. He volunteered at the public library, sorting books with a satisfied smile. He played tabletop RPGs at the local gaming store. And the final one, the most unnerving, was a photograph of him perched on a bed, books strewn around him deep in thought. That one was taken through an open window at his new house. Fury surged in Claire's chest, warming her entire body. Her magic crackled. "Leave him alone! You don't touch him!" "Well, I wouldn't waste my time. But my friend, he can be violent sometimes." Claire's breath caught. If she were an adult, she might have called his bluff. If she could teleport further than one state, she'd find Maxwell and warn him. If she thought the cops would do anything at all, she'd make the call. But she wasn't older. She couldn't teleport, and police had failed her time and time again. She gripped the Polaroids like a lifeline, staring hard at her older brother. No fear in his eyes anymore, no bruises covering his body. In every photo, a common theme. He looked happy. She would never, ever risk Maxwell's happiness. Kyle stepped into her space, looming. "I'm sure you'll be a good girl and do as you're told, now that we understand each other. Is that something you can do, honey bee?" He affectionately tousled her hair, smirking when she tugged away. Claire felt icy now. Her magic stilled the air around them. But really, the decision was easy. "Okay." The word was mumbled, and Claire lowered her gaze so she didn't have to look at the photos anymore. She didn't hand them back, though. "I'll go back. I'll be good." "You always are," Kyle crooned, and gently, ever so gently, led her out of the room. But although she stiffly climbed into his passenger seat, numbly watched as the town of McCall faded into their rearview mirror, a decision was made. If she couldn't leave without permission, Claire would concoct a plan to leave with her father's blessing. Her eyes drifted to the newspaper at the floor of the truck, one that magically rearranged into a headline she needed to see. "Zaro to visit New York City for 1 week." Ah, yes. The Zaro's visit. Claire smiled, cold and precise, and everything slid into place. Chapter 30. 4 years and 16 days before death stopped.
"Claire, don't sit in that,"
Reiki said absently. Claire, who'd been migrating ever so subtly towards the ornate wooden chair in the corner of Reiki's Kyoto office, cleared her throat and spun away. In the doorway, Ozarik chuckled, offering her an exasperated smile. She winked at him. "Worth a shot," she mouthed. He shrugged, stepping closer to Reiki's desk. The Zaro was buried in paperwork, and Clementine was perched behind her, pinning an ornate flower kanzashi in her hair. Down the hall, 4 of her popes were prepping the front room for a traditional Japanese tea. Anticipation ignited the air as everyone prepared for the Emperor's arrival. "Kyo, you'll need to change soon," Clementine murmured.
"I know, my dear."
Reiki offered her a smile, then glanced at the 2 of them.
"Ozarik, have you reviewed these proposals? His Majesty will have questions, and it will reflect well if you're able to answer them."
"Yes, Zaro, I've read them twice," Ozarik said, pulling his shoulders back. Claire tried to straighten too, lifting her chin. "Well, I read them 3 times." She meant it as a joke, but also wasn't joking. They were proposing a new law that identified witches as dual citizens within the country of Japan, which would offer magical folk legal protections in the event their abilities got them into trouble. Reiki had made incredible progress over the decades with this, and this moment was the culmination of her trials. Claire was thrilled to be in the room during these negotiations and had consumed the paperwork with a veracity she hadn't shown in years. Now she stiffened under Clementine's irritated glare, under Ozarik's shifting magic, twisting in hue from an earnest yellow into slightly blue-tinged sadness. Something was wrong, and Claire had overstepped somehow. Again. It was a joke. She forced a smile.
"I know, Claire."
Zaro Reiki sighed, pushing to her feet. She walked around the desk and said,
"Ozarik, Clementine, will you leave us for a moment?"
Ozarik's fingers brushed Claire's, a brief moment of comfort before he obeyed Reiki's request. Clementine closed the door behind them, offering one final scowl at Claire. The resulting silence had Claire dancing from foot to foot. "What's wrong?" The Zaro leaned against her desk, although she kept her posture open and apologetic.
"We received a message from His Majesty this morning. He's requested that only the Zaro, future Zaro, and Asiradan be present for the tea ceremony. Even my Asiras will be vacating the building while we speak with him."
Claire went stiff. She and her father had a deal, and the deal only worked if Claire was making progress towards becoming the true Zaro. Cold fear slipped down her spine, and she laughed slightly. "Well, good thing I'm a future Zaro, too." Reiki didn't respond. Her expression was as calm as stagnant water. On the heels of fear came irritation. Claire scowled. "So, you didn't tell him the truth?" "Why would you? The whole world is still oblivious to who I am, and that's never going to change, is it?"
"Child, you've taken part in many things since coming to Javarini, but this negotiation will be a huge positive step for our people's rights."
"And it will be Ozarik's and my job to ensure what happens today actually takes effect over the next decade. We should both be present for this." Reiki pinched her brow.
"Ozarik needs to be present for this, yes. You will have your chance."
"Will I?" Silence. Claire scoffed, spinning on her toes.
Whatever, I get it. Tears pricked her eyes as she slammed the door open, stomped past Clementine and Ozarik. Her mood had Clementine pressing a hand to the sword ever present at her hip, as if Claire would turn around and attack the Zaro at any moment. But the girl didn't even break stride. She simply stormed out of the embassy and into the street. In her mind, she was already constructing a fabricated lie for her next letter to Kyle Flanderson. She hated lying to him, though, not because she respected him, but because of the repercussions if he found out. Her hands trembled at the thought. "Claire!" Ozarik called, running after her. She wiped her eyes with the sleeve spinning on him. "Forget it, Oz. You can't help." "You won't help," is what she wanted to say. Ozarik reached for her, then seemed to think better of it. He'd obviously been eavesdropping through the door because he pleaded, "I didn't know, I swear." "It's okay." Claire clenched her fists, drew a deep, tense breath. "It's not your fault, and I know it isn't Reiki's either." This was untrue, but Claire was trying to see the best in people, to have faith in their leader. "It's just frustrating. I'm starting to think she's never going to tell the world about me. Oz, what if it's easier for her to keep quiet forever?" "It will never be forever," Ozarik swore vehemently. He took her hands, squeezing them tight. "Once we're the Zaros, all this will change, I promise." Claire smiled tightly. "I would love to believe that. Go on, you've got worlds to change." She tugged her hands from him, gestured back at the embassy. He hesitated, but returned inside. Claire briefly considered eavesdropping from a cat cafe down the street, but ultimately decided she couldn't bear it. She ducked into an empty alley, then poofed herself into her favorite Japanese destination, the small mountain town of Hakone. The air was chilly here, and she tugged her jacket's collar higher around her neck. She considered visiting one of their onsen, but without realizing it, her feet took her to Lake Ashi's edge instead. Mount Fuji was invisible today, hidden beneath a low-hanging layer of clouds. Across the water, a torii gate stood proudly. The Hakone shrine was nestled in the forest behind it, but Claire didn't feel like being surrounded by people right now. Instead, she dropped to the concrete steps, heaving a sigh. Loneliness ached in her soul, and she tried to tamp it down before it affected her magic. So, focused on that, she wasn't paying attention and utterly missed the old man who hobbled up to her. His clothes were far too thin for this weather, his gnarled hands tucked in the folds of a ratty scarf. Despite his persistent shivering, he eased down beside her, then said in accented English, "American?" and gestured at her blonde hair. Claire shrugged and replied in magically flawless Japanese, "Some days." A smile split his face, and he laughed. It was a hoarse sound, riddled with sickness, but he didn't seem bothered by that fact. "It's very beautiful. How are you liking Hakone?" It was an innocent question, but something gravitas shifted. He was a witch, possessing the ability to sculpt the perfect bonsai, to coax the most intricate shapes from any seed. It was a beautiful power, and in that moment his magic nudged hers, reassuring the future Zaro, and, through her, the universe at large, that it had been an ability well used and loved. But she'd been able to sense abilities for years. No. What overwhelmed Claire was the vision that accompanied it. How in a flash she saw the greenhouse he'd established decades earlier, saw the joy in his customers' eyes as he presented them with treasured gifts, the calm in his demeanor as he coaxed the bark to darken, the leaves to brighten, the roots to dig into their small pots. And she saw the day his son banished him from the family business, sentenced him to a lackluster retirement in a cramped apartment far from everything he loved. All of this information flooded Claire, nearly drowning her senses. She'd felt emotions of witches in the past, but this was something new. Reiki's magic had been waning as the months and years slipped past, and now suddenly Claire understood why she traveled the world, how the Zaro remained so empathetic to humans and witches alike. She saw them. If their magic didn't spill secrets, their souls did. Maybe the man realized it because his bare-toothed smile widened.
You are also a witch, aren't you?
Claire shifted to face him fully, one hand reaching out to encompass his forearm. Yes. Your magical ability. It's something rare. The man turned incandescent now.
I know. I am blessed.
You don't need your greenhouse or your son's permission to follow your passion, Claire said, suddenly, vehemently. The man's eyes widened and he shifted uncomfortably, bowing his head.
I am afraid that is no longer true.
Now he held up his hands.
My fingers ache. My bones are old. A new generation is assuming the world, and I have no place in it anymore.
Claire took his hands in hers, running her fingers over his paper-thin skin. Like a woman possessed, she sunk into a trance, feeling the spaces where his magic had thinned, where sickness overtook him. She slipped her own magic into those gaps, revitalizing his body, soothing his pain, strengthening his muscles. It wouldn't prolong his life, but it would ensure he was comfortable right until the end. That should help, she said softly. He clenched his hands in wonder, and fat tears welled in his eyes.
You are the next, aren't you? The child to replace the revered Zaro Reiki?
Shit! Claire's heartbeat slammed in her chest. No! This is my magical ability.
I will not tell.
His dark eyes held her gaze.
Your secret, it's safe here.
With nothing else to say, she muttered, Thank you. He bowed at her then, deeply, his forehead nearly touching the concrete step. The wind cut over the lake, sending him into another round of shivers, but he didn't even seem to notice.
You are a blessing upon the world, and you also deserve to follow your passion.
Hundreds of miles away, Ozarik tugged on their connection. The meeting with the Emperor was winding down, and she was free to return. Claire suddenly didn't regret missing the tea ceremony. Suddenly she was inordinately grateful the universe, or God, or whoever moved her here, to this step, by this lake, to meet this man. I don't even know what my passion is, Claire forced a laugh.
It will show itself when the time is right. Magic always does.
The man climbed to his feet, moving far more fluidly than he had before. It sent a shower of pride through Claire's soul. She'd helped. She'd helped a witch in need. It felt good. Fantastic, really. And in her soul, a flicker of passion ignited. Chapter 31. 7 years and 22 days before death stopped. Claire Flanderson was clever. She took pride in creating solutions out of problems, in identifying and conquering the path less traveled. She offered charming smiles and effortless poise, and watched as people bent over backwards to accommodate her. But those people didn't realize that, beneath her popularity, spite smoldered. It began the day she ran to the small Idaho town of McCall and was smacked in the face with her father's blackmail, and it burned in her gut every year moving forward. After all,
determination could only get someone so far. Spite, however, could conquer the world. Kyle Flanderson and his quietly scheming daughter returned to their house in Spokane, and in Kyle's mind her rebellious phase had come to a close. But Kyle also wasn't stupid, so he left hints around the house. Photos of Maxwell Flanderson in Arizona, a long-standing history of pictures that began the day Maxwell moved in with his grandparents. Kyle had less than savory connections just about everywhere, and he'd suspected, in the weeks after CPS collected his son, that he might need a new method of keeping Claire in line. It paid off in his mind. From the moment he showed his trump card, secretly smirked as Claire's expression shifted from furious to submissive, he'd won. The new photos were simply a means of retaining that victory. An image of Maxwell celebrating a birthday at a pizza place, haphazardly left by the fridge here. A school essay his friend had secured via dumpster diving, discarded on the coffee table there. They all disappeared, which told Kyle Flanderson that his method was working. Everything would be fine. In her bedroom, Claire Flanderson hunched over the images, spread across her floor like a conspiracy board, and spite curdled in her belly. She traced Maxwell's face in one particularly close-up photo, simultaneously disgusted and devastated. Then she set her jaw and launched her own method of warfare. Tactical manipulation. Her magic wove seamlessly through the house. The TV channel would shift to a news station when her father wasn't paying attention, and the broadcast was always focused on New York City's preparations for the Zaro's arrival. Articles in the newspaper he pretended to read surfaced, about how the marching band from some Seattle high school had been chosen to perform in the witchy parade, and how honored the Northwest was to be represented. And then there were the conversations. At first, she merely planted the seed. One rare, sunny day, a week after she'd returned to Spokane in her father's truck, she commented, "Ozarik is learning how to quell tsunamis." Her father stiffened.
So?
"It's just an impressive display of magic, that's all." Claire went back to eating the stale mac and cheese he'd cooked for her a week ago. Kyle Flanderson, meanwhile, gripped his beer bottle a little tighter.
"That ain't an impressive display. You can do that, too. We'll go to the river. You already know how to divert it."
The day she'd diverted the river, her magic fled to Ozarik for an entire week. It was too much too soon, and she'd been left with a magical hangover that garnered absolutely no sympathy from her father. He'd been too busy cackling in glee that a police officer's house had been flooded and made the news. "A tsunami is a lot bigger than a river," Claire mumbled doubtfully.
"Fine, then. I'll drive you to the coast and you can try there."
It sounded vaguely like a threat. Claire stabbed her food, silent for a moment. "Maybe," then she said, feigning bitterness. "I just wish Reiki would teach me, too. I'm better than Ozarik. I bet I'd have a chance at being the Zaro if she compared us side by side." Kyle frowned, but she'd already swallowed the last of her meal and was carrying the bowl to the sink. From there, she didn't mention it again, but a gentle suggestion pitched the topic into the minds of carefully selected bystanders. The woman shopping for cantaloupe at the store made an offhanded comment to her friend. "Did you hear the Zaro is going to be in New York in 2 weeks? My cousin is going to see her." The mechanic at the shop her father took his truck to. "Wish I was like Zaro Reiki, hey? Snap my fingers and the engine would be fixed. Wonder how long it'll take that boy Ozarik to figure it out." The kids swarming the school as her father dropped her off. "It'd be so cool to have magic like Ozarik. He's going to be the best Zaro ever." Claire didn't have to wait long. 8 days before Reiki and Ozarik were slated to arrive in New York City, her father slammed open her bedroom door. The house grumbled at the brazen display, but ultimately allowed Kyle to stalk up to her desk, where she was dutifully hunched over her homework.
"You're going to New York," he snapped.
Claire's expression was a carefully manicured mix of surprise and confusion. "Huh?"
"Don't talk back. You're going to New York City, and you're gonna show that no-good Zaro who the real talent is. You hear me?"
But I can't teleport to New York," Claire said, channeling all the panic a normal preteen would feel if they were being kicked out of their home. It was a very convincing display. It was also the exact wrong, or right, thing to say, because Ozarik was the same age, and he'd been able to teleport across countries for a year now. Kyle had been pleased at Claire teleporting across the state, but that was a week ago, back before everyone in town started singing Ozarik's praise. Now he slammed his fist on her desk.
"You'll figure it out! Understand me?"
The house pulsed with warning magic, and he withdrew his hand, taking a step back before it smacked him with a wave of pain. "What do I do once I'm there?" Claire snapped back, emboldened by his retreat. "I tried walking up to stupid Reiki in that bookstore, and she told me off. She doesn't like me, Dad. She's not going to help." She waited, praying to God or the universe or whoever that he'd puzzle through it. And her prayers were answered. Kind of.
"We'll blow something up."
Claire paled, and that wasn't acting. "What?"
"Oh, sure. Magic, out of control, future Zaro on the loose. That's the kind of thing that'll get Reiki's attention. She won't have a choice but to cart you back to Javarini for proper training."
Now Kyle grinned, wondering why he hadn't thought of this before. His little girl would become the Zaro as promised, and he'd be out of babysitting duty. Fucking finally! Never once did Kyle worry about how he'd get Claire under control once she was out of his house. After all, he knew exactly where Maxwell lived. Claire, meanwhile, wasn't trying to quell her panic. "I'm not causing an explosion!" She wasn't even sure how to do that, unless she was coaxing a propane tank to utterly reject its safety protocols. It sounded dangerous. It sounded stupid.
"I'll do it. Then say it was magic."
"Can't Reiki feel my magic?" Claire wasn't sure if that was how it worked, but based on how she could feel Reiki's and Ozarik's magic, she suspected so. Kyle scowled.
"Then you'll do an equally large display of something at the same time. It'll be easy. Pack a bag, honeybee."
He swept from the room without a word, leaving Claire's heart thudding in her chest. It turned out her magical display wasn't hard to fake. This was because Kyle's explosion was out of control, and Claire knew it. The moment her father chucked the modified Molotov cocktail into the store's window, she felt the explosion pulse, a magical warning to clear the vicinity because this will be bad. It was late at night, on a dark street in downtown Spokane, but there was a homeless couple around the corner and a retail worker closing the shop next door. Forgetting her planned magical display of clearing the storm clouds overhead, Claire pivoted. She positively yanked the magic from Ozarik in the milliseconds before it blew and threw protective bubbles around all three of the innocent bystanders. The force of the blast threw her and her father into the street, and Claire smacked her head on the concrete. Stars burst in her eyes, blinding her for a second, and then a fierce wave of heat washed over them. Claire's bubbles screamed in protest, but she strengthened them, holding tight on the shielding magic even as her own consciousness faded. The homeless couple pounded the pavement, fleeing the scene. The retail worker found a broken window and crawled through it, somehow miraculously unharmed. In the distance, sirens wailed. Kyle grabbed Claire's arm and hauled her upright.
"There! You tell Reiki you caused this. Tell her it was magic."
She could already feel the tizzy of wonder from the 3 people she'd saved, and had no doubt they'd be citing a miracle soon. And if they didn't, Ozarik surely noticed her yanking the magic. By saving those people, she'd aided her father's idiotic plan. Claire blinked hard to recenter her vision, swaying in her father's grasp.
"Claire, listen to me!"
He shook her roughly. The back of her head felt tacky with blood. She touched it gently, rubbed the crimson smear between her fingers. For a moment, just one, she imagined what it'd be like to have a parent who would kiss it, make it better. Maxwell would have helped. That reignited the spite in her belly, reminded her why she'd put this idea in Kyle's head at all. 3 weeks ago, he'd blackmailed her into returning home. Now he was nearly shoving her out the door. It worked. The flames billowed behind them, eagerly engulfing the buildings on either side, too. Claire tried to reach out, coax them into submission, but they flared out of reach with a taunting, "Na na 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 na." Flames. The most stubborn of all elemental magic. She really needed a teacher. "I hear you," she said faintly, planting her feet so she wouldn't topple over. "Get to New York, find Reiki. I understand."
"If you deviate, I'll find you, but not before I find Maxwell," he whispered,
towing her into an alley as firefighters careened onto the scene. He grabbed her shoulders, tilted her chin to meet his gaze.
1 week to get to New York, Claire. It won't take you longer than that."
The bus tickets he'd bought her burned in her pocket. She nodded silently, flames reflecting in her eyes.
"And Claire?"
His low tone made her entire body tense.
"If you can't beat Ozarik, kill him."
Claire physically recoiled. "I'm not going to kill anyone." Her father's face went hard, and he grabbed her chin so roughly he was almost strangling her throat. She choked for breath, eyes widening, but her magic was depleted after saving those people, and she couldn't do anything but claw at his hands. He didn't relinquish his grasp.
"Allow me to be clear. You have 1 shot to keep your brother alive. Don't make me regret it."
And he shoved her towards the bus station. By the time she'd regained her balance, he was gone. With fear curdling in her gut, she hiked the backpack over her shoulder, tugged her hood over her bloody hair, and staggered to New York. Chapter 32. 9 days before death stopped. After visiting the Pope, Claire Bishop relaxed in the first castle on Javarini, while Clementine visited Reiki's gravesite. Claire knew little of Clementine's grief and cared even less, which was why she was wrapped in a bathrobe reading a book when Ozarik poofed into her bedroom with an excited grin. "You're killing it, Claire," he said, eyes alight in a way she hadn't seen in months. He noticed her in a fluffy robe and his cheeks colored. Sorry," and he turned around. Claire magicked into some real clothes, glaring at his back. He was acting like his confession about her father, her murdering father, hadn't happened, like he thought they were fine now that the secrets had been revealed. Before she could address it, Ozarik saw she was finished changing and launched into his original topic. Look at these articles. Every witch in the world was watching your interactions with the Pope, and the responses are excellent." He tried to shove a tablet into her hands. She tossed it onto her bland bedding instead, strode past him to the open window. "Bully for you." Ozarik paused. "You're still angry." Claire stopped bothering to hide her anger years ago. Now she crossed her arms, set her jaw. "Of course I'm angry!" "About your father?" Ozarik's expression crumbled. "Claire, I'm so sorry about that. By the universe, if I'd known." This was an ironic statement,
By all intents and purposes, Ozarik did know. But in the same way that a river doesn't respond to a rock disrupting its waters, Ozarik progressed on his chosen path as if nothing had been disturbed, as if Reiki hadn't echoed warnings to avoid Kyle Flanderson, as if Claire hadn't written the man out of her life for a reason. And despite this rather solid argument, Claire stiffly brushed off his comment for one of her own. "Not about that. I'm angry that you keep lying. I'm not Oz." He went silent. Claire turned from the window, staring at him again. Her eyes were cold. The world expects you as their new Zaro. Witches all over the world relying on you to bolster hope. It doesn't matter that I impressed them at the Vatican. It was an illusion. And these aren't people visiting my show in Vegas hoping to be fooled. You seem to forget that. "Nothing is more important to me than doing right by the world's witches," Ozarik insisted. "Really? Because when they need you most, you're spending an awful lot of time researching. You're not actually planning to split our magic. Stop lying to me." Now he stiffened, caught. "There was a time once when you'd be furious about the idea of me permanently stealing your magic. That was before you started hiding behind it." The words cut through the air, but she didn't take them back. Instead, she shook her head. "It's impossible, isn't it? If Reiki could have permanently fractured our connection, she'd have done it already." The fact that Ozarik didn't have an answer for it told Claire enough. That wasn't what occupied your time lately anyway. You're hunting for Zaro Victoria's old journal, aren't you? Now Ozarik stiffened. "What do you know about that?" Claire rolled her eyes. "Enough." They stared at each other, neither willing to divulge what they'd discovered about the journal and the spell inside it. Determination overrode fear in Claire's chest. More than ever, she needed to mobilize the world's witches and find the fucking thing. More than ever, she needed to keep it out of Ozarik's hands. Ozarik clearly didn't want her dwelling on it because he waved it away. "The journal isn't important, and it doesn't matter that the Vatican was an illusion. You proved the point. We can rule with two Zaros." Claire hadn't heard that sentence in a while. But now Ozarik scooped up the tablet on her bed, brandished an article from Dubai. The words translated before her eyes, an optimistic headline reading, "Future Zaro takes place among world leaders." Her expression didn't change, but Ozarik laughed, gleeful again. Heavy bags sat under his eyes, an obvious sign he hadn't been sleeping. "Claire, don't you get it? Reiki was wrong. With the proper application of magic, we can keep this charade going for decades, our entire lifetimes, standing side by side, just like we always dreamed." Claire felt her insides curling, like the charred ends of burning paper. Her room was oppressively hot. Giavarini had the benefits of a temperate climate coupled with never-ending ocean breezes that bordered on chilly. But despite her open window, the room felt like she'd stoked a fireplace to full blaze. Because they had dreamed that. Right here, huddled under a protective bubble to keep Reiki from eavesdropping. How maybe they could tag-team their rule, shifting magic between them depending on the crisis they were facing. 2 Zaros, double the global coverage. But only if they both showed up. Her voice was icy. "You think it's my dream to live as you all my life? To hide under an illusion every time the public eye turns my way?" Ozarik frowned slightly. "That's how you handle your stage persona in Vegas. I just thought—" "I gave up wanting to be Zaro," Claire said. "Remember?
The night Reiki banished me, that dream died. I'm only here for you, Ozarik. I wanted to help, but you don't seem to care."
"You are helping me."
Ozarik strode across the room, pulling her into a firm, almost desperate hug. When she stiffened in his grasp, he released her, looking more hurt than if she'd slapped him. A mere breath apart, they held each other's gaze. "You're helping," he repeated, softer now. Claire stepped backwards. "I don't think that's true." Reiki's apology, her ghostly urging to claim the title of Zaro, flickered in the back of Claire's mind. It was serendipitous how there'd be one last act of defiance, one last order from the dead Zaro that Claire could resoundingly ignore. After all, she didn't want this title anymore. This life was never for her. She tugged back her shoulders, held her head high, and made a decision. Not Reiki's, not Ozarik's, her own. "I'm going back home."
"You're home,"
Ozarik said automatically. Too late. He shook his head, pinched the bridge of his nose.
"Sorry. I just meant you always have a home on Javarini. Please, Claire, the assumation ceremony is nearly here. Please stay until then."
But she was done being his crutch. She shook her head, then pulled him into a hug. Unlike her response, Ozarik melted against her, fitting like puzzle pieces. Their bodies remembered seeking this kind of comfort in times of stress. His scent, today it was sandalwood and a hint of musty books, made her wish briefly that things were different, that they weren't all-powerful witches, that they'd just met in Times Square at 13 years old, and the rest was history. But life wasn't like that. She pulled back, offered a slight smile, and said, "You're going to be great, Oz. Get to it." And before he could argue, she poofed to the other side of the world. Chapter 33. 6 years and 122 days before death stopped. Before Claire learned to feel a witch's ability, before she understood the Zaro's true purpose in the world, before Reiki stomped on her firelight of passion and exiled her from Javarini, Claire was an absolute monster of a teenager. At 13 years old, nearly 7 months after arriving on Javarini as an orphan plucked from the cruel streets of New York City by the benevolent Zaro Reiki, she'd simultaneously coated Clementine in jello and milked her last ounce of sympathy. Ozarik followed on her heels as they tore through the castle hallways, his chest swelling at Claire's bright amusement. "I can't believe we did that!" As always, he was torn between absolute horror and infectious enthusiasm at Claire's daily antics. After a childhood of people telling him to watch his magic could be dangerous, always maintain control. Well, Claire went against all of that. She was like no one he'd ever met. And her callous displays of magic terrified him, left him late at night with nightmares of his parents' charred corpses, of the acrid stench of burning flesh. He'd wake up screaming. Claire would poof into his bedroom and they'd huddle beneath the covers whispering about anything and everything until Ozarik's shuddering stopped. In all honesty, his reaction was why Claire kept pushing the boundaries of their magic and what it should be used for. Zaro's power was nearly limitless, but only if the Zaro wasn't perpetually afraid of his gift. Ozarik may have had no trouble performing under Reiki's careful gaze, but big displays outside the Zaro's scope caused him to break out in a cold sweat. So Claire started small, with harmless pranks around the castle. And considering she'd never been afforded this kind of freedom without dangerous repercussions, the pranks evolved. Today was the final straw. Clementine's screams of fury bounced off the stone hallways, and Claire giggled, yanking Ozarik into one of the music rooms. They slammed the door shut, chests heaving as they pressed against the heavy wood. "Think we lost her?" Ozarik buried his head in his hands.
"I think I'm going to be grounded."
Barely a breath passed before the room filled with the strong scent of huckleberry, and Reiki appeared from a plume of purple smoke.
"That is accurate."
She crossed her arms over her chest, looking down her nose at them. "No, not them. Claire." Of course, although her accusing gaze was obvious, Reiki's eyes cut to Ozarik when she started to speak.
"I worry, children, that you are losing sight of what your purpose on this island is."
She held up a hand, cutting Ozarik off.
"This is not magic camp or some whimsical retreat."
Her eyes pierced into Ozarik, addressing him alone now.
"You are supposed to be a beacon of light and hope. You represent the dreams of every witch alive."
Claire subtly tried to step closer, place herself in Reiki's view, even as her father's warnings echoed in her ears. Beat Ozarik, or kill him. She wouldn't do the latter. That she knew from the moment her father vanished down that alley in Spokane. Claire was a lot of things, but murderer wasn't one of them. She'd been able to stall her father for months with written promises of grandiose magic displays in the privacy of Javerini's forests, with media photos of her standing in the Zaro's peripheral, of false assurances that she was getting equal treatment as Ozarik. By his letters, he was satisfied. After all, Kyle Flanderson had always been known to play the long game, and yet his letters held an unspoken threat, and Maxwell was the one in the crosshairs. Now Reiki had noticed her, even though it was with mild distaste. This conversation felt like a victory, however small.
"Claire, Ozarik, your magic will be used for many things. Dumping flavored gelatin over my Acerodon is not one of them."
Somehow she got through that with a straight face. Claire wasn't sure if that was magic, or if Reiki actually did lack any sense of humor. Probably both. "It was my idea," Claire said, puffing her chest.
"Notice me." "Claire, my dear, it's always your idea."
And yet Reiki's eyes slid again to Ozarik.
"I expect better of you, however."
Oz hunched into himself. Panic flared in Claire's chest. This was the closest they'd gotten to a real conversation about the future, and she was barely being included. "Wait! Why don't you expect better of me? I'm half Zaro, too." Reiki shook her head, disappointment evident in her deep-set frown.
"I expect you both to conduct yourself in a mature manner while on our sacred island and abroad. But the fact remains that Ozarik is a clear representation of the future, and this is not the kind of activity that inspires collaboration with world leaders."
Past the thick wooden door, footsteps pounded down the hall. Clementine's stiff voice shouted, "Ozarik! Claire! You aren't being sneaky!" All three Zaros went silent until the Acerodon stepped past. This time, Claire couldn't even enjoy it. She glared. She wasn't expecting Reiki to whisper softly,
"Do you truly believe this is the best use of your time, Claire?"
The genuine curiosity in the question caught her off guard. No. I mean, I guess I'm just bored."
"Bored?"
"Well, yeah," Claire snapped, emboldened. "I've been here for 7 months, and you still won't include me in your magic lessons. I can do what he's doing. It
Just seems like you don't believe in me.
Beside her, Ozarik shifted awkwardly. He knew all of this. They'd spent months whispering about it. But he wasn't willing to stand up to Reiki. Claire, however, had no such reservations. Reiki frowned.
I believe you can perform magic. What I worry about is your self-control.
Ouch.
Claire flinched, her fingers unconsciously coming up to the slight scar on the back of her skull, left over from slamming her head into pavement during the Spokane explosion. Kyle's plan worked, but Reiki had not been happy about that. To this day, Claire didn't know how much of their plan the Zaro had pieced together. It was like playing chess with a grand master, but half the pieces were invisible to Claire. She moved across the board cautiously, bracing for a checkmate.
I can learn. I want to learn. That's why I found you in New York in the first place. I need help.
Claire shoved all the desperation, all the determination she could into that sentence.
Please, teach me what I need to know.
Keep my brother safe a little longer. Long seconds ticked past. Reiki pursed her lips. Ozarik piped in.
Claire would do really well in our classes, Reiki. We've been practicing in my room. She's a quick study.
In your room? Now the Zaro massaged her eyes.
Late at night, I presume. That is inappropriate, children. There is a curfew for a reason.
Claire felt her chance slipping away. She grabbed it again.
If you're teaching me, I won't need to sneak into Ozarik's room. I'll stop, I promise.
Leveraging me with the promise of honoring the rules is a fool's errand. You will follow my curfew, or you will leave, Javarini.
Claire stiffened.
Okay, she said too quickly.
Reiki,
Ozarik pleaded.
She just wants to learn. You never turn away from a witch in need, right? Claire is just as deserving of your time.
That seemed to make her pause. Claire held her breath as the Zaro considered.
I suppose it would be beneficial. Something to give your magic structure, at the very least.
Reiki narrowed her eyes.
All you've wanted from the day I brought you to Javarini is consideration for the Zaro's title. Am I correct in assuming that is still your goal?
Ozarik glanced at her curiously, but determination had overridden her features. In her chest, spite coiled tightly.
Yes.
Reiki nodded once, even though her insides had tightened at the confirmation, at what Claire's ambition represented. Still, under the gazes of both her protégés, she did the proper thing.
Then you begin with us Monday morning, but allow me to make myself crystal clear here. Your mischief will cease immediately. My Asiras will not be terrorized in their home. My Asiradan will not be made a fool. It's a poor reflection of your true spirit, Claire.
The girl nodded a little too vehemently.
Done. No more pranks.
Ozarik gaped.
Just like that? I've been asking you to stop for months.
Well, you aren't teaching me magic.
Yes, I am.
Reiki held up a hand, and their bickering stopped abruptly.
I believe you will do great things, Claire. But from this moment on, your future is solely in your own grasp. Show me you emulate what a Zaro is meant to be, and you'll have everything you desire.
She left the alternative unsaid. Fail my expectations, and what you desire will be placed on a pedestal far out of your reach. Claire, for better or worse, remained oblivious to this unspoken caveat. For in that moment she was too dazzled by the grandeur of this possible future. A world where her father held no control over her, where Kyle couldn't reach her brother because her magic was so strong nothing could hurt Maxwell.
A future where Claire was free, truly free to pursue whatever she liked, simply because no adult had a hold over her. "Thank you," she gasped, grinning wide. Then she spun past Ozarik to yank the door open.
"Where are you going?"
Reiki tilted her head. Claire's reply was immediate. "Clementine is owed an apology, and someone has to disassemble the backup we set in her bedroom. See you Monday!" And she was gone, a flash of blonde hair sprinting down the hallway. Ozarik ran after her, as always. Reiki watched them go, massaged her temples, and murmured,
"Universe, help me."
Chapter 34. 23 hours before death stopped. The magnificent Claire Bishop's ice-blue eyes swept across the audience, a cool smile tilting her features as she strode to center stage. Her dress was sparkling gold tonight, hugging every curve and plunging at her neckline. Black feather accents spread from her shoulder, tickling her left ear in their extravagance. A top hat crowned the luscious brunette hair that cascaded down her back. From the audience's perspective, crammed into the Paris-Las Vegas's theater like plastic cups in a cross-country flight's trash can, Claire was every bit the performer. From our perspective, this was every bit an act. Claire put a hand on her hip, smirking at the drunken audience. "Well, this must be a theater filled with adoring fans, because I've been told my grand reopening sold out in 12 minutes. A quirked eyebrow, a dry laugh. "So, you're the rabid ones, huh?" Raucous laughter, enhanced generously by the free liquor pouring from the Paris-Las Vegas's bars for this exclusive event, swelled to the ceiling. The entire place felt alive, vibrant with the anticipation of hundreds of fans. It was a feeling that used to sweep Claire off her feet. Alcohol had nothing on the intoxication of hundreds of eyes, hundreds of cameras poised to film her incredible feats. It didn't feel like that now. And so she waited for it, like an astronomer waiting for a meteor shower. She was confident she'd get that rush. But tonight her chest was hollow, her heart beating simply because it was the thing to do. That metaphorical astronomer had messed up the dates, and the happiness of a passion manifested faded into the darkest corners of the theater. Tonight, as Claire smiled at the audience, for the first time in her performing life, fear choked her. Because Ozarik was focused on a goal, but it wasn't completing the assumation ceremony. He had no interest in being the next Zaro. Not alone. This was a fact to Claire, although witches around the world would gasp at the heresy. It was his desperate stare the day she left, the stunning silence that followed, 10 whole days where future Zaro Ozarik vanished off the face of the planet. It was the way he'd stolen the journal without a word or a care, as if she wouldn't notice. It was the simple fact that he wasn't here tonight, cheering her on. Miss Finch was thrilled at Claire's return, sweeping Mr. Hiddles into planning the event of the strip to celebrate. New costume to accommodate a repertoire of never-before-seen tricks Claire had developed as an afterthought 5 days ago. Pyrotechnics, lasers, holograms. Her show had moved so far past mirrors and light. None of it was fooling her, not even the hope that withered and died as she examined the audience. Ozarik was suffering, and halfway around the globe, it left a throbbing wound in the fabric of the universe. The show must go on. How did no one notice? Claire thought desperately. In the audience, front row center, Jennifer Shields Ballard gasped in delight as the magnificent Claire Bishop produced a comically large magic wand from somewhere within her top hat. Henry's best man, Milo, who had spent the last month living his own life, a life that had nothing to do with this story until this moment, thank you very much, cackled at the witty remark Claire made about being a true magician now that she had a wand. Yet perched between them, Henry noticed. He saw her hesitation, watched Claire's eyes flicker to the black and white rod, watched her lips curl in agitation. And then it was gone, replaced with her trademark dazzling smile. Henry's brow knitted together, his finger tapping a curious rhythm on his leg. On stage, Claire scoffed at the wand, perfectly rehearsed, and drawled, "Okay, this is a joke, unless you actually want me to saw someone in half." A pause, a devious smirk. "Kidding! I don't think my manager could handle the stress." Behind the lavish curtains, Mr. Hiddles began to sweat. With a pointed flick, Claire tossed the wand into the crowd, but before it hit anyone, it exploded into a pair of white doves. They soared high above Claire, finding refuge in the rafters. And there they would stay until an acrophobic stagehand managed to secure them 2 days later. The audience cheered, and Claire's smile spread a little wider. Her tone was vibrant, yet her eyes were blank. "That impresses you. Okay, great. This will be easy." More laughter. Henry wasn't sure she was joking. Claire went through the motions of her show, moving from trick to trick while the tension soared. Would she drown? Would she fall? Would she burn? The audience pressed to the front of their seats, breathless for the answer. And as always, Claire Bishop obliged. Right until 47 minutes into the show, Claire's eyes fell onto a certain woman in the audience. To be clear, this woman was no one special. Her name was Alex Amphiana. She lived in Nashville, worked at a bank, and was here for her friend's second bachelorette party. Alex's face was flushed with excitement, waiting to see the final trick of the night, a trick that took inspiration from the falling meteor shower disaster of a show the night Reiki died, a trick that was supposed to sweep the theater in ice-blue flames. But that woman changed the entire script, simply because Alex's features were eerily similar to Reiki's. The odd thing was that to anyone but Claire, this statement would be laughably false. While Alex had Japanese roots, they were generations removed. She carried none of Reiki's grace, none of her quiet poise, her generous smile. But on stage, Claire's face paled. Her speech stumbled. She tucked the lighter into her pocket and stared straight at this woman, feeling Reiki's soul piercing her heart.
"You are the next Zaro, Claire."
"It's time to switch gears," Claire said without thinking, tearing her eyes from Alex. The theater was silent, waiting. She basked in their stares as that familiar sense of rebellion sparked in her soul. "Uh-oh," Henry muttered. "Uh-oh?" Jennifer asked. Claire's smile had become a little more mischievous, a little more real. "We would be remiss to host a magic show without paying homage to the late, great Zaro Reiki." "Oh, no," Henry muttered. "I think she's doing fantastic," Milo said obliviously. Claire ignored the stagehands, waiting for her to ignite the first flame. Ignored Mr. Hiddles, waving to get her back on track. Ignored Miss Finch's narrowed eyes from her position in one of the boxes high, high above the hoi polloi. But the magnificent Claire Bishop had deviated now, and universe bless the poor soul tasked with getting her back on track. "The Zaro is known for many things, and I'm certain Ozarik will make a mark for himself. But one thing that always perplexed me was Reiki's aversion to teleportation. That seems like the best spell, doesn't it? A free, immediate pass to anywhere in the world?" A ripple of appreciation spread through the crowd. as witches and humans alike agreed that it did indeed seem like the best spell. Reiki preferred to fly on an airplane. Claire shuddered. Can't imagine why. If I could teleport, I'd do it all the time. And with a puff of huckleberry smoke, Claire appeared suddenly on the opposite side of the stage. Henry swallowed a groan as Jennifer's jaw dropped. Milo leaned closer and said, "Oh, she's not supposed to do that, is she?" "What was your first clue?" Henry scrubbed his face, glancing desperately around the theater. But of course, the audience had exploded into exuberant applause. On stage, Claire's expression darkened like the sun during an eclipse. "Of course, it's all just a trick, isn't it? A puff of colored smoke, trapdoors, and I can make it happen, huh? Pretend I'm a Zaro, right here on stage." The audience held their breaths, waiting to see her expand the trick. Claire didn't disappoint. Henry groaned as she strode forward, spreading her arms. "And if I poof to the back of the theater," another cloud of smoke, and she called from beside an emergency exit, "how do you explain that?" Perplexed silence. For a moment, one might expect the witches in this audience to get it, to truly comprehend what was happening. Maybe a little suspicion, mild alarm, but to those witches there was only one Zaro now, and it was Ozarik. Meanwhile, humans have always been oblivious. Explosive cheers erupted because this particular audience, drunk on liquor and life, literally couldn't care less about the how. They'd arrived to be amazed, and Claire had just performed a trick mimicking the most powerful person on Earth. In their minds, this night was absolutely worth the expensive ticket. As they craned in their seats to see her better, Claire's smile dropped. Her microphone scrambled to cover her whisper, to amplify it into the corners of the huge theater, suddenly and vividly yanked back from its extended vacation as Claire's magic, once pulsing and impending and huge, sucked back into her soul and anchored there. All that remained was the magnificent Claire Bishop, a magician who could almost pretend to be human. "It's impossible to explain," she said quietly, and the auditorium hushed to hear her. Claire strolled back towards the stage, and to the three people in the front row who knew her. To the brother who used to know her better than anyone else, Claire's shoulders were slumped in defeat. "I suppose that's why the Zaro commands attention. She's impossible." It was unclear if Claire was speaking of Reiki. The magic show ended shortly after, with people murmuring about how real her teleportation trick had been, how even future Zaro Ozarik surely would have been impressed, how they couldn't wait to visit Las Vegas again, sit in her auditorium again, and really look at how she'd done it. They would never guess. Numb, Claire attended the after-party, a bougie soiree brimming with the biggest names in Nevada, and several big names from Kansas, oddly enough. She shook hands and smiled when spoken to and spent the rest of her evening at the blackjack table, inexplicably losing every hand. Henry found her there, peering over her shoulder as she somehow, impossibly, lost a set of twos to the dealer's perfect 21. The table murmured that it wasn't her night, but Henry swore he saw her cards flicker back to their original state of true blackjack before resigning themselves to the unglamorous life of the lower numbers. Well, Henry saw them flicker. The rest was supposition. He put a hand on her shoulder, offering a firm, comforting squeeze. "Great show, Claire. You, really wowed them with that last trick." Their gazes locked. He had their father's eyes. Claire heaved a sigh and pushed away from the table, plucking the single chip she had left off the velvet. Like her first party, this was inlaid with gold, a special souvenir to remind her that this time Ozarik wasn't here. He'd missed most of her performances, but none that mattered. Not until tonight. "Where's Jennifer?" Claire asked. Somehow beating Milo at slots. She claims it's all statistics." Henry offered a kind smile, draping his arm over her shoulders. "Let's get some air, huh?" Claire offered a deadened smile. "Sure." She raised her voice. "Pay close attention, folks. Time for an encore." And before he could protest, with the eyes of hundreds of partygoers locked onto them, she poofed herself and Henry onto the roof. He coughed, waving away the huckleberry smoke as Claire smoothed her dress. The final day in September should have been a chilly evening, but the desert wasn't known for its cool temperatures. The scent of dust lingered, and the vibrant shouts of the Strip seemed distant, muted. Below it was bright and loud and vivacious. Here it was shadows and darkness, and a passing glimpse of glamour. "Just going all out, aren't you?" Claire cast him a wry glance, but he didn't miss the darkness in her eyes. She leaned against the concrete barrier of the Paris-Las Vegas's rooftop, peering over the edge. Henry's palms were sweating, but Claire looked as relaxed as if she were in a hammock in the woods. "Ozarik isn't going to do it." "Do what? The assumation ceremony?" Henry frowned. He'd suspected as much, but hadn't wanted to pry for details. And as a newlywed, he'd been preoccupied whenever Claire wasn't physically popping into his life. "I thought he was ready. He seemed ready." The look she gave him now could burn an ocean. He cleared his throat. "It was you, wasn't it?" She shrugged, seeming 1,000 years old and somehow so young. Long beats passed. Claire watched the partying far below them and sighed. "I think I've been pretending this entire time, trying to create a life grand enough to replace the one I wasn't allowed to have." Did you always know Ozarik would be Zaro?" This was a new topic, one Claire tended to avoid. Whenever he'd tried to bring it up at first, she used to smile and divert attention, just like she did on stage. Eventually, Henry accepted he was meddling with gods and stopped asking. And now she stared at the stars far above while a cool breeze tousled her fake brunette hair. Ozarik was lucky. Reiki visited his house first, announced him first, and then it was too late. She chuckled. "Ironic that I'd settle for this city when my luck was so bad, isn't it? I'm surprised Vegas didn't chew me up and spit me out." "You'd succeed anywhere, Claire. Luck has nothing to do with it." "I couldn't succeed on Javarini." "Yet." Tears pricked her eyes and she turned away from him, staring down at the Strip now. Stretch limos, every few cars, crowds of people with oversized drinks ogling at fountains, horns and sirens and flashing neon. "I can't take his destiny away, Henry." Henry tilted his head. "Did Ozarik ever say he wanted it? Or was he just unlucky enough to be forced into the role?" Claire went silent, foreboding slipping through her veins. "That's not it. He wants it. He just doesn't want it alone." "So, try together, maybe." Claire scrubbed her face, smearing the tears away. "I think I would have enjoyed that once. But now, Oz thinks I'm someone else. He expects me to be someone else. I'll never be able to live up to his fantasy, even if we forced the world to accept both of us." She paused, deathly quiet. "I don't know what to do." Henry was struck with the sudden, devastating realization that this worldly power and all the magic in the universe, the lingering question of who would rule an entire subsect of people, this was a lot to put on a 19-year-old. Which meant that in Claire's moment of need, it wasn't Ozarik who stepped in to comfort her. It was Henry Ballard, the boy who'd rescued her from thugs in an alley when she was new to town, the boy who'd protected her from their father and her own magic, right up until she removed the ability to remember that was his job. He pulled her into a hug, resting his chin on her head, and said, "I wish you'd never sent me away from Spokane, Claire." She stiffened, jerking backwards. Her eyes were wide, her heart stuttering. "What?" Because Henry wasn't supposed to remember. Maxwell didn't have a sister as far as anyone was concerned. It didn't change the expression he wore now, one of cautious, protective optimism. One she'd seen over and over as they aged, right until the moment she removed him from her life. Her breath caught as she realized she hadn't misheard him. Henry smiled. The memories came back slowly. It started... well, I think it happened when Reiki died. He laughed now, self-deprecating. For most of my life, something always felt off. I didn't know it was you until we met at the casino. My magic told me to stay close, that you'd need me. Now I remember why. Claire's face had reddened and she fumbled for words. But I erased it. I erased everything. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I think you have a better command over your magic now than you did at 5 years old. More tears spilled from her eyes, slipping down her cheeks. I never meant to remind you. You had a good life in Arizona. I had a great life in Arizona. I just wish you'd been there too. Henry opened his arms, offering another embrace, and this time Claire didn't resist. This time she sunk into his arms. She didn't realize she was shaking until he tightened his grasp. The world would be lucky to have you as a Zaro, Claire. But even if you decide to be selfish, you always have a place in Las Vegas. You always have a family here. Claire clenched her eyes shut, fighting the dread that crept through her veins. But that night, perched on a rooftop beneath a blanket of stars, she clutched her brother and felt a little less alone. Chapter 35. 85 days before death stopped. Before he attacked the world, Ozarik descended into chaos. Like most tragic cases, this was a slow occurrence. After all, a gradual decline caused more damage than one loud personality-altering moment. Ozarik experienced both. But if the moment Reiki was shot became the nail in Death's coffin, he built the casket over the months preceding it. This descent began specifically on the day he and Claire severed their years-old relationship. After she casually ended him, Claire returned to her Las Vegas stage and her adoring crowds, and Ozarik returned to a cold, empty castle on a warm, empty island in a vast, empty ocean. And he ruminated. In case it wasn't apparent, for someone like Ozarik, rumination is never wise. He was perched on the edge of his bed, staring wistfully at a photo of teenage Claire and himself exploring a small cave further up Javarini's mountain, when it clicked into place. For Ozarik, this was a revelation akin to Newton's laws of motion or Einstein's theory of special relativity. And considering only one of those men was a witch, possessing the ability to perfectly chill a beverage at any time, this was remarkably pathetic for someone with a Zaro's power. Nevertheless, the revelation persisted. Claire never spoke of her family, but her father was still alive. Reiki spoke of Claire's family often, but Reiki didn't respect Claire's father. Clearly, Claire's father was the key to their faltering relationship. This made perfect sense to Ozarik. After all, he spent a decade convinced that the simplest reason he was collected for Zaro training rather than Claire was that his parents had died. Been killed was more appropriate, but we won't quibble semantics, and hers didn't. Obviously, if Ozarik's parents had survived, Reiki would have trained them together far earlier than the day she'd accepted Claire in New York City. If this seemed like flawed logic, it's important to remember that Ozarik worshipped Reiki, and never truly entertained the idea that she would play favorites. This was an easy thing to believe, as Reiki's favorite. So as Ozarik stared at Claire's young face, smeared in dirt from their adventures in the golden years, he decided that Claire's father was the linchpin to all of this. Claire must love her father dearly, but her budding magic forced her from home. Reiki expressed obvious dislike for Claire's father, which put Claire in a difficult position. That rift ultimately drove them apart. None of this was true, but careening into madness often occurred within the crumbling foundation of erroneous beliefs. Ozarik hatched a plan. It began simply, with sneaky questions to Clementine and internet searches at Spokane's local library. Claire's birth records were discovered, her mother MIA, but a single address was listed. Granted, the old house was a mess now, left to rot in the elements after its family abandoned it. Ozarik stood in the overgrown yard, squinting at the askew front door, and squished down his uneasiness. Claire never mentioned she was abused. This must have happened after her father moved. Did she even know where her father had left? Heartache, projected memories of his own family, renewed his determination. Ozarik would reunite them. He would present Claire's father to Reiki, and together they would invite Claire to visit. One big, happy family. One day he was seated at the long wooden table in Javarini's grand dining hall, articles spread around him. They were from local papers across the western United States. Stories of petty theft, larceny, break-ins. Ozarik set his jaw, tapping his pencil against the table in a rhythmic fashion. Reiki had the unfortunate end result of strolling into the room at this exact moment. She paused, noting the articles, and wrongly assumed Ozarik was researching the history of civil unrest in the Republic of Rwanda. He looked up, saw her gaze, and pounced. "Is Claire's father a criminal?" Reiki stiffened at the ambush. She scanned the papers again, saw the headlines for what they were, and mentally planned a response. After all, only someone highly irresponsible and selfish would leave a child such as Claire alone with a known criminal. But in her defense, Kyle Flanderson had mostly kept his nose clean while Claire lived with him. After all, his top priority had been keeping Claire with him. Cared, fed, controlled. She knew this. Deep in her soul, after almost 19 years of ignoring that fact, Reiki knew this was true. And yet, knowing and facing the fact that she'd been so wrong were two very different things. Ozarik's respect was one thing she couldn't afford to lose. So she nodded curtly. Regretfully, he tends to err on the side of easy, rather than right. Ozarik set his jaw, sifting through the papers. They think he stabbed a woman in Seattle. He paid bail before the trial and vanished. That's almost certainly exaggerated, Reiki said sharply. People who choose physical violence have a history of it, and Kyle Flanderson opted for a quieter path. Universe forbid someone, Ozarik, thought she'd left Claire with a physical abuser. Her magic ensured that was never the case. Ozarik visibly relaxed. Of course. Yes, that makes sense. There's always another side to someone's story. No one wakes up and chooses crime like this, not unless they were prompted. But his eyes dropped again to the newspapers, a visible trail of Kyle's poor decisions. I wonder what happened in his past to lead him here. I fear Kyle Flanderson is a person never satisfied with the blessings life has given him. Reiki's tone was slightly bitter, but mostly sad. I'm sure he's not that bad. Ozarik tilted his head, watching his mentor carefully. I bet Claire would love to reconnect with him. I bet you'd be surprised at the goodness in his soul if you just gave him a chance to prove enough, Reiki said, and the irony of using this statement in this manner would go unnoticed. It worked exactly as Kyle Flanderson's command did, silencing Ozarik immediately. Reiki's gaze had turned sharp, impending, backed by the waning power of a once mighty Zaro. In truth, she was disturbed that he continually affixed on Claire, even years after the young girl had moved on. In truth, moments like these made her question everything. She continued, fighting the dread sitting hot in her chest. Claire demanded her privacy when she left our island. She's had every opportunity to reconnect with her father, and to my knowledge, she has not. Ozarik frowned. Maybe she doesn't know where he is, or she's afraid too much time has passed. Reiki pinched the bridge of her nose. Ozarik, I will not speak of this further. I'm sorry that Claire hurt you, and I know you miss her dearly, but prying into her family history is not the way to repair that relationship. That made him flinch. His face reddened in humiliation, and he gathered up the newspapers. But his eyes flashed briefly as he met her gaze. You could be right, Reiki. But it's disappointing to hear you aren't willing to give one of our witches the benefit of the doubt. Reiki watched him storm out of the room, her mouth set in a grim line. 58 days later, he snapped at her outside a Canadian hospital, abandoned his future Zaro duties to arrange a meeting with a criminal, and Reiki no longer had the luxury of lying to herself. Unfortunately, Ozarik retained that luxury until the very day death stopped. Chapter 36. 3 years and 327 days before death stopped. Reiki stared at the newspaper article, trembling. In what? Anger? Fear? She paused for a moment to puzzle through the emotion, before settling on betrayal. The headline seared her eyes. It was a small local newspaper in Columbia. The audience barely noteworthy, and would almost certainly be written off as lies or conspiracy. And yet the fact that an article had been written at all set betrayal so deep in her veins that Reiki felt fire coursing into each appendage. Her magic tingled in the air, electrifying everything. A soft knock at the door. Reiki drew a calming breath, then another. This required action, and she needed to be of sound mind before handling it. When her voice was steady, her heartbeat even, she called, "Come in, dear." Clementine stepped inside. The Asiridon's smile was soft, knowing. Her fingers rested on the Chinese Dao at her hip. "Are you all right?" "I believe that is my line." It's probably crazy, but I swore I felt your magic pulse.
I thought you were upset."
Reiki regarded her carefully, weighing her response. After all, Clementine was especially fine-tuned in sensing emotion. That was her magical ability. Unfortunately, sensing emotion didn't extend to revealing lies, something Reiki knew all too well. The Zaro was no longer in a position to reveal Claire Flanderson's magic. Reiki's ruse had progressed years past the point when explaining her conundrum would have been reasonable, and now she had no choice but to power through. So, even though Clementine, her oldest, dearest friend, was staring at her with questioning eyes, Reiki simply lied. She showed her the paper's headline, which had rearranged itself moments ago.
"I was merely concerned with the drought in Bogota. I'm unsure Ozarik's recent visit was sufficient."
"Of course. I'll add it to our list," Clementine replied, barely glancing at the new headline. She made a notation in her notebook. "Anything else?"
"Is Claire in her room?"
"Well, it's past curfew, so she'd better be, but that's never enough with that girl, so I have Bayo monitoring the corridor. He hasn't reported a disturbance." Reiki inhaled, held the breath, and exhaled slowly.
"All right. I need a moment alone with her, if you please. Mark that area off-limits until I'm finished."
Clementine frowned, but made another notation.
"Yes, of course. Thank you, my dear." "It's my pleasure."
A weighted pause, a slight shift.
"If you need anything, Kyo, anything at all, please don't hesitate to find me."
Kyo, Clementine's affectionate nickname. Reiki's heart warmed at it, and not for the first time she truly regretted their positions in life. But the Zaro was never meant to form attachment, and so Reiki merely smiled and left Clementine alone. Claire was indeed in her bedroom, which surprised Reiki. Despite her promises years ago, the girl had a bad habit of poofing into Ozarik's room late in the evening. The wards Reiki had established to enforce curfew were working perfectly. Granted, they functioned by sucking Claire's magic away, but Reiki had learned early and often that if the punishment wasn't strong enough to make Claire think twice, she wouldn't. In truth, the only reason Claire disobeyed was because those were the nights Ozarik had nightmares. Now they simply poofed to the other side of the island to talk, a spell simple enough to hide from Reiki's dulling perceptions. When Claire opened the door, Reiki drew a breath, bracing herself, and tried to ignore the sinking feeling in her stomach. On the other side of the doorframe, Claire did the same. This was because they could sense the magical ramifications of this conversation rippling through time. Tonight, everything would change. There was only one direction this conversation would go, and the result would haunt Reiki for the rest of her days. "You don't usually visit this late?" Claire forced a casual tone. She wanted to feel comfortable around Reiki, but the pinched lines of the woman's brow, the slight downturn of her lips, implied it wasn't merely a checkup. Reiki crossed her arms, the newspaper hidden from view.
"May I come in?"
"I mean, it's your castle."
Sarcasm.
Reiki pressed her lips more tightly together to keep from retorting that it wasn't, not really. It belonged to all Zaros across time and space, and therefore was as much Claire's as Reiki's. But that defense only mattered if Reiki believed it. She didn't. She stepped past Claire into the cluttered space. The girl had blatantly ignored their rulings of minimalism, and her bedroom was nothing less than a distraction. She had huge posters of American bands hanging on the walls, Books on gambling, card games, long cons, no doubt the influence of her father, stacked in the corners, a thick, luxurious blanket that appeared to be crafted of merino wool, and, well, at least the widescreen TV was gone. For now, anyway. Claire squinted at her, but reluctantly dropped into her desk chair, folding her arms over the back of it. To what do I owe the pleasure? Reiki almost thought about pushing this off, having another lecture tomorrow with Claire and Ozarik about the responsibility of the Zaro, smiling distantly as Ozarik vehemently agreed and Claire nodded along. The girl would already be daydreaming. No. Enough was enough. Reiki dropped the newspaper onto Claire's desk. The headline was still rearranged, asserting the drought in Bogota. Claire's brow pinched in confusion. She prodded the newspaper with her own magic, which was way too much pressure. The headline choked, reverting back almost immediately. American girl claims to be second Zaro. So, this is what you are doing in Colombia? Reiki asked evenly. Maintain calm. Claire's cheeks colored. I was helping Ozarik. Ozarik is a competent young witch. He needs your magic, not your help. That is the only reason I sent you along, and if I'd known you would sneak off for an interview, I would have personally escorted you home. Claire hunched into herself, but anger once again sparked in her chest. He has his own magic. It's stronger when he's retrieving yours. Retrieving, not borrowing. Claire frowned. Maybe that's because we can do more together than we can alone. Reiki pinched her nose. Claire, with that mindset, you are going to cause a worldwide revolt. Catastrophizing much? You think I'm outdated, but history educates anyone patient enough to learn. The masses panic when things change too abruptly, and wars have sparked over less. Reiki shook her head. You made a promise to me all those years ago. Don't you remember? You swore to keep your magic ability secret. Why the hell should I keep that promise? Claire averted her eyes, picking at a thread on her sleeve, and added, quieter, You've ignored yours. Reiki, the beloved Zaro, a beacon of hope and light, valued her integrity over all else. She bristled against Claire's words. I have given you a safe home, good company, and an education second to none. You have traveled to nearly every country in the world by now. What promise haven't I fulfilled? You promised to give me a fair chance at being the next Zaro. Claire's words were bolder now, challenging. And we both know that was a lie. The words sat between them, and finally, Claire met Reiki's gaze. Her ice-blue eyes were suddenly as crushing as the deepest ocean depth, as hot as the surface of the sun. Reiki, for once, didn't have a response. The girl pushed to her feet. Someone saw me saving Ozarik from that rock slide. She confronted me. I could either rewrite her memories or tell the truth. And you always said we don't manipulate minds. The words hung in the air, and Claire's expression darkened. It's not like they believe me anyway. Even still, it was intriguing enough to make the front page. You have as much a chance as Ozarik to be Zaro. You merely have to prove your worth. Even to Reiki, the words sounded strangled, forced. Claire snorted. Ah, great. So you're lying to yourself, too. Reiki was losing control of this conversation, something that was happening more and more frequently when Claire was involved. The Zaro wished she'd worn an outfit more imposing than her evening robes. Claire, I am not the one stifling your abilities.
I have taught you alongside Ozarik. You are the one making the decision to collect extraneous things. Reiki gestured around the disorderly bedroom, and use your universe-given magic for, well, sideshow tricks. Now the Zaro tugged at the tangled spellwork against the far wall. It vanished instantly, revealing a widescreen TV Reiki had removed from Claire's room no less than 17 times this month. Claire huffed. These things don't change who I can become. These things are distractions, and they prove your commitment only to your own immediate pleasure. There. This was safe, familiar territory. For a dark, desolate moment, Reiki thanked the universe for giving Claire such selfishness. It made Reiki's decision that much easier. After all, Claire was proving her right every single day. Claire clenched her fists on her lap. I'm not a bad person just because I like owning a TV. No, but it shows me you don't have the self-discipline of a Zaro. I could be a great Zaro if you'd give me a chance, Claire snapped, shoving to her feet. And in that moment, Reiki's final thread of patience snapped too. She'd kept this secret for so many years. She had been generous and given this girl chances, so many chances, and tonight proved that every single one was hurled back in her face. Soon Claire would understand that her lies never fooled anyone. Reiki stepped forward, dark eyes blazing. Let's stop pretending for a moment. There's a reason you're here on the island, isn't there? When Claire stiffened, Reiki knew she'd been right all along. You have an ulterior motive to supersede Ozarik by any means possible. Their chess game was over, and the Grand Master had won. Do you think I am truly that oblivious, Reiki said, dangerously quiet, that I wouldn't discern Kyle Flanderson's true reason for sending you to New York City all those years ago? I ran away. The Zaro narrowed her eyes at the juvenile challenge. The odds of you finding your way to New York exactly when Ozarik and I arrived were slim, unless you already knew we were coming. I knew, but there wasn't some hidden purpose for finding you. I needed a teacher, and I didn't know where else to go. Now Claire's expression had twisted into something ugly, something dark. Dishonesty all around. My first mistake was failing to remove you from that home, I'll admit. However, it's become apparent that my second was believing you had nowhere else to go. Reiki folded her arms. Clementine researched your family, and your half-brother was relocated to Arizona. If you truly were a runaway, why not find him? Reiki didn't hear what Claire thought. Because I couldn't have protected him back then. What the girl said was, Don't mention my brother! Don't you dare bring him up! In reality, this conversation terrified her, but not in the same way it did before. 3 years ago, when Claire begged Reiki to teach her, she was doing it to continue the ruse and keep Maxwell safe. Now it was apparent her father was content to wait as long as she needed to secure the Zaro's title, time that had only allowed her magical comprehension to improve. She couldn't have protected Maxwell back then. But now? Now Claire could do just about anything. It didn't mean she wanted to be forced into that position, though. Your father's letters have always been delivered directly to you, not our mailroom. Why is that? What did the contents say? Reiki asked. Claire pressed her lips into a firm line. And here I figured I'd be allowed to have some privacy. That depends on why you'd need it. Kyle Flanderson is not one to give up, and he has always been convinced you are his final meal ticket." Reiki folded her arms. "Now, I want to hear the truth. If I don't award you the title, what does your father want you to do to Ozarik?"
"Murder him." Claire's expression said it all. Reiki fought the chill that slid down her spine, fought to keep her tone coldly dispassionate.
"I suspected as much."
"I'd never hurt Oz," Claire snarled, hating the woman with every fiber of her being. "I love him more than anything. You know that. You have to know that." Reiki stood impassively still, her expression infuriatingly blank.
"I know your father's greed. I finally understand how you were raised. None of that is your fault. But even years removed from that influence, it is evident, based on displays like this," a brief gesture at the newspaper headline, "that you will never be happy with second place."
Claire knew in that moment that everything was about to change. And yet, she couldn't stop herself from continuing the argument, walking straight down the path Reiki set for her, right to her inevitable destruction. "And why should I be happy with it?" Reiki tensed at her tone, at the way she shouted.
"Claire! Enough!"
It was the exact wrong word to use. Flashes of Kyle Flanderson throwing that word in her face, using it to control her until it physically couldn't anymore, made Claire snap. "Fuck you, Reiki! I am as powerful as Ozarik. I talk with our witches while you tout Ozarik to kings and emperors. You just don't want to see that I'd be an amazing Zaro, because that means you've been wrong this whole time." As she spoke, Claire's magic sliced through the air again, lashing at Reiki. Framed posters flung off the walls, crashing into the bed. Gambling manuals and fake casino chips flew around the room. The TV hid itself under her invisibility spell again, just in case. And Reiki stood in the center of it, the eye of the storm, wholly unperturbed. It was infuriating. The woman had never cared. So Claire flung more magic at Reiki, violent waves that bounced off her shields. "Admit I'm right. Admit you messed up. Go on. Admit that the only reason Ozarik is your favorite is because you saw him first." Reiki waved a hand, and all the magic sucked out of the room. Claire felt some of it siphon back into Ozarik, sleeping 2 floors up, oblivious to all of this. The rest, magic that rightfully belonged to Claire, was held in an iron fist by the Zaro herself. She loomed over Claire, dark eyes blazing.
"You act like the world owes you a favor. You were already given the greatest gift in the universe, and you squander it on tantrums. Your motivations for coming to Javarini are irrelevant now. I've seen enough."
"Seen enough of what? The truth? Your own failings?" Claire's words were vitriolic. Reiki's own fury tipped into a boil.
"I never dreamed you would be able to steal his magic, and yet, on the night his parents burned, that's exactly what happened. I had planned to collect you both for training, but when you made Ozarik an orphan, everything changed."
Reiki might as well have sucker-punched her. "What? I didn't kill—"
"The magic swinging between you both is a dangerous thing, Claire. If you think it isn't, you haven't been paying attention."
Reiki narrowed her eyes.
"People have already died as a result of your power, and that is the world's fate if you are announced as a candidate for the Zaro's title."
Claire's world was shattering around her. She gripped her arms, backing away from the Zaro. "I never meant to kill anyone." Her father's words came back to her. "If you can't beat Ozarik, kill him." All this time, she thought she'd avoided being a murderer. She was wrong. The night she'd wiped Maxwell's memory and saved him from her father slammed into Claire with little courtesy. Never once in the years after did she think of Ozarik, of how he so clearly hadn't wanted to relinquish his magic that night. She hadn't given him a choice. She was stronger, more powerful, and she'd yanked his magic away in the moment he needed it most. His parents had died. She'd killed them. All those nights he gasped awake to nightmares of his parents' charred flesh and dying screams. Claire was responsible. She suddenly and violently felt sick. "The title will go to Ozarik, and you will have to make your peace with that." A roaring sound in her ears drowned out Reiki's statement, and for a moment Claire actually thought she might faint. She gripped the desk chair, shaking like a leaf, almost too distraught to respond. All she managed to whisper was, "Does Ozarik?" "Ozarik doesn't know, and never will." Reiki finally seemed to realize Claire's state, and sympathy overrode her features. "You were young, Claire. It was a mistake, but you have to understand how dangerous mistakes can be with your magic." Claire sunk into her chair, her stomach churning worse than if she'd poofed around the world. Her voice was barely whispered. "I understand." Reiki sighed in relief. "Good." "I can't stay here, Reiki." Now the Zaro raised an eyebrow. "Excuse me?" But the look Claire gave her, so raw and desperate, pinned her in place. "Please, send me somewhere. Anywhere. I'll start a new life. I'll keep quiet about my magic, but Reiki, I can't face him every day and act like nothing's wrong. I can't. Fat tears slipped down Claire's cheeks. If Ozarik found out, he'd never love her like now. He'd look at her with vindication, with anger, and then he'd leave. Everyone she loved left for one reason or another. This time, and this time alone, Claire could leave first. "Please, help me." This response, this moment, almost flipped Reiki's opinion. She hadn't expected Claire to break so spectacularly, hadn't expected this raw, desperate emotion. She reluctantly allowed Claire to reclaim her magic, loosened her hold so it eked back to its rightful place. "My dear, no one is asking you to leave." "I am. You were right. You're right about everything. I can't be Zaro. Ozarik can have it." Reiki's mind whirled, the answer to her prayers presented so neatly. And because Reiki was a kind and benevolent witch, but still somehow entirely human, she took it. "All right, but Claire, if you leave, you won't be allowed back." A new chapter, for all of them. Claire nodded. "Okay. Tell him you thought it was best. We thought it was best. I'm sure he'll find me soon, but if you talk to him first." "I will." It was because of how easily Reiki accepted this excuse that Claire would stew in fury about this fight later. The reality was that Claire should never have known about Ozarik's parents or taken responsibility for a moment of reckless magic when she was a child. Reiki should have protected them both from this truth, rather than wielding it like a weapon. Instead, she carved the life she wanted for Ozarik and left Claire a bleeding shell. This moment would be analyzed over and over in the coming days, weeks, months, until Claire settled on hatred, until she loathed the Zaro and everything Reiki stood for. But Claire would never tell Ozarik the truth. Claire would never drag him down in the same way. So when Claire packed a bag and teleported across the world, Reiki didn't interrupt. When Ozarik awoke for breakfast the next morning and realized she was gone, then furiously poofed to her new location in Las Vegas, Nevada, he would return empty-handed. When Reiki expanded her magic-sucking wards from Ozarik's bedroom to the entire island, she told herself it was for the best. And life went on. Chapter 37. The Day Death Stopped. The day death stopped dawned warm and sunny, as one might expect. A brisk ocean breeze ruffled the meticulous outfits of the world leaders in attendance. Many of them clutched hats to their head or tightened scarves around their hair as they strolled down the ornate breezeway to the seaside dais, where Clementine and her fellow Asiras were putting the final touches on the assumation ceremony's traditional decor. Exactly 9 cats, the best trained of the entire second castle, were perched in a semicircle around the marble platform, which itself was overgrown with thick vines. An upbeat pop song by a well-known Australian witch played over cleverly hidden loudspeakers. Meanwhile, a spot of light danced across the dais as one of the Asiras fiddled with the sacred mirror anchored to the neighboring cliffside. When the time was right, that Asira would be in charge of shining a universe-beholden light on Ozarik, upon which Clementine would utter the formal words and place an ancient stone pendant around his neck. Ozarik's neck, to be clear, not the Asira in charge of the mirror. It was very pomp and circumstance, and Claire was already annoyed. Her eyes swept across the rows of chairs carefully set up before the dais. It looked like a wedding ceremony, although this was significantly less fun than Henry's. She vehemently wished for Milo's absurdly large margarita, and bitterly took a swig of her grape soda as she wove through the crowds. Of course she hadn't made it 4 steps before Asira Beo intercepted her. "Ah, long time no see," Claire said casually. "You're not supposed to be here." She glanced over his shoulder to see Clementine setting an ancient tome on the pedestal, glaring at Claire all the while. Claire waggled a few fingers in response, which only seemed to make the Asiridon angrier. She set a threatening hand on the Chinese dao at her hip and turned red when Claire winked. It was deeply satisfying. "I think you'll find I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be," Claire offered a dazzling smile. "Or didn't Ozarik tell you? I'm the entertainment for tonight's party. The magnificent Claire Bishop, you know, the most popular act in Las Vegas." Bea was from Vietnam, truly hated Asira Yorhe's propensity to gamble, and loathed the fact that America had an entire city dedicated to it. He scoffed, crossing broad arms over his chest. "Zaro Ozarik is preparing for the ceremony in solitude. He didn't mention you." "Already calling him Zaro, huh?" Beo's cheeks tinged red. "He will be soon enough." The words held a threat. "That's a bit hostile." "You're not welcome here. Asiridon Clementine made it very clear. Look, find Ozarik and ask him if you're in such a tizzy." Her words were flippant, irate, right up until Beo's earlier statements sunk in. Claire's fingers clenched around the soda can, denting the soft aluminum. "Wait, Ozarik is in solitude?" "He's preparing. Has anyone actually seen him?" Beo opened his mouth to protest, and Claire had all the answer she needed. Her exasperation skyrocketed, and she spun away from Beo without another word, stomping back towards the island's airstrip. Beo watched her go, right until the hot sun made her shimmer and vanish on the horizon. He turned away just as a puff of huckleberry smoke wisped into the air, smugly satisfied at his enforcing duties. Meanwhile, Claire poofed into Reiki's old study, the one place Ozarik would have paid his respects before assuming the dead Zaro's title. And sure enough, the Zaro's traditional robes, deep blue, stitched in gold so ancient it seemed to gleam with memories, were hanging beside the window. But the room was empty. Claire approached the robes. Far below, the procession was getting seated. Asiras flitted between the bodyguards and dignitaries, offering water, wine, and coffee. Several more checked invitations before welcoming people down the paved path to the dais. A few lucky newscasters were setting up expensive cameras and performing sound checks for the broadcast. The ceremony was about to begin. Exasperation bubbled into actual irritation, and Claire snatched the robes off the hanger. "Ozarik, I swear, I'm going to—" But a paper fluttering to the floor cut her off. She knelt to retrieve it, recognizing Ozarik's scrawl immediately. "Back tonight. Stand in for me?" Claire stared at the note, meant only for her, as her heart thudded in her chest. The room seemed to spin, white noise roaring in her ears, drowning her in responsibility. She knew it. She fucking knew it. But a deep, hopeful part of her had wanted to believe she was wrong. Right until he proved her very, very right. Ozarik never planned to be present for this ceremony. He just expected her to show up instead. Expected her to fill in. Expected to arrive whenever was convenient and pretend he'd been present all along. Not only was it a massive jab to Reiki, a Zaro who honored tradition, it was an actual slap in the face to Claire herself. His theft of Zaro Victoria's journal, the thing she'd been hunting for all month, was concerning. But she expected it would come to a head after the ceremony. He didn't have time to play with dangerous spells, not while the world waited for him to receive a crown. Apparently, whatever was written in the final pages of that leather-bound book was more important than the most important day of his life. Anger crawled along her skin, seeping into her veins, hardening her heart. Ice washed over her, cold disconnect. For a moment she considered magicking literally anywhere else, avoiding this ceremony, letting the consequences of his actions bite Ozarik in the ass. But it wasn't just Ozarik who'd suffer from that. The witches of the world were only protected under a Zaro's power. History showed that if Ozarik was absent, they would suffer, not him. So, seething in anger, she slipped on the robes, magicked into Ozarik's visage, covering for him, one last time. She made her way into the belly of the castle, met the Asiras faithfully waiting in the lobby to escort her to the dais. One of the Asiras bowed low and murmured, "Zaro Ozarik," and another wiped tears from his eyes, and it became dangerously apparent that Ozarik wasn't just missing the culmination of his life's work. He was actively failing every witch in the world. She was going to kill him when this was over. The Asira, watching the crowds outside, watching for Clementine's signal, finally gestured her forward. And without much else to do, Claire followed the procession down the path. Between the chairs, under the eyes of all the world's leaders. Onto the dais, where Clementine bowed so deeply she nearly folded in half. Claire turned towards the crowd, sweat trickling down her neck, sick to her stomach. The absolute audacity Ozarik had to pull a stunt like this. Claire knew how to perform, but she also knew when the performance should stop. They were well past that point now. Clementine gave her the warmest smile she'd ever seen, a smile meant for her pride and joy for the prince of witches, not for the scrawny orphan girl Reiki scooped off the streets of New York City at 13 years old. "Are you ready to begin?" Claire wasn't a perfect person, and spite made her feign confusion. As Ozarik, she asked in a deep, falsely confused voice, "Where's Claire?" The Asiridon blinked, eyes flicking to the observing crowd. "She never showed, future Zaro Ozarik. Shall we?" She never showed. Such a seamless lie. With those 3 words, Claire's heart ignited, beating with a new fervor. A smile, a real one, split her face, and she started to laugh. The sound pealed through the open air, resonating off the cliff face until the crowd shifted uncomfortably. Her eyes sought the Pope's, sitting in the front row, and she grinned at him. He looked thoroughly perplexed, the poor man. She couldn't blame him. She was perplexed, too. Part of her couldn't believe what she was doing. But the rest had never felt more certain of anything in her life. "Oh, I'm ready." Clementine, eager to get back on track, opened the massive tome in her hands. Claire cleared her throat. "No, not yet. What I meant was, I'm ready to stop living a lie. I'm ready to take what's rightfully mine, what's always been mine." She snapped a finger and the illusion vanished away. What was left was Claire Bishop, adorning the Zaro's sacred robes. Her robes. It felt damn good. Clementine gasped, falling backwards. She nearly tripped, but recovered at the last second, face white as a ghost. "How dare you! How dare I assume the title of Zaro when I hold half the power? Ah, yes, how arrogant of me! Then again, I've always been a bit audacious." A feral smirk, a light in her eyes that hadn't existed in weeks. She reveled in their shock, their confusion. If only Ozarik were here to see it, but if he was, none of this would be happening at all. She finally stepped into her destiny. Claire swept her arms out like she was performing on a stage. "I am Claire Bishop, magician on the Las Vegas Strip, ex-Javarini resident, and commander of half the Zaro's magic. Ozarik, my other half, apparently had something more important to do, so with Reiki's encouragement and blessing, I will be assuming the position of Zaro myself." Clementine's cheeks flushed. "Reiki's blessing? You're a fraud! Where is Ozarik? What did you do with him?" "All I've done this month is encourage him to take responsibility," Claire snapped, rounding on her. "But he's been gone for a while, hasn't he? Actually, let me guess. You haven't seen him in 11 days. When Clementine flinched, Claire smirked. "Ozarik has made it clear. He doesn't want the position. Luckily for him, I have equal ownership to it, and lucky for you all, I'm willing to step up." Clementine dropped the tome. It landed with a heavy thud, a puff of dust settling between them. "She's attempting to overthrow Zaro Ozarik!" Clementine drew her sword in a rather threatening manner, although, admittedly, it was hard to draw a sword in an unthreatening manner. A few of the Asiras surged forward in time with Clementine, but Claire muttered, "For God's sake," and swept a hand, manipulating the air into fine mist. It settled over the dais, blinding them. As they stumbled, Claire flicked her fingers in their directions, and the wind effortlessly shoved them back into the grass. As the mist cleared, a few bodyguards in the crowd reached for their weapons, but no one was brave enough or stupid enough to shoot someone claiming to be the next leader of the world's witches. "My business is all about the suspension of disbelief, but this is a bit ridiculous," Claire replied, her voice amplifying to impossible levels. Even Clementine, pushed back several feet, was stunned into silence. Claire held her arms wide. "Lucky for you, I'm all about showmanship, so let's see what the Zaro could really do, huh?" With an upwards motion, Claire pulled the remaining mist into the sky. It bubbled into dark clouds, blotting out the sun. She tugged at the magic a bit, and fat drops of rain transformed into a shower of flower petals which swirled in a lazy breeze around her. The ground rumbled, and far away a tsunami rose from the ocean. It crested over the dais, but what crashed to the ground was a literal rainbow. When everything calmed, Claire posed as if expecting applause. Instead, she got silence. Well, she couldn't win them all. Claire chuckled at the crowds, then faced Clementine. "I have the same magic that Ozarik does. Why do you think Reiki brought me here all those years ago?" "She kicked you off the island," Clementine snarled. "She told me it was a mistake." "Funny. She told me her entire response to my life was a mistake." Clementine shuddered. The dow's tip angled towards Claire, its black hole magic pulsing the air. "Sacrilege! You attend this ceremony, detain Ozarik, and pull a few fancy illusions to make us think you're his equal. Where is he? Is he safe?" "He's probably buried nose-deep in a leather-bound journal that could end the world, but I'll address that soon." Claire's patience was waning. "What more do you need to see, Asiridon? Do you want me to teleport you to Slovakia myself?" Clementine shook with anger. A woman pushed to the brink. "No! I want you gone!" And then, faster than Claire could react, Clementine surged forward and pierced the ancient Tao into the Zaro's chest. Chapter 38. The Day Death Stopped. The day death stopped was cloudy and rainy in Slovakia. This was a subtle ploy from the universe to propel Ozarik into activity, to shove him away from his dreary mountain study and into the bright social sunshine of Javarini, where Clementine and the Asiras were setting up the island for his assumation ceremony. He ignored it. Truth be told, he'd ignored many things in the past week and a half. Claire's parting words ran through his mind. "You're going to be great, Oz. Get to it." "Not without you," he muttered for the 17th time, flipping through the pages of a certain journal. The power to stop death was, in theory, simple. It was a persuasion of souls, commanding them to remain anchored to their bodies. But human souls weren't chipmunk souls, and human souls thrived on questioning, arguing, and disobeying. And that made this very simple theory immensely complicated in practice. He'd been wrong about Kyle Flanderson. The man was an asshole, a black mark on the bright note of Claire's existence, and Ozarik could acknowledge it. What he couldn't acknowledge was that Reiki died by his command. He couldn't acknowledge that, in his desperation to hold on to Claire Bishop, to keep her in his life forever, he'd made a choice. Reiki or Claire. The Zaro or his life partner. Responsibility or love. The responsibility was soured for him, and even as his magic pulsed with warning, "The assumation ceremony nears. You are encouraged to Javarini. Please return to your home and claim your title." Ozarik felt sick whenever he considered the assumation ceremony. Being swathed in formal blue robes Reiki had worn decades ago, standing beside Clementine, who'd always looked at him so proudly, and knowing that she'd lost the most important person in her life because of his mistake. And then there was Claire. Reiki wanted to sweep her under the rug, keep her hidden from the world's eyes. Ozarik absolutely refused that life for her. Claire thrived in the spotlight, and once he became Zaro, no one would exist to dispute that. He would present her to the world, and she would be at risk. Every universe-damned day, Claire would be at risk, because every day people like Kyle Flanderson prowled on the peripherals of her life. Ozarik had ensured the man was trapped by magic, apprehended by authorities, no bail, no freedom. Kyle Flanderson awaited a trial where the world would declare him guilty, and he would suffer for his crimes. But there were others. How long after Ozarik's announcement would Claire come under fire? Governments, leaders, witches, everyone would want answers. Some would be angry. Ozarik was no longer naive enough to think they would quietly stand by as Claire joined him on the throne. He massaged a centuries-old spell into being. One final spell to tether one single stubborn soul to her body. Claire's soul would argue, and thus his spellwork had to be foolproof. He stared feverishly at his pendulum, scribbling into a notebook with his left hand as the golden weight swung from a simple chain pinched between his right finger and thumb. To be clear, this was a physical pendulum. While it wasn't Ozarik's preferred form of dowsing, it was effective in linking his demands to the inner magic below his Slovakian castle. This simple pendulum should not be confused with the metaphysical one perpetually swinging between Claire and Ozarik. He'd nearly perfected it. Just a few simple parameters remained to be attached, guidelines that would bind Claire's soul to this world forever. And if they bound Claire's soul to him forever, well, he wouldn't complain. He shoved a map underneath the pendulum and said, "Show me the terminology I need to lock her down." But now, for the first time ever, his pendulum stilled. This was because, across the world, Claire had just discovered Ozarik was resoundingly not on Javarini. Her magic pulsed furiously, and it spread like a wildfire over Europe. He winced, sweat beading on his neck. "In a minute, Claire. You'll thank me for this later." He gently swung the pendulum again. "Where can I find the exact phrase?" Despite his fingers motioning the pendulum, its golden weight stayed perfectly anchored to the center of the map, which of course happened to be over Javarini. A pointed statement. Claire's magic washed over him again, poking him, needling him. Unlike his magic, which offered gentle encouragement, hers was akin to a knife in the chest. "Get your ass over here," it said irately. He snarled, frustration boiling over in waves, and threw the pendulum to the floor. It skittered across the stone, sliding under one of his many bookshelves. Ozarik shoved to his feet, desperation and anxiety compounding in his soul. "Leave me alone, Claire! I'm working!" he snapped at the walls. While their magic could communicate, and she most certainly felt his dismissive irritation, his verbal cues were purposefully left unheard, because universe forbid Claire actually respond. Instead, they made Ozarik into a raving lunatic, buried in dangerous research within a crumbling castle somewhere deep in the woods. Moments passed. Long breaths where Ozarik paced his study, slammed to his knees by the bookshelf, and fumbled for the golden pendulum. He needed those, and he wasn't willing to wait for it. The spell was almost complete. In Javarini, Claire resolutely donned the robes and joined the Asiras. In Slovakia, Ozarik sat at his table again, pouring magic into the pendulum. In Javarini, Claire stood on the dais and announced herself to the world. In Slovakia, the gold fractured, then melted over Ozarik's precious map. In Javarini, Clementine plunged the magical Tao into Claire's chest. In Slovakia, the world shattered. It happened violently, a snapping akin to breaking a bone or crashing your car into oncoming traffic. One moment things seemed to be fine, and the next breath everything magical was bleeding and moaning, and explosions of light and color flashed in a devastating display, and souls across the world screamed as a Zaro was killed. Except the magic didn't transfer from Claire to a newborn baby somewhere else. This was because, unlike past Zaros, two existed, and the sacred Chinese Tao merely shoved her magic into Ozarik. It drowned him in a shock of cold water. His immediate thought was, "No, not her too!" One couldn't be sure what he was expecting when he vanished on the day of the assumation ceremony. Nevertheless, he grabbed the leather-bound journal inscribed with ZV, abandoned the melted pendulum, and poofed in a blind panic to Claire's location. The dais on Javarini's grassy beach. The spell wasn't complete. The parameters weren't set. None of it mattered when he saw the dais covered in Claire's slippery crimson blood. Chapter 39. The Day Death Stopped. Clementine withdrew the sword from Claire's chest, finding little resistance of skin against the sharp blade. The shriek sound seemed to echo across the suddenly silent beach. Claire dropped to her knees and wheezed two words. "You bitch!" Above her, brandishing the blood-stained sword meant for this exact scenario, a Ceridon Clementine was red-faced with fury. Her rage had nothing on Ozarik's. Time seemed to freeze. Actually, seemed to was a bit of an understatement. It literally slowed, suddenly terrified to keep marching forward at a steady pace, terrified of disobeying a person wrought with grief and anger so deep he could destroy countries, burn worlds. So when a pulse of the most powerful, dangerous magic in the world spread across the grass, stopping the wind, blinding the sun, time simply bowed its head in submission. Everything washed in grayscale as Ozarik sprinted to Claire's side, catching her seconds before she crashed to the reddened stone. "Claire! Claire!" In a perfect world, the Tao would suck the magic from the current Zaro and deposit it into that Zaro's replacement. But this was far from a perfect world, because in this world, Ozarik was Claire's replacement. The pendulum swung, and he effortlessly shoved it back towards her. She hissed, seizing for a breath that didn't come, but the magic did form a sort of patch over the wound in her chest. It wasn't a healing spell, but it was good enough for now. After all, now there were more pressing concerns. Ozarik spun, his ferocious glare pinning Clementine to the spot. "You!" A dark, all-encompassing fear washed over her. It stabbed her spine, holding her upright, as frozen as the time around them. She wanted to step back, to scream, to run, but the Tao remained pointed at Claire's body, trembling violently in a suddenly immovable grasp. Ozarik's eyes dropped to the sword, and it began to burn. The stamped metal turned white-hot, ripping a scream from Clementine's throat. But everything moved too slowly, and painful blisters blotted her palm before she was physically able to drop the weapon. The Tao, too magical to be destroyed, clattered to the ground stained with shiny crimson. "You stabbed her!" Ozarik was wholly unconcerned with the intense burns searing Clementine's hand, wholly unconcerned with how terrified she looked, eyes wide like a deer in the highway seconds before impact.
His fingers tightened around Claire, whose own ice-blue eyes were slipping shut even as she attempted to manipulate the magic around them. The world wouldn't know it, but she was casting that spell she'd discovered at Lake Ashi and Hakone, the spell to calm Ozarik, soothe the anger in his soul, and, barring that, to contain his suddenly malicious magic. Unfortunately for the bystanders, it didn't work. He hadn't returned enough magic for her to do much more than survive. Clementine stammered, I was protecting you. Although time had slowed, his magic had not. In a violent, extraordinarily fast act, the island splintered, gaping chasms gorging a perfect circle around the dais. The visiting dignitaries all screamed, scrambling over themselves to flee the Zaro's wrath, no matter how futile the effort. After all, mortals could never outrun a god. Claire, nearing her final thought, barely resisted rolling her eyes. "Christ, Oz," she tried to say, but in that moment his magical patch fractured. Blood burned her esophagus, painted her organs, spilled from her heart, and Claire could do nothing but fight for every single gasp. Meanwhile, time had managed to bolster its courage, walking now instead of crawling. Ozarik didn't notice any of that. For all the instances he'd replayed Reiki's death, imagined his intervention, now rage overwrote logic. Claire lay unobserved. "Protecting me!" Fire roared from the depths of the splintered earth, burning Clementine's hair, drowning the dais with threats. "I am not a child, and you are not my parent. Don't you dare pretend you know what's best for us!" This statement hurt Clementine more than the burns. She crashed to her knees in the pool of blood, covering her head from the onslaught of nature. "I'm sorry. She cast an illusion spell and tried to—" "I told her to do that, Clementine. She's done everything for me, and look—" Ozarik choked on the words, his fingers bruising Claire's shoulders now. Noting almost too late that her skin was ashen gray, her eyelids barely open, panic surged, his magic flaring as he hunched over her, fumbling for the journal. His words were a guttural scream. "Look at what you've done!" Above them, thunder exploded. The grassy area behind the dais was empty now, and even the light seemed to shatter. The sky vanished under a sea of black grief. When Ozarik met the woman's terrified gaze, Clementine knew without a doubt she would be killed. She's not the Zaro," the Aceradon tried to say feebly. Because if Claire was the Zaro, that would mean Reiki lied. Clementine's very soul fractured at the thought. Ozarik didn't care. "She's more a Zaro than I'll ever be, and if you can't see that, you have no purpose here!" With a seething smack of wind, he sent Clementine hurling into the fire-smoked chasm. She screamed, grabbing the jagged edge just in time. Her skin bubbled from the heat, and she quickly lost control of her limbs. Only a clap of magic saved her life. Claire's magic. It ballooned around Clementine, one last desperate breath of hope, shoving her into the hot grass on the opposite side of the chasm. The ex-Aceradon writhed in agony, her mind slipping into chaos. But she was alive. Claire, fading fast, took mild comfort in that because Ozarik did love the woman, even if he didn't remember right now. On the dais, shaking with effort, ice-cold from blood loss, Claire's hand dropped back to her side. And she died. It came as a sigh, rather than a storm. Nothing like Reiki's, where her magic flooded the universe and informed every which of her death.
No. Clara Bishop died softly, her magic simply returning to Ozarik, the pendulum shifting back into the ornate set of scales it was always meant to be. And that was resoundingly not okay for Ozarik. His agonizing scream filled the air, somehow more painful a sound than 1,000 avalanches. But this time, he didn't simply watch in horror. No. This time he slammed open the journal and located the spell that both caused and completed all of this, words Zaro Victoria had tried to hide over a century ago for the good of the universe.
"You don't get to die, Claire!"
And he recited the spell. Once he uttered the final verse, everything fell silent. Not mute, but true, aching silence, as if the world had stopped to ponder its decisions and found them severely lacking. And then a shock-wave of magic slammed into Claire's soul, binding her to her corpse in the most agonizing way possible. Clementine's agony had nothing on Claire's, but it was silenced by the absolute lack of breath in her body. Her back arched out of Ozarik's hold, her skin glowed white, her eyes opened black and soulless before the alien orbs rolled into her skull, replaced finally with her typical blue irises. She shuddered violently as her heart moaned in despair, but reluctantly began to beat again. Her lungs constricted, then yanked themselves apart, forcing a gasping breath. Her throat convulsed, shoving blood out of her mouth in a waterfall. Ozarik leaned over her anxiously. "Stay in your body," his spell ordered. "There's nowhere else to go." Claire's soul called bullshit personally, but coming back from the brink of death had a way of disorienting even the most articulate mind. She blinked slowly, painfully, and Ozarik laughed like a child hugging his first teddy bear. "You're okay! You're okay!" His voice was bright. "Oz!" she coughed, words wet with blood. "You moron!" And that's when their magic pulsed again, spreading over Javarini and the oceans and the continents and the planet, splintering every single soul who dared to die at the same time as Clara Bishop. It pierced all 86 of them in turn, dozens of wounds, immeasurable pain, spiking in every direction and utterly overwhelming Ozarik's tenuous hold on the spell's parameters. While drafting the spell, he didn't care that restrictions were done carefully. He just cared that it worked. Like most things, haste came back to bite him in the ass. "Oh no," Ozarik whispered. What did you do?" Claire wheezed, pushing out of his grasp. He leapt up, reaching out with invisible fingers to prod the threads of the spell, feel how far they vibrated around Earth. "Nothing. It wasn't supposed to—" Another pulse. Another fresh wave of souls trapped in their bodies. "I didn't—" "Fuck, Ozarik!" Claire snarled, wiping her mouth as she shoved to her feet. She suddenly didn't have the luxury of writhing in pain. "It's fine. I'll figure it out." And Ozarik yanked most of her magic away, poofing to his beloved, mortified castle in the Tatras Mountains, journal in hand. Claire remained, swaying dangerously on the dais, one hand over the oozing wound in her chest. The Zaro robes were stained in blood, and the world swam. She flicked a finger and slowly coaxed the circle of flames down into the earth, begged the island to knit itself back together. It grumbled, annoyed at the dramatics, but rearranged itself under her will. Her magic stores were now dangerously low, and another pulse had her crashing to her knees. It took precious minutes, but Claire managed to stagger to Clementine's blistering body. The older woman was sobbing, hunched into herself. Claire eased the feeble remnants of her magic over the Isiridan's skin to soothe her burns.
"Are you okay? How could she lie to me?"
Clementine shivered, eyes glazed with pain. Claire in that moment felt very, very tired. "I think we've all made mistakes." Over the hill, towards the castle, Asira's Bayo and Yorhe were running towards them. Claire left her protective magic in place to keep Clementine from going into shock, and then stepped back a respectable amount. The Tao had been forgotten on the dais, but she had no intention of getting stabbed again, or shot, or whatever they cared to try. "I'll find Oz," she said, feigning more confidence than she felt. "We'll stop this." Clementine clenched her eyes shut. With nothing left here, Claire summoned her quickly dwindling magic to poof to the other side of the world, but instead of appearing at the Slovakian castle, she opened her eyes to Henry's apartment. Without really understanding how she got here or why, Claire stumbled to the entry, rapped twice on the door, and when Henry wrenched it open and gasped, "Claire?" she couldn't stop herself from collapsing against him. His arms were around her immediately, towing her inside, and despite everything she felt safer than she had all day. Jennifer yelped as she saw Claire's state. "What happened?" The human being tossing pillows off the couch, mumbling in a panic, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" "Yeah, I don't think he can hear you," Claire muttered, gripping Henry's arm as he eased her onto the cushions. Her brother knelt beside her, eyes wide, his normally cool temperament fracturing under fear. "Are you okay? Do you need a hospital? Jennifer, call 911. "Don't bother. This isn't our most pressing concern." "The blood isn't—" With a wave, Claire switched their television from the previously live, chaotic footage of the assumation ceremony, landing on a local news station instead. It had been 11 minutes since death stopped, and witches everywhere could feel the pulsing magic of Ozarik's spell. Even the humans were catching on, reports flooding social media about near-death experiences, or rather, not-death experiences. The reporters were baffled, sifting through reports as footage of car wrecks and burned buildings and hospitals cycled through, everyone drowning in carnage and chaos. Jennifer covered her mouth, and Henry stilled. Beside him, Claire narrowed her eyes. "He didn't just bring me back, he brought everyone back." Another pulse, and she cringed at the power it drew from her. Sweat beaded across her brow as she grasped the couch's armrest with bloodied fingers. "It's still happening. Fuck! Fuck! I need a phone." "What? How will that help?" "Well, I have to distract him somehow." Claire clenched her eyes shut as a wave of pain washed over her. Henry handed her his cell, worry pinching his face as she dialed a number that didn't exist. "It's okay." She offered him a bright, perfectly fake smile. "I'll fix this." He didn't return it. "Don't tell me that. Would you rather I sit back and let death stop?" Henry's voice was uncharacteristically hard as he waved a hand at the TV. "I don't give a shit about this, Claire. I care that you're safe. Promise me you'll stay safe." Tears sprang to Claire's eyes, and she tore her gaze from his. Her brother, her guardian, her moral compass. But today, in this moment, he couldn't help her. She had more important things to do. Things he couldn't fathom yet. "I'm sorry, Henry," she whispered, and she pressed the phone to her ear. Chapter 40. The Day Death Stopped. And so we arrive at the moment of truth. The moment used to lure you into this ageless story of heartbreak, love, and agony. For after this moment, the world was never the same, and we can finally understand why. Ozarik went to his castle in Slovakia, realized the extent of his spell, and decided he simply didn't care. Claire poofed to his side, as always. She yanked her magic back, restarting the gentle swing of their pendulum. Tried to reason with him, and failed miserably. The two of them faced each other, their magic pulsing around the world as readily as it swelled from each of their souls preparing for battle. They were both brutally aware of it. "I guess it's my job to make you," Claire said. "You shouldn't have brought me back, Oz. You shouldn't have done any of this."
"Please, Claire. I've never been more certain in my life, and you'll see it too. With time. A world without death is the new standard. The spell is already stabilizing."
Beside him, the old journal glowed with power, and Claire thought briefly about lighting it on fire. But of course, it did nothing wrong except to have the misfortune of existing as written proof of one Zaro's grief. Ozarik had been studious, a perfect apprentice. Any spell he articulated couldn't be so easily undone. He was right about it stabilizing. Their pulsing magic had slowed the moment Claire poofed into the castle. Her wound stopped bleeding, although it remained a gaping, grotesque hole under her bloodied robes. The construct of death was relenting under Ozarik's powerful corruption, slowly and surely deciding now might be a great time to take a well-deserved vacation. Or rather, retirement. "Don't you dare!" Claire snapped at it. It shrugged, lazily bowing to the spell's whim. Ozarik smiled, feeling it settle.
"There we go. If stopping death were so unnatural, wouldn't this be harder?"
"It will be once I'm through with you." And with time running out, Claire did exactly what her father always wanted, and attacked her other half. Ozarik didn't see her coming. Or rather, he was expecting a slower response, considering she'd been stabbed 23 minutes ago. But Claire had spent years on stage, performing physically demanding feats of illusion, and her magic spread through her arms and legs like an elixir. She was suddenly unstoppable, and her fist cracked into Ozarik's jaw. His head snapped back, and he crashed into a row of bookshelves. They started to tip, but he threw a shield around himself, one Claire unstitched strand by strand before he could blink. She let gravity take control. The heavy tomes slammed into him, burying him under a bookshelf of painful knowledge. The pendulum swayed closer to her, and she grabbed the power in her mind's eye, storing it away. But Ozarik was stirring, and she couldn't give him the chance to regain command. She ripped her hands outwards, and the earth undid itself below her feet. The castle moaned as its foundation crumbled, as Ozarik plummeted into a dungeon that didn't exist before. He didn't land. Instead, he poofed behind her. Unlike Claire, he pulled his punches, wrapping his arms around her body to pin her in place. But his magic spread into her like a disease, greedy and desperate, and everywhere it touched, pain ignited. Claire swallowed a scream which caused him to loosen his physical hold, but his magic continued leeching hers, unrelenting, sucking her dry. Claire elbowed him in the stomach, slammed her foot into his shin, and spun from his grasp. As her wound throbbed, as sweat poured down her brow, she attacked him in a different way. "Reiki would be ashamed of what you've become."
"If I'd become this sooner, she'd still be alive," he snapped, hunching over his waist, grimacing at the force of her blow. "Reiki was always afraid to disrupt the status quo. She never pushed our magic as far as we have. She never wanted us to be together."
Claire put some distance between them. "I don't want us together like this!"
"The details don't matter. It's done, and now nothing can stop us from following our destiny."
His feverish eyes shone bright, desperate. "Restart death! Then, maybe you can talk to me about destiny!" The spell pulsed again, and when his magic was momentarily weakened, his tendrils briefly lifting their parasitic hold, Claire erected a barrier so powerful it sent a gust of wind through the collapsing castle. Her magic locked into place, inaccessible to him. But it was temporary at best. Her body was failing, which meant she needed to be clever, not strong. Around them, heavy stone bricks fractured and fell, their crashes booming through the forest. Claire dodged one, thinking fast as Ozarik advanced on her. His magic pawed at the barrier, desperate for more power, even as the spell to stop death trembled with the loss.
"You're unraveling it!"
he cried, and made his decision. He'd been trying not to hurt her, but the point of no return had arrived. There would only be one winner here. Ozarik lashed out instead, fingers clenching painfully around her arm. With a vicious yank, he threw her to the ground. A jagged rock bruised her back, and she swallowed a yelp. For a brief flicker, Ozarik seemed to come back to himself. But then his spell tightened the noose around his neck, and his expression twisted into determination.
"Enough, Claire! Let me save you!"
The word held no power anymore. Claire rolled out of his way, forcing herself to her feet.
"I don't need saving!"
He lunged at her again, and for the first time fear chilled her skin. Her best friend was gone. Ozarik was no more. All that remained was a young man blinded by his vision of a better world. One day soon the loss would reverberate so potently that mountains would crumble beneath her grief. But today, there was no time for that. Claire suddenly knew what she'd have to do. 2 spells. One Claire had been using like a second breath from the moment she met Reiki in that bookstore in Coeur d'Alene. The second she hadn't used since she was 5. It was such a simple solution, but it ripped Claire's soul in 2. Ozarik had spent a maniacal month lying to her, pretending like he was hunting for a spell to separate their magic, even as she suspected more. Reiki had been convinced one of them would become more proficient in magic, and the separation would happen naturally as they aged. By the time the old Zaro realized her error, it was too late. Claire knew the truth, and she would fix it all. His magic slammed against her barrier, but it didn't splinter. Her power was locked away, and she set her sights on the push-pull ever perpetuating between them. Before he could move back, she surged forward, grabbing his arms and holding him in place. At the same time, the earth leapt upwards to engulf him, pinning his body in a cage of rock. Only his head was visible now, and he snarled, frothing like a rabid animal, spewing anger with every word. It was background noise, nothing more. Claire's voice was quiet as she gave him one final chance. "Ozarik, please, if you really do love me, you'll stop this."
"All I've ever done is love you,"
he hissed, and cracks spiderwebbed along the stone that held him in place. Claire sighed, clenching her eyes shut for a bare second, solidifying her resolve. Then she stepped forward, gently pressing her forehead to his. He stilled against her touch. And in that moment of surprise, Claire viciously wrenched his magic away. She left nothing behind, not even a glimmer for him to rely on, and slammed her impenetrable barrier back in place. In the same way she gave Henry a magical ability, She stripped Ozarik of his. The pendulum's chain snapped, and the golden weight vanished into the cosmos of the universe. Claire Bishop had become the Zaro. Permanently. It was both the simplest thing she'd ever done and the most devastating choice of her life. Ozarik, utterly devoid of magic, gasped at the sudden emptiness. He wrenched his head as his massive, death-stopping spell dismantled around him, eyes widening as Claire sent new instructions into the world. "Follow your spirits home." "No!" he screamed. But the not-dead souls obeyed her command, sobbing gratefully as they soared upwards, as their corpses dropped, as balance returned. Meanwhile, Claire glanced at Zaro Victoria's battered journal, offering a bare apology before it burst into flames. Breath by breath, each book in Ozarik's crumbling castle followed suit, until flames raged around them and a dark silence took hold. Her own wound throbbed suddenly, vividly, but she'd never before held the full power of a Zaro at her fingertips, and it was immense. She brushed her thumb across the wound, and it hastily stitched itself shut. Her organs cleaned themselves, her lungs stopped aching, and Claire had never felt so alive. Ozarik trembled before her, tears springing to his eyes. "Claire," he whispered, and the word held the agony of 1,000 lives. She let the earth around him sink back into the ground, and he staggered, dropped to his knees. She physically felt his ache, but this time she didn't attempt to intervene. Her comfort spell was buried deep beneath the agony of what they'd both done, and for once, Claire needed them both to acknowledge this pain. Instead, she sunk to the ground beside him, intertwining her hand in his. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. He didn't respond, but sobs racked his entire body. She wasn't sure how long they sat like that, him curled against her chest, his magic pressing against her impenetrable walls, never to return. Her own magic wrapped around it, slowly twisted it from Ozarik's optimistic yellow hue to hers, a brilliant gold. Soon the magic would forget it ever belonged to him. Claire waited for Ozarik to speak, rubbing his back while her heart lay in pieces around them. When he finally shifted, his tone was low, surprisingly accepting. "I'm not getting it back." "No," she whispered. "I can't risk it." His eyes had returned to their typical green color, and his skin had lost its feverish tint. He looked perfectly and utterly normal. And sad. So sad. "Then what do we do now?" She closed her eyes, burying her nose into his shoulder. "I don't know, Oz." More silence. Neither of them wanted to admit the reality of their lives now. Left alone, Claire never would. If he asked, she'd probably instate him as her Isiridon, give him that stupid sword, let him monitor her choices and live his life in peace on her island. She'd consult him with worldly problems and let him research to his heart's content, and they'd be together, just like he wanted. But he never wanted it like this. And Claire Bishop knew firsthand that living on the peripherals of a world where you desperately yearned to belong, well, that didn't work for long. Ozarik reached the same conclusion. His voice trembled. "Then I'll decide. You have to let me go." "You can go anywhere. Wherever you want." "No, Claire. He pulled away from her, traced her cheek. Their hearts broke in tandem. The final moment where they'd ever synchronize.
You have to let me go. I can't live as the almost Zaro.
His sad smile was weighted with the loss of their bond.
I'm not as strong as you. I'll break. And if that's the case,
his voice fractured,
I'd rather live whole in your memories.
Claire suddenly realized what he was asking. Her voice got sharp, her magic pulsed. I'm not going to kill you, and you aren't allowed to kill yourself. The words became a spell, but she hesitated before setting it on his shoulders. You don't want that, right?
I don't know what I want anymore,
he said. She'd hoped for a better solution, but neither of them could take back their actions. His words revealed the truth. They would never be together again. They couldn't. The universe was in peril when they were linked. Claire, as the witch who'd severed that link, had to finish the job. I can persuade your memories, convince you it never happened, convince you that we were never two halves of the same whole. Ozarik hesitated, but they both knew there wasn't another choice. This heartache would twist him into doing something dangerous later, whether Claire and their magic was present for it or not. It took a long moment of silence, but then he cupped her face, pressed a kiss to her forehead.
I love you, Claire. That will never change.
Claire held his gaze, breathless, devastated, because it absolutely would.
Give me a good life, okay?
Ozarik tried to laugh, but it became a shuddering sob. The best life. Claire hugged him, like you gave me that day in New York. He gripped her like a lifeline, eyes tracing her face like he couldn't get enough of her, even as his castle, his soul, burned around them. Claire memorized his face, his personality right now, because she alone would bear the responsibility of recalling who Ozarik, the almost Zaro, had been. And then her magic slipped into his mind, winding through his synapses, rewriting old memories, paving the path for new ones, slowly convincing him that he'd never been a Zaro at all. There was no resistance. He willingly accepted her magic, even as it erased everything he was. And only once he looked placidly at her, a blank slate awaiting instruction, did she send that same persuasion outward, into the minds of every witch and human on the planet. Ozarik never existed, she said, feeling sick inside. I am your Zaro. It wasn't a voiced command, nothing so explicit that it would require the ancient map they'd used before visiting Kyoto all those weeks ago. This order was utterly intangible, utterly encompassing, and every nameless soul blinked, shrugged, and replied, "Okay, then." The named souls would be harder to convince, but Claire would cross that bridge when she came to it. For now, the world at large accepted her as Zaro, and Ozarik, well, Ozarik would never remember what they were. Claire untangled herself from her partner, her best friend, her lifeline, and helped him stand. He dusted off his arms, blinking in confusion. His eyebrow arched at the decaying, smoldering castle around them.
This is something.
Forest green eyes settled on her, on the blood of her robes, the bags under her eyes, and he surged forward, mildly alarmed.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, she lied. He heard the subtext of her tone and tilted his head.
Do we know each other?
She smiled, a perfect stage-worthy smile, even as her eyes burned with tears. We actually haven't met. I am Zaro Clare. Chapter 41. 7 years and 1 day before death stopped. An eternity ago, Claire shoved past an absolute wall of humans, fighting to reach the front of the massive crowd packing Times Square to glimpse the Zaro and her entourage. She elbowed more than a few stomachs, gasped hasty apologies, and used their surprise to claw further forward. She had one shot at this, one brief moment to ensure Reiki saw her, ensure guilt truly took hold, ensure she was brought to that stupid island just like her father wanted. He'd be watching. He had eyes across the country. Someone would tell him if she failed. And she couldn't poof to Arizona fast enough to save Maxwell then. Luckily, the last week had been hell, so she wouldn't have to try very hard to convince the Zaro she needed help. Her clothes were ripped, grimy with stains she'd collected even before days traveling on a public bus. Her hair felt greasy and sticky, even in the hasty bun she'd used to get it off her neck. Her skin was grainy, salty with sweat and fear. It took 4 days and 7 buses to reach New York City, and she'd spent the last 3 sleeping in an alley with only her magic keeping her warm. She didn't dare use her magic to manipulate a place to stay, not when she desperately needed Zaro Reiki to feel sorry for her. When she finally reached the front of the crowd, Claire was confident in her ability to get noticed. What she wasn't confident about was the wild card, Ozarik, her other half, her competition. He had to know what she was trying to do. All it would take was a word from him and Reiki would turn away. Claire knew it. But their magic pulsed as she watched the stage where the Zaro would make her appearance. Traffic had been diverted from here, and the televisions framing Times Square displayed the empty stage. Anticipation layered heavily in the air, with enough witches craning to get a peek that their magic swirled like an ocean around them. It was nothing compared to Claire's magic, as she stood so physically close to Ozarik. For the first time they were in the same city, the same street, mere feet from each other. Their magic hugged like long-lost friends, and it filled her with a warmth she didn't want to believe. After all, Ozarik was her enemy. Her father had made that quite clear. Reiki appeared, her face serene and smiling as she waved at the crowd, and her Asiridon trailed behind her, hand on that magical Chinese Tao. And finally, Ozarik arrived, perched at Reiki's right hand, eyes wide as he glanced over the crowd. And forest green met ice blue, and the world stopped. Not literally, not this time, but it still felt quite immense to those involved. A shiver rippled through them both, and Reiki followed his gaze, and Claire didn't miss the look of shock, of horror, as she recognized the dirty blonde girl nestled in the adoring crowds. Claire held her gaze, her own expression hard. Take a good look, Reiki. This is what you've done to me. But her anger softened as Reiki's eyes knitted together, as her magic settled over Claire's like a warm blanket. I see you, child, and we'll talk soon, it said. Claire rooted to the spot as Reiki addressed the crowds, as she introduced Ozarik, as she stepped back to allow him a brief display of magic. He called storm clouds to the center of the city, an old classic for a future Zaro. But this time his magic intertwined with Claire's, and lightning flashed. Ozarik's eyes widened, but Reiki swiftly set in, establishing parameters around the spell so the crowd was none the wiser. An impressive display. Claire couldn't help but think maybe the future Zaro should try magic shows, just for kicks. After the clouds dissipated, as everyone cheered, Reiki whispered something to her Asiridon. Minutes later, 2 women clad in subtle gray uniforms approached Claire. Asiras. A thrill swept through the girl as she was led backstage, past a slew of police and staff, and into a private room within the building behind the stage. She was given a glass of water, which she subtly changed to grape soda when no one was looking. Then she flopped into an armchair, feigning a confidence she didn't feel as the door opened and Reiki and Ozarik entered. The Asiridon took position by the door outside and closed it behind them. A magical, soundproof barrier erected itself, and Claire swallowed a laugh. Sure, best not to let anyone know about her magic, huh? Not even the Asiridon. Whatever. Zaro Reiki looked exactly as Claire remembered. Her makeup perfect, her hair pinned in a tight bun, her robes flawless. In contrast, Ozarik looked nothing like Claire imagined, mostly because he entered the room with a huge, friendly smile. "You!" he breathed, walking forward as if entranced. "You're the one! The girl who has my magic!" Claire stiffened, pushing out of the armchair. "It's my magic." "Our magic," he corrected, grinning wider. What an idiot. But already Claire's defenses were crumbling. She hadn't expected to want to like him. She was supposed to hate him. Maybe even kill him. Well, forget that. What did her dad know anyway? Reiki, meanwhile, was watching her carefully. "Child, did you come all the way from Spokane? Alone?" The last word held weight, a warning. "I ran away." Claire lifted her chin in defiance, her fingers curled around the cup of grape soda. "So I see." Suspicion laced the Zaro's tone now. "What prompted that?" "My dad's an asshole." Reiki stiffened at the language, and Ozarik coughed a laugh. The Zaro recovered first. "I heard there was an explosion in Spokane. The official story is a malfunctioning propane tank, but no one was hurt, even though at least one human should have been." "Sounds magical," Claire muttered offhandedly. "It does, doesn't it?" Reiki narrowed her eyes. "Were you involved?" Claire had spent the last 7 days imagining this conversation. She'd meant to infuse her voice with fear, spin a story about how her magic had turned dangerous, how it scared her, how she had nowhere else to go and was afraid she'd hurt someone. But that was a lie. Claire had control of her magic. She needed instruction, but she wasn't a danger to anyone. And what's worse, Reiki's tone clearly implied that she expected Claire to be that menace to society. Irritation curled in Claire's soul, blackening like burnt paper. What if I was? Reiki frowned. Was it intentional? Everything's intentional, Claire snapped. Like the fact that you knew about it but didn't bother to check in on me. Ever! Like the fact that I was sleeping on the ground the last few days and you still took your sweet time arriving in New York, even though you can teleport anywhere in the world with a snap of your fingers. Ozarik's eyes widened. He probably never talked to Reiki like that. Was that why he was her favorite? Reiki inhaled through her nose. I'm sorry, Claire. She didn't sound sorry. So what? What are you going to do about it? Claire took another swig of her grape soda. then tossed the cup in the trash. A few drops spilled, staining the carpet purple. She stepped over it, driving the stain into the thick fibers as she glared up at the Zaro. I have the same magic as Ozarik. I'm dangerous, unhinged, right? So now you have a choice to make. I'm not going away. Silence. Ozarik fidgeted, then cleared his throat.
Reiki, we can't leave her here. She doesn't have a home.
She has a home, Reiki said, but she sounded contemplative now. Her eyes scoured Claire, and her magic prodded the cracks of Claire's facade. Claire flinched away, and Reiki's brows knitted together.
You saved them, those humans.
Well, crap. Claire huffed, her bad girl exterior fracturing. No, I caused the explosion. You better rein me in before I hurt someone. Reiki sighed, pinching her nose.
All right. You'll return to Javarini with us. I suppose it is about time. Ozarik, take Claire to the jet, please. We'll fly home today.
Ozarik was blindingly excited. His magic flared so brightly Claire needed to shield her eyes from looking at him.
Really? She's coming back with us. I thought she was supposed to be a secret. You are the future Zaro, Ozarik, but that doesn't mean Claire cannot learn with us. At least for now, her magic needs to be controlled.
Claire hated everything about this sentence and almost snapped a vitriolic retort. But her father's warning kept her in line. Get to Javarini, win over Reiki, claim the title, or Maxwell would be in trouble. So she swallowed her retort, forced a smile, and let Ozarik take her hand. The fact that he could teleport them both several miles away showed how far ahead he was, magically speaking. Her stomach churned as he practically skipped to the awaiting jet, waving at the Asira standing watch. The poor woman blinked in shock when he said, "This is Claire! She's coming to stay with us!" Claire waved half-heartedly, cut between crippling relief that her plan had worked and the new weight of what her father would expect now. She'd bought Maxwell some time, but she had no idea how much. Ozarik offered her a glass of water, chatted a mile a minute about their future together.
This is going to be fantastic. We'll get you a room in the castle. We live in a castle. It's really nice and big and has artifacts from just about everywhere in the world. And the island is so cool. You'll love exploring it. Plus, Reiki will be so excited to have another student.
I'm not her student, Claire said sharply. Ozarik frowned.
But you have my magic. Our magic.
Claire sunk into one of the jet's plush leather seats, clenching her fists against her ripped jeans. That doesn't mean she'll train me. You heard her. I'm not the next Zaro.
You could be, though, he said, ever the optimist. We can rule together. I bet Reiki is discussing how to make it happen with Clementine right now. We'll probably announce it to the world in a few weeks, and then you'll have a lot of great experience with— Shut up!
Ozarik clamped his lips together. Claire's cheeks colored. I don't want to be Zaro, okay? I just wanted to get away from my dad. For the first time in weeks, she doubted this was the right move after all. Ozarik perched in the seat beside her. His magic meshed against hers, and it felt like a hug on every plane of existence. Claire relaxed unwillingly, swallowing past the lump in her throat, as Ozarik tentatively squeezed her hand.
I bet it was hard, leaving what you knew. I did that too once. But you'll love it on Javarini. Ozarik smiled warmly, and Claire could see why the world fawned over him. He brightened people's moods just by existing. And no matter what, we have each other, okay? Claire stared at their intertwined hands, and a flicker of his optimism ignited in her soul. Maybe things would be better if she could be with Ozarik.
Claire?
Yeah. We'll always have each other.
Epilogue. 3 months after death stopped. Zaro Claire stood in the foyer of her massive Mandalay Bay condo, surveying the gold-tinted windows and heavy furniture and granite counters with a hint of nostalgia and a healthy dose of sadness. The condo itself reverberated with it, aching at the thought of reverting back to normal guest suites, of hosting people who felt that they deserved grandeur simply for existing. The palm trees that framed her front door leaned towards her, as if their fronds might trap her there. She brushed them aside, offering a rare, honest smile. I'll miss you too, but this is the next step. I mean, I don't think anyone would complain if you decided to keep an office in the States, Henry said from the kitchen, hefting a box of crystal glasses onto the countertop. He wiped sweat from his brow, offered a sly glance. On a side note, Jennifer has been hoping for crystal glasses. Take them, Claire rolled her eyes, but don't lie about who really wants to be drinking in luxury. Henry grinned sheepishly and handed the box to a burly mover loading up a dolly. This goes to my place, too. The mover snorted, but dutifully added it to the expensive pile. Meanwhile, Henry joined Claire in the foyer, stretching his arms above his head. Just saying, Claire, Nevada is really going to miss you. I think Mr. Hiddles is happy for the early retirement. You know what I mean. Claire smiled sadly. There's no time for it, Henry. Ozarik divided his attention, and it was disaster. Those who knew Ozarik personally, the Asiras, the world leaders, Henry and Jennifer and Milo, hadn't fallen for her persuasion. To be fair, she hadn't tried very hard to persuade them all. She liked that some people remembered Ozarik, the old Ozarik, so she focused her attention on anyone likely to cause problems, and let the rest accept his new fate. Luckily, they were also quite aware of how much devastation Ozarik had caused, and how Claire alone had fixed things, so very few were upset to see her taking control. It still hurt, saying his name out loud. I need to be working at the Zaro's headquarters. Clementine is helping, but she can't do much if I'm not around. I still can't believe you're keeping her on, Henry muttered. He'd made his opinions on the newly reinstated Asiradon Clementine very clear. But Claire didn't hate the woman anymore. In fact, the more she learned about Clementine, the more understanding Claire held for a life lived in the shadow of someone great. Clementine had believed her love to be pure, believed Claire's love corrupt, and that alone was a vivid reminder of how disillusioned people could become. Claire healed Clementine's burns, but she couldn't cure the woman's frayed mind. Only now, months later, had the Asiradons slowly begun reclaiming responsibilities, all under the approval of Zaro Claire. Claire ignored Henry's comment. The movers are almost done. Are you ready? We'll be late otherwise. I didn't think a Zaro could be late. As he took her arm, Henry called to the mover, When you get to my house, please don't let my wife lift any boxes. She's pregnant. That is our job, the guy replied, almost sarcastic. Claire poofed them out of the condo before Henry could retort. They landed in a prison near Oklahoma City, in a private room arranged for the Zaro's personal use. The two guards by the door jolted as Claire waved away huckleberry smoke, as Henry moaned and hunched over his stomach. She magicked him a grape soda, popping the can open with a flick of her fingers. "It helps," she said.
"Next time, I'm driving."
"Feel free. This will be my last time here." Claire took a deep swig of her own soda, then sat at the table, motioning to the guards. "Bring him in." They nodded, and a few minutes later hauled Kyle Flanderson into the windowless room. Henry stiffened at Claire's back, but Claire herself remained relaxed, offering a cold smile as their father took a seat across from her. The guards handcuffed him to metal rings soldered to the tabletop, a useless gesture for an ex-criminal turned murderer. Kyle entertained it, though, offering a snide wave as the guards retreated to the wall. "Actually, you can leave," Claire said. They hesitated, but the senior guard was a witch and knew far better than to test this particular Zaro. He nodded, and they stepped from the room, but not before he said, "Call if he acts out." "Oh, I'm sure that won't be necessary," Claire replied, and the door thunked closed. Finally, they were alone.
"It's about time, Claire."
Kyle's lips upturned as he rapped his fingers in a rhythm on the tabletop. His eyes skirted to Henry, still standing awkwardly, and the smirk became a feral grin.
"Maxwell, you've grown."
"Fuck you," Henry said. Claire leaned backwards, the picture of ease. "How's prison life treating you?"
"Cut the bullshit, honeybee. We both know you're not here for that."
"Oh, then what am I here for?" Kyle didn't notice her tone, or the way his son choked on a laugh, or how he had suddenly seemed the fool. This was because, throughout his life, Kyle Flanderson believed he was owed something, which was a blinding assumption on the best of people. After all, Kyle grew up in a decent house that, in his mind, should have been a great one. His parents showed love and affection, but not enough. While his siblings, perfectly pleasant people who went on to live perfectly pleasant lives, worked hard for their accomplishments, Kyle felt he'd already earned life's praise, and the fact that no one gave him that praise, it didn't sit well, and thus he took shortcuts. When Claire said, "Oh, then what am I here for?" Kyle Flanderson laughed outright and gestured at his cuffed wrists.
"You're finally getting me out."
He spoke with the unerring confidence of someone conversing with an idiot, when they, in fact, were the idiot.
"About time, too. I've been here for months. Figured you'd be more grateful for what I did."
The absolute audacity of it wiped all the humor from the situation. Claire straightened, leaning forward now. The room seemed to shift, tension rippling like heat waves in the desert. "Grateful that you shot Reiki and paved the way to my success. Grateful that your actions sent Ozarik into a spiral. Grateful for that." Kyle wouldn't admit it, but her predatory expression had the hair on his neck rising. But this was his daughter, so he forced himself to maintain easy body language, forced his tone to remain smugly confident.
"You know I ain't admitting to shit."
"Why would you care about incriminating yourself if you know I'm plucking you out of prison?" Claire took another swig of her soda. "Unless, of course, you suspect this is a ruse, that I'm trapping you into a confession." Silence filled the room. Kyle's eyes slid to the cameras trained on his position. Claire leaned closer and whispered, "How much do you trust me, Dad?"
"Enough!"
Kyle snarled. Henry put a hand on her shoulder, squeezing. Under his encouragement, Claire pushed to her feet. Her magic swept over her father, settling into his very bones with a mere thought. He flinched as his luck vanished, as magic twisted his destiny until all that remained were the cold, hard consequences of his actions. "You're going to waste away in this prison, in case that wasn't clear." Claire crushed the empty soda can and tossed it on the table. It skid to a rest between his hands, still cuffed to the metal table. "Call it a protective spell, protecting the entire world from your influence." A pause, a tilt of her head. "Actually, let's make it official. From today forward, your words will fall on deaf ears. You will be given the barest necessities to survive and dwindling hope that you might escape your cell. And if you do get a taste of freedom, it will come with the knowledge that I'm always watching you." This was eerily similar to the spell Reiki placed on Kyle and his family when she'd first visited that bungalow in Spokane. By some standards, it was oppressive, eliminating his ability to choose his own path. Reiki hadn't cared. Turned out, Claire didn't either. The Zaro pressed a hand to the table, leaning until she was eye level with her father now. "If you manage to run, it will only be a matter of time before I kill you myself." The curse slammed over him like a coffin lid, and fury ignited in his soul.
"You are nothing without me,"
Kyle hissed. Lithely, without warning, Henry stepped around the table and slammed his fist into Kyle's cheek. His father's chair nearly tipped over from the force of it, and when Kyle snarled at him, Henry grabbed his orange prison shirt, hauling him into an awkward standing position. "I'm starting to think that you're nothing without her," Henry said. Kyle glared at his son, blood trickling from his split lip. Claire rapped on the door, beckoning the two guards inside. They flanked Kyle, shoving him back in his chair before he could lunge at Henry. "Truth hurts, doesn't it?" Henry offered a winning smile. "Thanks for all the life lessons." Meanwhile, Claire told the guards, "You're going to want to watch the recording of this. His confession is shocking." The cameras, which recorded no such thing, hastily rewrote the video to the Zaro's whim. After all, everyone knew Kyle Flanderson killed Zaro Reiki, and now there was irrefutable, albeit magical, proof.
"That's a damn lie! Claire, enough! Enough!"
"Come on, Dad." Claire looped her arm through Henry's again. "I've never been enough for you." And without another word, they poofed away, leaving Kyle Flanderson at the mercy of the American justice system. Back in Las Vegas, Henry hesitated at his apartment's open front door. Inside, the movers had arrived and were unloading the many boxes he'd claimed of Claire's things. Jennifer wove between them, saying, "Ugh! Why did Henry take this? Here, let me help." Henry winced. "I'd better go explain myself. But Claire, you were right. That was, well, pretty cathartic." "Thanks for coming with me." Claire rubbed her arms. For all her earlier bluster, her heart still twisted at her father's commands. It helped, knowing he couldn't threaten you anymore. I doubt he ever had the reach we thought, but just in case he did, thanks for not testing it. Henry pulled his sister into a hug, and she squeezed him like a lifeline. "Don't be a stranger, okay? Jennifer wants to make a pot roast this Sunday. It should be a disaster. You're welcome to join us." Claire laughed brightly. "I have some wrongs to right in the world first, but if I'm free, I'll stop by." Henry tilted his head. "Philanthropy is a good look on you, Zaro Claire." Her cheeks colored. Henry waved, strolling inside his apartment. Claire poofed away, but she didn't land in Javarini. After all, there was one final puzzle piece to complete this picture, one final stop before she could begin this new chapter of her life. Knowing that, she arrived in the city of Bratislava, appearing between two limestone buildings about 4 stories tall. The alley was thin, barely wide enough for her shoulders, but she didn't stay put for long. Instead, she followed the yearning in her soul until she found a tiny bookshop perched beneath modest apartments. Shelves crammed with old books stood proudly beneath dim lighting. A pair of velvet armchairs were placed below the window, and a long desk with an old cash register lined one wall. A gold-painted sign written in Slovak rearranged itself under Claire's eye, boasting something along the lines of "Books Old and New." And behind the counter was Ozarik. Claire drew a deep breath, striding across the street. His magic pulsed along her soul, but more out of curiosity than an urge to reunite with its original person. After all, it was a Zaro's magic, and Claire was the Zaro. A tiny bell rang as she stepped into the shop, slipping into the facade of a short brunette with a wide jaw and small nose. Just some anonymous woman browsing the wares. Ozarik looked up from the cash register and smiled, as warm and bright as he had that day in New York City. "Welcome," he said. "Let me know if you need anything." "Of course." Claire stepped between the shelves, running her fingers along the books. She'd spared no expense in magicking this place for Oz, adding details that bolstered his fake memories. Initials scratched into the wood of one bookshelf belonging to his parents. Books from around the world, hand-collected by a great-aunt that never existed. A cat canvassed the store, a volunteer from Javarini's second castle, the creature's magic pulsing quietly as it protected Ozarik from afar. Claire used to have allergies, but now she scratched the feline's chin. "I like your cat." And she did. Ozarik's voice settled over the store. "Yeah, she just kind of wandered in here one day. Can't really blame her. I'd want to live in a bookstore, too." Amusement filled his tone. She wasn't supposed to know it, but his apartment was upstairs. Claire picked a book off a shelf, and for a moment she thought it was a certain leather-bound journal. But of course, that wasn't true. Where Zaro Victoria had been too nostalgic to manage, Claire had no such reservations. She'd burned the journal, its separated pages, and the death-stopping spell inside. Now she turned the leather-bound book over in her hands, her heart calming. It was just an old spell book. Claire's dark brown eyes traced the gold lettering, and she tucked it under her arm, strolling to the counter. "I'll take this one." "Huh, didn't think I had any books for witches here." He chuckled. "You hear about the new Zaro? People say she's wonderful." "I haven't seen much of her." But the compliment falling from his lips made her cheeks warm. She almost expected him to flash her a private, knowing look, to take her hand and pull her close and tell her everything would be okay. But none of that happened. He just accepted her cash, offered change, and scribbled a handwritten receipt. When she risked a glance at it, all he'd written was the book title and cost. Nothing else. She'd done her part perfectly, and the Ozarik she knew was gone. Her heart broke as she offered a stage-worthy smile. "Thanks for everything. I appreciate it." "I miss you." The cat leapt onto his counter, and he pet between its ears. "Come back any time." Claire wouldn't be back. She didn't trust herself not to reverse everything, to recall memories she'd buried, to convince his magic to go home. Instead, the Zaro nodded pleasantly, tucked the book under her arm, and left. After all, the show must go on. The end. The #WitchyHunt journal pages. In September 2023, Claire Bishop joined TikTok to beg for help finding a certain spellbook. One we later learned contained the spell to stop death. Participants banded together to puzzle through the location of Zaro Victoria's spellbook, a relic from the 1800s. In the end, they lost the spellbook to Ozarik anyway. These are the journal entries they uncovered along the hunt. A snapshot into the life of an old Zaro. 18th November 1814. Jane got me a puppy. I should have known. Despite decades of friendship, Jane thinks I'm lonely. She is concerned that I never married, never mind that she herself is a widow. She has a son, as she is so apt to remind me. She forgets that a Zaro needs no partner. My magic is my heart, and the world's witches my soul. With that and Jane, I have everything I need. And yet, I am penning this, staring at this puppy. His ears are too floppy for a proper terrier's, and he keeps attempting to chew my armoire. How much would Jane loathe me if I slid his bow back on, set him back inside that basket, and left him on her stoop? It's likely not worth her ire. 20th of November, 1814. The puppy's name is Grimoire. 2nd of December, 1814. Jane's son is following in her footsteps. London's Great Oddities and Inventions, he calls it. I call it a shed, not a business. Despite my recalcitration, he wants to journey to America. I tried to assure him America is nothing of note. They cannot decide on a culture of their own, much less any sort of political state. He insists. Worse, Jane is encouraging it. I fear she isn't considering life without him. While I transport around the world on business, she will be left alone in that gloomy home. I worry. Perhaps I can relocate her to Giavarini. 11th of January, 1815. Grimoire can teleport with me. A human takes considerably more effort, but he simply fits in my tote and the universe includes him, an extension of my magic. I am beginning to suspect he's become a true familiar, which will greatly insult the cats of Giavarini. Jane is jealous of Grimoire's ability to see the world or his proximity to me, I could not say. 6th of April, 1815. Something is very wrong. The magic of the earth itself screams to me, like boiling water spilling between the edges of a pot and its lid. A volcano, an eruption. Ash is falling in East Java, and I fear I will not be enough to stop it. Ivan, my Asiridon, is mobilizing the Asiras. Giavarini will be barren while we race to stop a global catastrophe. I fear that my dear Grimoire is not suited for this work. Jane has reassured me she and her son will take excellent care of him. Universe, bless our path. 13th of April, 1815. My magic was not enough. Another Zaro might have done better, but, well, too late now. I am fatigued from the effort, depleted of magic, but I must persevere. If we do not cleanse the sky, more will perish. The world will suffer. Ivan is injured. Half my Asiras have perished, but we continue on. I need to continue on, but I cannot help but wonder, what is the purpose of world-altering magic if I cannot alter the world with it? There were so many dead. Could I have prevented that? 21st of August, 1815. Nothing is relaxing in my line of work, but Grimoire and I are on a beach in Greece, angling towards something of the like. Jane is beside me in a hat so ridiculously large I am convinced she is angling to be admired by the stars themselves. They probably would. Her personality is very much like a sun. She and her son have invented something new. They somehow compressed 2 telescopes into a much smaller handheld. They call them oculoscopes. Considering their purpose is to enhance sight, I am concerned they haven't looked in a mirror yet. She plans to gift me a pair. For now, my dog and I shall sit on the beach, relax and intervene only when Jane uses these ocular monstrosities to stare somewhere she shouldn't, which realistically should not take long. 27th of November, 1815. A year has passed with my darling Grimoire, and I have belatedly realized that I missed his birthday. Naturally, I summoned the Asiras to coordinate a Zaro-sanctioned worldwide celebration. I am just now returning from the party. Grimoire shone like a star. He kissed children, pranced between buffet tables, stealing food, and was adored for his mischievous soul. I am hearing similar reports from all over the world, according to Asiradan Ivan. It has been a rough year. The witches of the world didn't need much reason to celebrate. Grimoire and I will return to Javarini tomorrow, but tonight I am perched in my childhood home, Grimoire sleeping at my side, watching Jane attempt to translate Pride and Prejudice into French. I am fairly certain someone has already translated that novel, but it is fun to watch her suffer. 26th of December, 1815. Jane has developed a cough. She assures me it is nothing, but my magic tells another story. It infests her blood and seeps through her lungs like ash in the sky. And I know firsthand how ash can poison. I do not want to worry her, but something must be done. 30th of February, 1816. The witches of Egypt have proved an invaluable help. Past Zaros have fabricated spells to counter disease. Zaro Teva spent decades working on the cure for malaria. Before that, the Black Death and others were magically addressed. Considering the malicious way diseases pivot, these spells take time, energy, and magical persuasion. My dearest Jane doesn't have time for that, and so I turned to Egypt, where I'd heard rumours of a witch with the power to heal. In actuality, her power is maintaining a dust-free home, but she is immensely knowledgeable of local herbs. The dry root only grows in the deepest bed of the Nile. I have retrieved the finest supply for my spell. In the meantime, Grimoire is keeping Jane company. Nothing lifts her spirits like a good game of fetch. 18th of March, 1816. The spell worked! It is a small win, but I will happily bask in it. Jane is back in her shed. Apologies. The establishment of London's great oddities and inventions, tinkering with her son. Grimoire moves fluidly between our houses as I am back to work. The eruption has disrupted Earth's balance, and famine is imminent. Much to do. 4th of January, 1820. Universe bless, the time passes, doesn't it? It doesn't help that I placed this journal in my study, only for an Asira to sweep through on a cleaning spree. Ivan assures me it will not happen again, but this journal found itself in Giavarini's unclaimed pile for the better part of 4 years. Perhaps a spell to locate lost items. Regardless, a summary for my own aging mind. Jane's son visited America, but believes a move will take longer to coordinate. Jane is now beginning to think this might be a bad idea. My protégé has been located, the son of a freed woman, a boy named William. The magic in our future Zaro is strong, and I can already feel my own magic siphoning into him. It is an odd sensation. He will face a fight with the colour of his skin, but a Zaro of his calibre might be just what America needs. Ivan has retired, and a new Asiradan has taken his place. Vipka is young but determined, and I trust her to adhere to her duty. I do wish she'd stop pointing the sacred Tao at me for practice, but it is important that she feels capable of stopping me if I were to go rogue. That sounds like strenuous effort at my age, to be frank. Meanwhile, Grimoire continues to be my constant companion. 18th of January, 1820. Today, Grimoire discovered he adores sticks. Considering Giavarini hosts an impressive pine forest, I am frankly shocked it took him so long. The cats of the second castle seem to be stalking him. I might have Wiebke address that, if she can. 19th of July, 1820. I am a fool. I wrongly assumed that Jane was cured. I assumed that after 3 months of work my spell would be perfect. I assumed the disease wouldn't adapt. And now Jane is... Jane. Universe bless, what can I do? 24th of July, 1820. A spell to cure needs time to be perfected. Perhaps a future Zaro will accomplish it, but for my purposes it will be too late. I need more. All this magic has to be suitable for something. Commanding the universe's lifeblood must mean something. Disease is complicated, but death is glaringly simple. One moment they are present. The next, their soul drifts away. It is reabsorbed into the fabric of all things and fades into something greater. I am Zaro Victoria. My magic commands oceans, quells fires, persuades minds. I am the closest thing to a deity on earth itself, and Jane will not die. 25th of July, 1820. 2 dry root, crushed into powder. 1 silver chalice of old. 7 sprigs of lavender to calm the stench of death. Struck through. No good. Lavender calms the soul. Impossible to communicate with it. 1 golden pendulum, blessed by a Zaro. 1 map of residence in question. 1 spoon of honey. Mix. Leave in sun to dry. Bake into cookies and feed to loved one. Result? Jane did not take this well. 7th of August, 1820. I have ripped out several pages of this journal and burned the spells inside. My initial attempt at stopping death was lackluster. Future attempts were tested on mice instead of Jane, and all had the opposite intended effect. I am beginning to wonder if this requires something less than physical. I will expose myself to death on a global scale and explore the effects. In the meantime, I have placed a spell on this journal. Certain pages, spelled pages, can only be viewed with the ocular scopes Jane gifted me all those years ago. She was right. Their invention caught on, and it's a must-have for any discerning opera attendee in London. But only my set holds the key to these pages. Her son has abandoned plans for America. Times like this make me wish William was aging faster. Had he been born earlier, I could divert my attention to... Well, it hardly matters now. William will become the next Zaro when I perish, and not a moment sooner. Until then, this task falls on me. 17th of August, 1820. All my fervour, and Jane is gone. What am I to do? 26th of November, 1820. I miss her smile. She used to snort when she laughed, and the men of London found it abhorrent, and I would call them fools, and we would giggle like schoolgirls. Even when I left for training on Javarini, Zaro Teva would teleport her to visit me. He knew how important she was, how special. She was my closest friend. Now, for the first time, I feel alone. 4th of December, 1820. Grimoire helps. 8th of January, 1821. Her son has decided to stay in England, manage the house a bit longer. The universe has placed a woman in his path, a witch who would make Jane proud. She is wary of me, I think, but I find myself fiercely protective of him. I believe they will marry. It is a good match. William's power is growing, and I must shift my focus to his training before a disaster strikes. More visits to America will be warranted until he is old enough to train at Javarini. The Asiras are very excited to meet him. I wish Jane had the chance. 28th of April, 1821. I experienced a fever dream last night. Jane was back on her deathbed, picking at the sheets and bemoaning the fact that she'd stained them with wine moments earlier. I was at her side, longing to take her hand, and fearing it at the same time. Her eyes met mine, and in a rare, lucid moment she tells me, "The soul doesn't leave, not right away. Contain it, and you can save me." But that wasn't how it went. Her death. The sheets, perhaps. She craved one last drink, but that... I haven't explored my spell to stop death in months. Clearly, I need to revisit it. 4th of November, 1821. Jane might have been on to something. 19th of March, 1824. I continue to forget this journal's existence, except when the spell to stop death resurfaces. The pain of Jane's death has quieted. Less of a volcano spewing ash that darkens all skies, more the quiet simmer of a pot cooling off. The ache is constant, and there is no peace in her death. But the world continues. William is growing into the brightest boy I have had the pleasure of knowing. He keeps contact with his mother, which I would normally disapprove, except that I was allowed to keep contact with Jane, and I cannot, would not, deprive another of a consistent love. The soul, meanwhile, is a tangible thing for Zaro's magic. It requires thinking of a human body as a compilation of magic upon which the soul is infused. During death, that soul separates from its physical form, which is a slower process. Jane was right inside my dream. It takes time. 23rd of October, 1824. Jane's son had his firstborn. He still talks occasionally of America, but his family is content thus far. His inventing has slowed, but not ceased, and he continues to create memorable oddities. The earth spins. I spin alongside it, hollow. Jane's laughter made things so bright. 19th of May, 1826. My spell's instructions are complete, and I am unsure of how to proceed. It will stop death. I've tested it on countless flora and fauna, and now am biding my time to see how it affects humans. Obviously, I will need a very specific circumstance to attempt it on a person. I don't want a repeat of July 25th. The spell is fine. Its implications are less so. I spent so long attempting fruitlessly, struck through, to stop death, that I didn't pause to think if I should. This spell is as refined as I can make it, and still it hits like a hammer to the skull. It does not discriminate. Any creature intending to be saved will be saved. But when I think of Jane in those final days, sometimes death is the greater mercy. 21st of May, 1826. The spell to stop death is both complex and frighteningly simple. This can only be performed by a Zaro. Our magic is different, and thus this is far more than a physical spell. Ingredients and incantations ignore the facts. The soul, its connection to a body, and how magic intertwines them. It's the equivalent of playing with building blocks versus exploring a new dimension. Author note: the spell has been removed from this record, permanently, under Zaro Claire's orders. Using these channels, winding along that path, the magic will obey, and you will become a god. 22nd of May, 1826. Jane visited me again last night. Perhaps death isn't as final as it felt. She begged me to hide this book, begged me to reconsider its uses. She told me no one should be a god. I must wrestle with the implications of this. I will store this book for a time and debate whether to destroy it. 14th of December, 1827. Grimoire had a fit. He is 13. A good life for any dog. Universe bless, it feels like yesterday that Jane surprised me with this child of mine. That big red bow around his tiny neck, the basket padded with a hand-crocheted blanket. My armoire in England still has the bite marks on its leg. He is my last personal connection to Jane. He is my best friend, my witch familiar, my mischievous little puppy fighting for space in a castle of cats. I
am not entirely certain I can let him go. 27th of December, 1827. I did something terrible. I am now convinced this book needs to be hidden. It is my one connection to Grimoire, to Jane, and I am not strong enough to destroy it. But William, or the future Zaros after him, this will be their responsibility. This spell is dangerous. It should never be used. Grimoire passed, and I lunged for his soul, and it obeyed me. I spoke the incantation and set framework around his tiny body, and he survived. And he was in agony. His body did not stop dying. I did not heal him. I merely tethered his soul to torment. I shattered the spell, and have not stopped crying in days. He licked my nose before he died properly, and I could not accurately convey my adoration for him, and my sincerest, excruciating regret for what I'd tried in my most vulnerable moment. He did not understand. I do. 15th of June, 1828. I have determined a path to hide this journal. I have to rip out the early pages, memories of my greatest friends and our lives together, and keep them close. I never thought myself sentimental, but, well, on my death I will ensure the pages spelled and scattered, located only by those who need them most. The physical journal, however, and the spell it houses. It is the culmination of almost a decade of work. It is everything Jane died for. I simply cannot wipe it clean, even though that would be the wisest decision. Instead, I will hand the journal to someone who understands its risk, Jane's own son. He is planning to move to America in a few years, once his children are old enough. Good. The further from my legacy it is, the safer it will be. And once William assumes the role of Zaro after my passing, he will track down Jane's son and his family in America. He will destroy this spell. I hope. Until then, may the universe itself pardon my atrocities.
This is the end of The Day Death Stopped, recorded and mastered at Literati Audio. This book is self-published by an independent author, which means that it only succeeds through your reviews. If you enjoyed this novel, please consider leaving a rating or review online. For more books by Rebecca Thorne, please explore her website at www.rebeccathorne.net. You can also follow her on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook, or join her mailing list. All links are available on her website. Please direct all business inquiries to Rebecca's email or to her literary agent, Taryn Fagerness. You have been listening to The Day Death Stopped, written by Rebecca Thorne, performed by Maura Quirk, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2023 by Rebecca Thorne. Production copyright 2023 by Rebecca Thorne. All rights reserved.